Chapter 838. In terms of accumulation, Guangqingzi definitely had enough. In terms of aptitude, there was no need to even mention it. The first disciple of the primordial Lord of Heaven, the leader of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, was definitely a Khanate god-fiend. If not for the fact that Guangqingzi was the disciple of the primordial Lord of Heaven, with his background, he would have reached the level of the Daoyuo Taoist priests as early as the Heavenly Emperor. It was really too late to attain the Tao now. However, although it was late, he still attained the Tao in the end. It could be considered as resolving one of Guangqingzi's obsessions. At the same time, it also proved to the world that the method passed down by Feng Zichen was indeed feasible and could allow people to attain the Tao. Guangqingzi had used the second method to attain the Tao of Daoyuo Jingxian, which was to forcefully attain the Khanate Tao with the postnatal Tao. Using this method to attain the Tao, one's combat strength was the same as a normal Tao attainment cultivator. After all, Guangqingzi had been stuck in the realm of the Daoyuo Jingxian for countless years. He had also been stuck in the realm of the Tai Tao Lord for an eon. Before breaking through to become the Daoyuo Jingxian, Guangqingzi and the other 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were not Tai Jingxian, but Tai Tao Lords. Moreover, they were all at the peak of the Tao Lord realm, and were only one step away from the Daoyuo Taoist priests. Therefore, Guangqingzi's accumulation was already enough. All he lacked was the method to attain the Tao. Now that Feng Zichen had passed down the method of preaching the Tao, Guangqingzi had comprehended it. Tens of millions of years of accumulation burst out in one day, directly pushing him to the realm of the Daoyuo Taoist priests. Rumble. In the void, a colorful rainbow bridge appeared and extended from an unknown place. It went straight between Guangqingzi's eyebrows and took away his Khanate true spirit. That was the bridge of heaven and earth, and also the bridge of Tao attainment. Stepping on this bridge indicated that the path of Tao attainment had been opened. At the end of the bridge was the Khanate Tao that Guangqingzi cultivated. That was where the battle of Tao was. Only by defeating the mark left by the predecessors could Guangqingzi truly achieve the realm of the Daoyuo Taoist priests. There was no right of Tao attainment. Thus this battle was incomparably cruel. Throughout the history of the primeval age, 9 out of 10 of the Daoyuo Taoist priests who had attained the Tao had died in the struggle for Tao. In other words, out of 10 Tao verifiers, only one could succeed. The probability was extremely low, but the mortality rate was astonishing. However, it was clear that no matter how difficult the Tao struggle was, it could not stump Master Guangqing. No one believed that Guangqingzi would fail in his Tao validation, and no one believed that he would die in the struggle for his Tao. There was no other reason. It was not because Guangqingzi was strong enough, but because he was the disciple of the primordial Lord of Heaven. In addition, he was the first person to attain the Tao after Feng Zichen passed down the method of Tao attainment. The primeval Lord of Heaven would definitely want to ensure the safety of his disciple. As for Feng Zichen, in order to make the world believe that his method of confirming the Tao was feasible, he had to protect Guangqingzi's life and ensure that he succeeded in confirming the Tao. Guangqingzi was a living advertisement. Even if Feng Zichen didn't want to protect him, he had to. If Guangqingzi failed in his Tao attainment, the effect of Feng Zichen's sermon would be at least halved. On the contrary, if Guangqingzi succeeded in his Tao attainment, the effect of Feng Zichen's sermon would at least be doubled. Guangqingzi was a typical example. He was an advertisement. Therefore, Feng Zichen would definitely not let anything happen to him. The primordial Lord of Heaven also thought so. As the first Khanate Taoist priest under his sect and the pillar of Chan school in the future, Guangqingzi must not be harmed. Although the primeval age was a place that emphasized strength, other than that, he also paid attention to identity, birth, and background. For a direct disciple of a saint like Guangqingzi, as long as the Taoist priests who cultivated the same Tao as him were not crazy, they would definitely not stop him from attaining the Tao. Otherwise, how could the primordial Lord of Heaven let them go? Even if they escaped to the chaos outside the sky, they would be found by the primordial Lord of Heaven and refined to death. No, perhaps it was more terrifying than death. Just like that, Guangqingzi easily completed the battle of the great Taoists and imprinted his real spirit mark on the Tao that he cultivated, even though the other Tao masters had gone easy on him. Rumble. The moment Guangchengzi completed this step, the sky suddenly shook. Then, a long river with no end or source and a width of tens of thousands of miles came across the sky and stretched between heaven and earth. That was the River of Destiny. Once Guangchengzi transcended the River of Destiny, he could complete his Dao fruit and truly become an immortal Daoyuo Taoist priest. It was not difficult to transcend the River of Destiny. He only needed to find the light spot that represented his destiny in the endless River of Destiny. This was not difficult for a Khanate godfiend like Guangchengzi. This was because the destiny of a Khanate godfiend was not in the River of Destiny. Instead, it was suspended in mid-air like a star, blooming with bright light. It was very attractive and eye-catching. Therefore, Guangchengzi easily found his destiny. This was the reason why Khanate godfiends were said to be destined to become Taoist priests. The destiny of a Khanate godfiend floated in mid-air and could break through the void at any time. This meant that it was easier for them to transcend destiny than the masses. Whoosh, in the River of Destiny, a dazzling star rose slowly and then completely disappeared. This was the sign of transcending destiny. Guangchengzi had become a Taoist priest. Rumble. The world shook inexplicably. Strange phenomena of flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses emerging from the earth appeared in a radius of millions of miles. This was the heaven and earth congratulating the birth of a Taoist priest. Guangchengzi's confirmation of his Dao was exceptionally smooth. It was almost done in one go and he achieved the level of Daoyuo Taoist priests without encountering any obstacles. His negative karma had long been washed away by the primordial Lord of Heaven's merits. The resentment from the Khanate Daos also vanished completely with the rebirth of the three realms. Thank you, Master. After confirming his Dao, Guangchengzi came back to his senses. First, he was respectful to the primordial Lord of Heaven. Then he bowed to Feng Zichen. Thank you, Master, for teaching me and helping me reopen the door of Dao. In the future, if Master has any errands, as long as it's not an enemy of the sect, Guangchengzi will do it even if it means risking my life to repay Master's kindness today. The favor of achieving Dao was as great as the heavens. This time, Guangchengzi listened to Feng Zichen's preaching of Dao and confirmed his Dao, which meant that he owed Feng Zichen a great deal of karma. Therefore, he made such a promise. As long as it was not an enemy of the sect, Guangchengzi would definitely risk his life to complete Feng Zichen's instructions in order to understand karma. In response, Feng Zichen only smiled and did not say anything. In fact, he would not say anything in front of the primordial Lord of Heaven. Even if he had something to instruct Guangchengzi, he could not do it in front of the primordial Lord of Heaven. Just like that, after waiting for another few hundred years, all the cultivators present woke up. Unfortunately, other than Guangchengzi, no one else had successfully confirmed their Dao. However, there were many disciples of the Jie school and Chan school who were about to confirm their Dao. It would not be long before there would be dozens of Taoist priests in the world. Feng Zichen was very satisfied with this. So what if they were disciples of the two schools? After becoming Daoyuo Taoist priests, wouldn't they still have to work for him? These were all Feng Zichen's future subordinates. The stronger they were, the happier Feng Zichen would be. Since everyone had woken up, the preaching could be announced as the end. Then Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent everyone away. The Taoist ancestors' preaching ended after 3 times. That was because those who listened to the Taoist ancestors' preaching were all Daoyuo Taoist priests. Moreover, the Taoist ancestors' preaching was the truth of heaven and earth. It was the path after Daoyuo Jingxian. Therefore, the preaching was divided into 3 times to give the Taoist priests time to digest the knowledge. However, Feng Zichen's preaching was different. First, he did not preach the truth of heaven and earth. Second, he did not preach the cultivation method after the Khanate Taoist priests. He only taught the world 3 methods to become Taoist priests. In this way, there was no need to preach 3 times. He could finish it in 1 time. As for the cultivation method after Daoyuo Jingxian, it was easy for the living beings of the 3 realms to know because there was still one person who had not preached. Who? Great Emperor Ziwei. The 8 saints and the 2 primordial chaos had each preached once. But there was still no movement from Great Emperor Ziwei. This would not do. Everyone had preached, but he was the only one who had not. This was obviously inappropriate. Great Emperor Ziwei was duty-bound to preach the great Tao to the living beings of the three realms. However, what should he preach? Everyone had already preached what needed to be preached. If Great Emperor Ziwei did not come up with something new, he would inevitably be suspected of picking up the wisdom of others. Moreover, if he did not make it special, how could he show that Great Emperor Ziwei was different from others? With a thought, Great Emperor Ziwei had an idea. He would not preach the Great Tao anymore. He would discuss the Great Tao with everyone, and let the living beings of the three realms listen in. This was much more interesting than preaching the Great Tao. Thinking of this, Great Emperor Ziwei coughed lightly and said to the saints and the many great mediums who had not left under the Tree of World, "It's rare that all of you are here. I have a request. I wonder if all of you will do me the honor?" Hearing this, everyone did not immediately agree. Instead, Saint Taiching asked, "What request does the emperor have? Why don't you tell us? If we can do it, Poor Wei and the others will definitely do their best to help." Standing up from the platform, Great Emperor Ziwei said in a clear voice, "I see that all of you have reached the limit of sage to be, but you have not been able to take that crucial step. I have a feeling in my heart, so I decided to reopen the sky of the Daoyuo and invite all of you to come and discuss the Great Tao and take a look at the mystery of the primordial chaos realm. What do you think, fellow Taoists? The sky of the Daoyuo, the highest sky of the primordial chaos, was also the primordial chaos Tao domain. It was also the legendary number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos. That's right. The number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos was not Tao ancestor Hongjuan's purple cloud palace, but the supreme sky of the Daoyuo that was located at the highest point of the boundless starry sky. Here the origin of heaven and earth gathered, and the innate Tao interweaved like a net that contained all the truths of heaven and earth and endless mysteries. It was the source of the great Tao, the origin of heaven and earth. Here one could see all the mysteries of the great Tao. This was the Daoyuo Jingxian, the highest sky, the supreme Tao domain. The Daoyuo sky was located in the middle of the sky, which was right above Mount Buzhou in the past, and right above the World Tree today. It was the same as the Ziwei star, 2 sides of the same body, in the same place, but in different voids. Although this alone could show that the Daoyuo sky was extraordinary, it was not enough to let it surpass the World Tree and the Purple Cloud Palace to become the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos. The real reason why the Daoyuo sky became the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos was that there were 3,000 Daoyuo Taoist priests living in the Daoyuo sky. 3,000 Taoist priests living in the same place. If this could not be considered the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos, where else could be called the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos? 3,000 Taoist priests gathered in one place. The energy required for daily cultivation was definitely unimaginable. If it was converted into innate spiritual treasures, the energy they needed to cultivate for a year was equivalent to an innate spiritual treasure. Even a Tao ancestor could not afford to consume an innate spiritual treasure a year, but the Daoyuo sky could. Therefore, it was the number 1 sacred ground of the primordial chaos. As for where the 3,000 Taoist priests came from, they naturally came from the primordial chaos. In the ancient primordial chaos, there were many Taoist priests in the world, other than the shamans and demons. Most of these Taoist priests lived in seclusion on the ground and cultivated silently. However, in the early ancient times, Emperor Zhuanxu cut off the connection between heaven and earth, making it difficult for the primordial chaos to support the Daoyuo Taoist priests. For this reason, some Taoist priests had to leave their homes and move away from the primordial chaos. Coincidentally, the Daoyuo sky appeared at this time, and Great Emperor Ziwei invited Taoist priests to live in the Daoyuo sky. At the same time, the heavenly Tao also secretly used its power to tell the Taoist priests that there was an opportunity to attain the Tao in the Daoyuo sky. However, it was easy to enter the Daoyuo sky, but difficult to leave the Daoyuo sky. The Daoyuo sky was known as the cultivation place prepared by the heavenly Tao for the Taoist priests, but in fact it was a place for them to live in seclusion. Once they entered the Daoyuo sky, they had to cut off the mortal world and no longer interfere in the matters of the primordial chaos. They had to focus on the Tao. This was a good thing and a bad thing. The bad thing was that they could not interfere in the primordial chaos. Fortunately, they had nothing to do with the tribulation from then on. Tribulation could not enter the Daluo sky. No tribulation could enter the Daluo sky, including the immeasurable tribulation. The purpose of the Daluo sky's existence was to create a new world. When the immeasurable tribulation descended, everything would be destroyed and everything would return to chaos. Only the Daluo sky would exist. At this time, the saints and the many primordial chaos Dao masters would use the Daluo sky as the foundation to create a new world in the chaos and establish the earth, fire, water, and wind. The Daluo sky was the embryonic form of the eternal world, and it was also the place where Pangu confirmed his Dao. If one day, Pangu succeeded in confirming his Dao and the Dao fruit of the great Dao was born, he would definitely be born in the Daluo sky. At the same time, the Daluo sky would also transform into an eternal and indestructible sky that could not be destroyed even by the immeasurable tribulation. The Daluo sky was very extraordinary. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 sacred ground. Khanate godfiends were born because of the Dao. They followed the Dao and pursued the Dao all their lives. Therefore, there was no lack of people in this group who were dedicated to pursuing the Dao. What such people lacked the most was a suitable place to live in seclusion. The appearance of the Daluo sky just happened to fill this gap. After learning the meaning of the Daluo sky's existence, a portion of the Khanate Taoist priests walked into the Daluo sky almost without hesitation. From then on, they escaped and isolated themselves from the world. There were a total of 3,000 such Taoist priests. They were the 3,000 Taoist priests in the Daluo sky. Ever since they entered the Daluo sky, none of them had left this place. Although they had never left the Daluo sky, their lives were not considered poor. There was no lack of Khanate spiritual roots in the Daluo sky. Chapter 839. These Daluo Taoist priests lived in the Daluo sky. In their free time they could taste innate spiritual treasures and refine pills to pass the time. They could also sit and discuss the Tao with their fellow Taoists. Even worse, they could swim in the sea of the Great Path. Their lives were much more carefree than those of the Taoist priests in the outside world. However, the Daluo sky had indeed been closed for a long time. It was time to absorb some fresh blood and recruit some new members. At the same time, they could also communicate with the Taoist priests in the outside world and experience the changes in the world in recent years. It was not advisable to build a cart behind closed doors. Therefore, taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Great Emperor Ziwei intended to reopen the Daluo sky to accept new members and new knowledge. Is the Emperor planning to reopen the Daluo sky? Speaking of which, in ancient times, many of the poor Wei's friends entered the Daluo sky. After that, they completely lost contact with each other. It's been a while since we last met. If the Emperor reopens the Daluo sky, the poor Wei will definitely go there. Even if we don't gain anything from the discussion, it's still good to see some old friends. Not long after Great Emperor Ziwei finished speaking, a great medium immediately spoke up. The 3,000 Taoist priests naturally had many old friends. Many of the great medium present had good friends, and even their juniors who entered the Daluo sky. Since then, they had lost contact with each other. Now that the Daluo sky had reopened, they could use this opportunity to meet their old friends. This was the mentality of a small number of great medium. But the majority of them had much more realistic thoughts. They had no old friends in the Daluo sky, but they still wanted to go there. Their purpose was to discuss the Tao with the Taoist priests in the Daluo sky. The 3,000 Taoist priests had been in seclusion in the Daluo sky for tens of millions of years. They must have gained a lot. If he could have a discussion with them, he might be able to gain some enlightenment and speed up his promotion to primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Discussion of the Tao? The Emperor said it very well. If we can discuss the Tao with the fellow Taoists in the Daluo sky, I think the poor Wei and the others will gain a lot of enlightenment. A powerful cultivator said. Regardless of whether or not the sages were going to attend the Daluo's heavenly Tao discourse, these great divine ability masters were going. Not long after, all the great mediums expressed their opinions and agreed to head to the Daluo to discuss the Tao. At this moment, All the great mediums turned their gazes to the saints sitting at the head of the table. Now they were the only ones who had not expressed their opinions. Should they go or not? Everyone had gone. If they did not go, it would be somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, the sages thought about it, and were about to agree. The Grand Pure One smiled and said, "Since all the fellow Taoists are going, the Poor Way and the others will naturally go together. Let's make use of this opportunity to gather and discuss the Tao." Ever since Master's Tao lecture ended, we rarely discussed the Tao. We also rarely walked around. Our relationship is also a little distant. This is a rare opportunity. We can walk around more and build a relationship again. We can rekindle our friendship as fellow disciples. Hearing that, everyone laughed. They first complained to each other, and then planned to agree on a time to gather a few more times. There were even people who told the Grand Pure One not to be stingy, and take out the 9 revolutions golden pill to entertain everyone. In an instant, the scene became incomparably lively. After a while, when the conversation gradually stopped, Tao ancestor Hongjun, who had been ignored by everyone, suddenly spoke and attracted everyone's attention. If all of you go to the Daoyuo to discuss the Tao, this Tao discussion will definitely become a grand event in the primordial world. Therefore, in the opinion of the Poor Way, we should either not do it or do it on a large scale. Since we want to discuss the Tao, we can't limit it to everyone here. The primordial world is huge, and there are countless experts. In the opinion of the Poor Way, all the Taoist priests in the primordial world should participate in the Daoyuo Tao discussion this time. We will definitely make this Tao discussion an unprecedented grand event in the primordial world. That's not all. Under the Khanate Taoist priests, the endless living beings of the 3 realms can come to the Daoyuo heaven to listen if they are fated and seek the opportunity to verify the Tao. After Tao ancestor Hongjun finished speaking, everyone praised him and said, "All right, Master Teacher is right." The Tao ancestor spoke. These great mystical abilities were all his disciples. How could they openly object to him? Naturally, they would do whatever he said. Moreover, everyone thought carefully about what the Tao ancestor said, and realized that it was a good thing. There were benefits and no harm. In that case, everyone had no reason to object. When everyone discussed the Tao and their wisdom collided, countless sparks of inspiration would be produced. When that time came, the cultivation civilization of the 3 realms would definitely achieve unprecedented development and evolve rapidly. After obtaining everyone's approval, Tao ancestor Hongjun did not say anything. He only looked at Great Emperor Ziwei. After all, the Daoyuo heaven was his territory. Although Tao ancestor Hongjun's suggestion was good, it had to be approved by him. Otherwise, no matter how much Tao ancestor Hongjun said, it would be useless. Great Emperor Ziwei had no intention of rejecting Tao ancestor Hongjun's suggestion at all. This was because what Tao ancestor Hongjun said was exactly what he thought. Even if the Tao ancestor did not say it, he would have mentioned it later. However, although Tao ancestor Hongjun's words were the same as Great Emperor Ziwei's, he did not say much. Perhaps this was done on purpose by Tao ancestor Hongjun, so that Great Emperor Ziwei could add on and set the rules for this matter. However, whether or not Tao ancestor Hongjun did it on purpose, Great Emperor Ziwei still had to add on the last point. As he stood up, he heard Great Emperor Ziwei say, "Tao ancestor's words are the same as Great Emperor Ziwei's thoughts. Ziwei has no reason to refuse. However, other than that, Ziwei also has a small suggestion to make. That is, if the results of this discussion are good, why don't we set this matter as a tradition? Every 1,000,000 years, we will discuss the Tao in the Daoyuo heaven. What do you think, fellow Taoists?" Without waiting for everyone to reply, Tao ancestor Hongjun clapped his hands and praised. "Ziwei's suggestion is exactly what I want. In the Poor Way's opinion, the discussion of the Tao should indeed be a tradition. In this way, you can use this to build relationships and also benefit from the discussion of the Tao. It can also benefit the living beings of the 3 realms. It is indeed a good thing to kill many birds with one stone." Tao ancestor Hongjun and Great Emperor Ziwei, the 2 biggest giants of the untainted world, had agreed to this matter. What else could the others say? Of course, they nodded in agreement. Moreover, this matter was indeed a good thing. Not only would it not affect their interests, but it would also benefit them. Therefore, in their hearts, they were also very much in favor of Great Emperor Ziwei facilitating this matter. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Great Emperor Ziwei could not help but nod and say, "Since all of you have no objections, then this matter is settled. The following matters will be left to Ziwei to arrange. Fellow Taoists, just wait for my notice." Everyone nodded and said, "We will listen to the Imperial Emperor's arrangements." Since things had come to this, the crowd dispersed. After hurriedly bidding farewell to the few people he was familiar with, Great Emperor Ziwei hurriedly returned to the boundless starry sky to prepare for the opening of the Daoyuo heaven and the discussion of the Tao. After returning to the boundless starry sky, the first thing Great Emperor Ziwei did was to remove the restrictions of the boundless starry sky and no longer restrict outsiders from entering the boundless starry sky. However, although the restrictions were lifted, the necessary surveillance would still not be reduced. The galactic cosmic light array quietly changed and gradually turned into a mirror that reflected everything in the boundless starry sky. Everything that happened in the boundless starry sky would be reflected and recorded by this mirror. No matter who entered the boundless starry sky, they would not be able to hide from this mirror. Everything they did and said would be recorded. Under this mirror, even if the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian came, if he did not have the intention to hide, he would also be exposed by this mirror. It could be said that as long as Feng Zichen wanted, in the boundless starry sky, no one else had any privacy to speak of other than him. If one was not used to it, they could just leave the boundless starry sky. No one was forcing them to come. This mirror was the Xianxia version of an omnidirectional camera with no blind spots. In addition to the mirror in the boundless starry sky, teams of powerful heavenly soldiers appeared. They rode on star beasts and formed teams of 10,000 people. They guarded the various exits of the boundless starry sky to prevent outsiders from entering. These heavenly soldiers were all direct subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei. Their cultivation levels were abnormally powerful. Ordinary heavenly soldiers had the cultivation level of Lord of Tai. The divine general in the lead was even at the level of half-step Taoist priests. The heavenly soldiers in the boundless starry sky were used by Great Emperor Ziwei to compete with the elites of the demon race in the past. Naturally, they were incomparably powerful. As for how these heavenly soldiers were selected, it was not complicated. Among them, there were innate life forms born in the boundless starry sky. They were found by Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates and brought into the Ziwei Heavenly Palace to cultivate. Those who performed well were selected as heavenly soldiers. In addition to the innate life forms born in the boundless starry sky, these heavenly soldiers were mostly from the innate races that had pledged allegiance to Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei was the top and most honorable great medium in the Eldritch world. He had also once served as the Celestial Emperor. Naturally, he attracted the allegiance of many races. For example, the Heavenly Fox clan of Green Hill Mountain, the powerful giant Longbow clan, the Void clan born in the Void, the Jade clan born from the innate White Jade, the Ice clan born from the innate Cold Ice, and so on. These races either had extraordinary talents or extraordinary backgrounds. In short, those who were chosen by Great Emperor Ziwei had to have outstanding qualities. In some aspects, they were far superior to other innate races. They had the highest innate bloodline, second only to the innate gods and demons. Otherwise, they would not have been chosen by Great Emperor Ziwei. As the restrictions of the boundless starry sky came into contact, the beings of the three realms quickly discovered that the boundless starry sky seemed to be different from before. The most obvious change was that the stars that filled the starry sky seemed to be much brighter than before. After that, many cultivators who cultivated the cultivation techniques of the lineage of stars felt that the circulation of the cultivation techniques in their bodies was much faster than before. At the same time, some immortals with powerful cultivation bases felt that the barrier between them and the boundless starry sky seemed to have disappeared. The boundless starry sky that they could not come into contact with in the past was now completely accessible to them, by following the guidance of the starlight if they wanted to. What was going on? Why was the boundless starry sky suddenly perceived by others and allowed them to enter it? Could it be that the legendary Great Emperor Ziwei had released the restrictions of the boundless starry sky? While the beings were puzzled, some of the bolder ones had already followed the guidance of the starlight and headed towards the boundless starry sky to catch a glimpse of the starry sky. Seeing this, the beings were confused. They did not know if they should follow them into the boundless starry sky. One had to know that it was the boundless starry sky. Ever since the Great Witch Demon War, the boundless starry sky had been completely sealed off. Other than the subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei, no one else entered the boundless starry sky. Counting the time, it had been tens of millions of years since a living person stepped into the boundless starry sky. Over time, the boundless starry sky became the epitome of mystery in the eyes of the people of the world. It contained countless fortunes and opportunities that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single bound. In the boundless starry sky, there was even a supreme fruit of the way that could allow one to directly become a Taoist priest after eating it. This was the understanding of the people of the world of the boundless starry sky. The more mysterious it was, the more it attracted people's imagination. Then, as word of mouth spread, it became more and more exaggerated and gradually deviated from the truth. There was even talk about countless fortunes and a supreme fruit of the way that could allow one to directly become a Taoist priest. It was really funny. If Great Emperor Ziwei heard this, he would probably laugh nonstop. The people of the world were still too ignorant to believe such exaggerated rumors. However, things were just that ridiculous. Although the rumors were exaggerated, they were basically true. That's right, they guessed correctly. The boundless starry sky had all these things. In fact, the true boundless starry sky was even more exaggerated than the rumors. The boundless starry sky could be said to be full of opportunities. No matter where one was, as long as one was in the boundless starry sky, as long as one looked up, one could see large amounts of innate starlight intertwining, giving birth to pure innate star essence that floated freely in the starry sky. If one was lucky, one could probably pick up a galaxy divine gold after taking a few steps. If one was even luckier, it was not rare to occasionally come across a few drops of triple brilliance divine water. In short, the origin of the boundless starry sky was too rich. With the support of the god Pangu, even Great Emperor Ziwei, who ruled the entire boundless starry sky, could not say for sure how many treasures were nurtured in it. As for the supreme fruit of the way that could allow one to directly become a Daoyuo Taoist priest, it also existed in the boundless starry sky. Zhouxing intertwined with each other, and some of the origin would often dissipate and intertwine with the Tao of heaven and earth. Over time, many mysterious things were born. There were innate life forms, innate spiritual treasures, and innate god fiends. If by chance 365 chi of Zhouxing's origin would gather in one place at the same time, and combine with the innate Tao, it would give birth to a supreme fruit of the way that could allow one to directly become a Taoist priest. This was a true treasure of heaven and earth, rarer than supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures, and far more valuable than innate god fiends. It was also one of the most precious treasures in the boundless starry sky, one that could only be found by chance. Since Great Emperor Ziwei ruled the boundless starry sky, only 3 supreme fruits of the way had been born in the boundless starry sky. As for the time when Di Jun ruled the boundless starry sky, not a single one had been born. Chapter 840. Just as the people of the 3 realms were guessing what had happened in the boundless starry sky, Ziwei the Great slowly opened his eyes in the Ziwei Temple. I, Panga's Ziwei clan, consider that it is difficult for all living beings to seek the Tao and see the Great Path. Therefore, I have decided to reopen the Daoyuo sky in 100,000 years, and invite the Taoist priests of the 3 realms to come here, and discuss the Tao in order to seek the fruit of the origin. All living beings of the 3 realms, if they are fated, can come to the Daoyuo sky to listen. His voice was loud and resonated with the Tao. It rang in the ears of all living beings between heaven and earth, both inside and outside the 3 realms. The voice rang 3 times in a row before it stopped. In the next moment, the great masters who were hidden outside of time and space, in the chaos beyond the heavens, or in some secret realms, were all alarmed by this voice. The faces that had remained the same for thousands of years finally showed a trace of movement. They opened their eyes that had not changed for thousands of years, and looked in the direction of the boundless starry sky in surprise and bewilderment. The Daoyuo sky? After tens of millions of years, is the Daoyuo sky finally going to open? Last time, the poor Wei had something to do and missed the Daoyuo sky. This time we can't miss it. We can go and see how the Daoyuo sky is different from the outside world, and how it can surpass Master's purple cloud palace, and become the #1 holy land of the untainted land. 100,000 years later. The poor Wei will go and meet some old friends. These great masters who had been living in seclusion finally changed their minds after countless years. They planned to come out of their seclusion and go to the Daoyuo sky to discuss the Tao. The #1 holy land could not attract people, but the hope of attaining the Tao was. The reason why the great masters lived in seclusion was that they did not want to be tainted by the mortal world, and only wanted to pursue the Tao. However, the Daoyuo sky's discussion of the Tao contained a trace of a chance of attaining the Tao. Therefore, even these great masters who had been living in seclusion could not help but think about leaving their seclusion after hearing this news. Those great mediums were excited, not to mention the other Taoist priests. Numerous Taoist priests that were usually nowhere to be seen suddenly appeared and walked through the 3 dimensions. They browsed through the magnificent mountains and rivers as they searched for friends and the Tao, and they waited for the arrival of the agreement of 100,000 years. The great mystical powers and the Xiantian Taoist priests were very excited, but the beings of the 3 realms were at a loss. They knew what the Tao debate meant, but they had no idea where the Daoyuo sky was. There was a place called the Daoyuo sky in the 3 realms. Among the 36 heavens of the heaven realm, he had never heard of a heaven called the Daoyuo heaven. This question lingered in everyone's mind for thousands of years before they finally got an answer from a Tao master. The so-called Daoyuo sky was actually the #1 sacred ground of legend. It was situated at the peak of the 3 dimensions, and it was the place where a myriad of Taoists converged. When the people heard this, they were all indescribably shocked. Although they had never been to the Daoyuo sky, from its ranking as the #1 sacred ground of the primordial world, they knew that this was definitely a supreme place. For a moment, all the beings of the 3 realms were extremely excited as they flew towards the boundless starry sky. They were not great mystical powers, nor were they Xiantian Taoist priests. With a thought, they could rush to the boundless starry sky. They were just ordinary immortals. The boundless starry sky was abnormally far away from the mortal world. With their speed, it would probably take them thousands of years just to travel. Most likely, they would have to spend more than half of the 100,000 years on the road. Therefore, the beings of the 3 realms naturally had to rush to the boundless starry sky in advance. Firstly, they would probably miss the Tao debate. Secondly, the boundless starry sky was mysterious and contained countless opportunities. If they arrived in advance and traveled in the boundless starry sky for a period of time, they might be able to obtain some opportunities. Yes, that was a good idea. There was a layer of thunder, fire, meteorites, and astral winds at the border of heaven and earth. Without the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, it was impossible to enter the heaven realm. The boundless starry sky was still above the heaven realm. If they wanted to reach the boundless starry sky, they had to go above the 36 heavens and cross the 36 spatial barriers. Therefore, although there were many immortals in the 3 realms, there were very few below the Xiantian Taoist priests who could make it here. Even Lord Tai might be able to walk into the boundless starry sky without the protection of an innate spiritual treasure, but he would definitely not be able to get close to the Daoyuo sky. The phrase fated person had already eliminated more than half of the beings of the 3 realms. While the beings of the 3 realms and the Taoist priests were busy, Great Emperor Ziwei, who was in the boundless starry sky, was not idle either. At this moment, he was in seclusion, preparing to plan a major event. In the place where Great Emperor Ziwei was cultivating in seclusion, the brilliance of the 365 heavenly cycle main stars and billions of other stars gathered in one place. In front of Great Emperor Ziwei, a figure that looked exactly like him was gradually formed. That's right, Great Emperor Ziwei was using the power of the boundless starry sky to condense an incarnation that was exactly the same as himself. The reason why the preaching was set to be 100,000 years later was to give everyone time to prepare, but in reality, It was to buy time for Great Emperor Ziwei to condense an incarnation. The incarnation that Great Emperor Ziwei condensed this time was extraordinary. It bore an unprecedented responsibility, and it was his substitute. He was going to discuss the Tao on behalf of his original body in the Daoyuo Sky Discourse with Tao ancestor Hongjun, the various saints, and the numerous great mediums and Taoist priests. It was extremely difficult to not be seen by others when he was in front of so many people, and had a friendly conversation with them. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a long time before he decided to condense an incarnation as Great Emperor Ziwei. His human identity was not acceptable, his Luai's identity was not acceptable, and his Xianqing identity was even more unacceptable. Once he condensed an incarnation with these three identities, he would probably be seen through as soon as he arrived in the Daoyuo sky. What Feng Zichen wanted to plan was extremely secretive, and it was even more disadvantageous to the Xian sect. It was something that could not be known by the great mediums of the Xian sect. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, after thinking about it, Feng Zichen decided to let Great Emperor Ziwei handle this matter. This was because only Great Emperor Ziwei's incarnation could hide from the eyes of everyone, the saints, and even Tao ancestor Hongjun. Firstly, Great Emperor Ziwei was the master of the Daoyuo sky. Secondly, the Daoyuo sky was located in the boundless starry sky. Thirdly, Great Emperor Ziwei's strength was the strongest. With all these conditions added together, as long as Great Emperor Ziwei's incarnation was condensed perfectly, with the support of the Daoyuo sky and the boundless starry sky, it could definitely be passed off as the real thing and deceive everyone's perception. Time passed by minute by minute. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the date of the sparring session was approaching. Many great mediums had already set off for the Daoyuo sky. At this moment, in front of Great Emperor Ziwei, a figure that looked exactly like him stood majestically. Starlight surged around his body, transforming into galaxies that wrapped around him, exuding an unparalleled divine might. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at him for a while, and couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. In order to refine this incarnation, not only did he spend 100,000 years, but he also used up all the millions of innate star sources that he had accumulated. Fortunately, after spending so many resources, the result was undoubtedly gratifying. Not only did this incarnation look exactly like Great Emperor Ziwei, but it could also erupt with the power of his peak. Although it couldn't last for long, it was definitely no problem for it to last for decades. It was a perfect incarnation. After looking at this incarnation again, Great Emperor Ziwei nodded his head in satisfaction. Immediately, he took off the heavenly cycle starry robe on his body and draped it over the incarnation. At the same time, he also took off the myriad star crown on his head and placed it on the head of the incarnation. With this, a new Great Emperor Ziwei was born. Greetings, Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, the incarnation opened his eyes and bowed to Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't return the greeting. He continued to stare at the incarnation. He always felt that something was missing, causing this incarnation to be imperfect. Finally, Great Emperor Ziwei seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly took out the Zhouxing painting and placed it in the hands of the incarnation. With this, everything was perfect. Now anyone who came would think that this was the real Great Emperor Ziwei, and not some incarnation. Seeing that there were no more mistakes, Great Emperor Ziwei immediately ordered, "My fellow Taoists are almost here. I'll have to trouble you to entertain them." The incarnation returned the greeting and said, "Great Emperor Ziwei is too polite. You and I are one. There's no need to trouble me." After saying this, the incarnation's figure gradually faded away. He had gone to the Daoyuo sky to prepare for the opening of the Daoyuo sky. After the incarnation was far away, Feng Zichen, who was dressed in plain clothes, flipped his palm and took out a small purple Dao bell. This was Feng Zichen's foundation in this world, the most powerful innate supreme treasure of the untainted land, the Hongmeng Daozhong. At this moment, many of his treasures had left his body. Feng Zichen finally used the Hongmeng Daozhong again. Ever since he became a primordial chaos cultivator, Feng Zichen rarely used the Hongmeng Daozhong. Even if he did use it, he mostly used it in the Realm Sea. He rarely used this treasure in the untainted land. Haha, old friend, it's time for us to fight side by side again. With a hearty laugh, Feng Zichen shook the Hongmeng Daozhong and shook open the void in front of him. He entered and disappeared. At the same time, countless traces of the great Tao appeared at the highest point of the boundless starry sky. They turned into a vast torrent that gathered together and slowly pulled apart. Whoosh, in an instant, endless Tao light rose, covering the radiance of the stars and dimming the sun and moon. It illuminated the entire three realms, the universe and the endless space-time. In the Tao light, a corner of a world formed entirely of great Tao rules gradually revealed itself, emitting endless Tao rhythms. The Daoyuo sky. The highest heaven of the untainted land had opened. At this moment, many Taoist priests, great masters, and even saints of the untainted land seemed to have received some kind of signal, and set off for the Daoyuo sky. Then, the creatures of the three realms saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Rumble. One after another, brilliant great Daos rose from all over the three realms. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The Tao rhythms flowed as they pierced through the 9 layers of clouds and entered the Daoyuo sky. Every great Tao here represented a Khanate Taoist priest. They were the appearance of Tao, the manifestation of Tao, and the incarnation of Tao. As more and more great Tao rules rose, the entire three realms was gradually enveloped by a mighty Tao aura. It suppressed the beings of the three realms to the point that they could not raise their heads, and did not dare to look directly at the Daoyuo sky. At a certain moment, a blurry figure suddenly flashed in the great Tao rules. These were the Khanate Taoist priests who had already set off for the Daoyuo sky. At the same time, the incarnation of Great Emperor Ziwei had already stood together with the 3,000 Taoist priests in the Daoyuo sky to welcome the arrival of the people who were discussing Tao. Compared to the Taoist priests in the outside world, it was obvious that the Taoist priests in the Daoyuo sky were more excited. Not only were they excited because they were about to see old friends, but they were also excited because they were about to see the great Tao. The Daoyuo sky had been cultivating in seclusion for countless years. They already understood each other's Tao very well and urgently needed new knowledge to supplement it. And these Daoyuo Taoist priests who came to discuss Tao carried the new Tao and principles that they urgently needed. And these things would bring them one step closer to the primordial chaos realm. So how could they not be excited? Not long after, several Khanate Taoist priests came together. As the disciple of Great Emperor Ziwei, Buzhou hurriedly went forward to welcome them, and invited them from the boundless starry sky to the Daoyuo sky. When they arrived here, Great Emperor Ziwei and the others were naturally in charge of receiving them. After these few Taoist priests, the Khanate Taoist priests of the primordial chaos arrived one after another. Sometimes there were even dozens of them rushing together. They were all Khanate Taoist priests. Their realms were about the same, so their speed was naturally about the same. Since they had set off together, they naturally arrived at about the same time. It was not surprising that they arrived together. In just a few hours, most of the Taoist priests of the primordial chaos had arrived. Only the people from the major factions were not here. Just as he thought this, he saw Great Emperor Gaochen, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors leading a group of Taoist priests of the human race appeared in the boundless starry sky. Behind them, Goddess Hutu led the great shaman of the shaman race, Dong Huangtai led the demon god of the demon race, and Patriarch Kuimping led the demon god of the North Sea. They rushed over from 3 different directions. After these 3 factions were led into the Daoyuo sky, a 5-colored light suddenly rose from the horizon. It was the arrival of the 3 Khanate races. At this point, most of the major factions of the primordial chaos had arrived. Only the saints had not arrived. Boom. As soon as the 3 Khanate races sat down, a huge wave of saint aura suddenly descended. Everyone looked up and saw the 6 saints bringing their disciples over. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly went forward to welcome them. When the saints sat down, everyone thought that the preaching was about to begin. Unexpectedly, as the owner of this place, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly stood up and went out to welcome them. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly followed. Although they did not know who the newcomers were, they were definitely important figures since Great Emperor Ziwei went out to welcome them. As soon as they left the Daoyuo sky, everyone felt that something was different. They saw that the 5 elements qi between heaven and earth suddenly became abnormally active. Vaguely, they could hear the roars of dragons, phoenixes, tigers, cheilants, and black tortoises. Seeing this phenomenon, everyone had a feeling and roughly guessed who the newcomers were. As expected, at the end of the world, 5 colored auspicious clouds shrouded the boundless sky. They transformed into the shape of the 5 elements sacred beasts and constantly approached the Daoyuo sky. The 5 elements sacred beasts were here. Looking at the 5 supreme gods in gorgeous robes in front of them, everyone, including the saints, hurriedly went forward and bowed. Greetings, supremacies. The 5 elements sacred beasts also smiled and returned the greeting. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Chapter 841. After greeting everyone, the 5 elements sacred beasts did not walk into the Daoyuo sky. Instead, they stood still as if they were waiting for someone. Great Emperor Ziwei was also puzzled by this. Who else was coming? Why did the 5 elements sacred beasts have to wait outside the door personally? Dao ancestor Hongjun? Obviously not. With the relationship between the 5 elements sacred beasts and Dao ancestor Hongjun, it was already very fortunate that they could meet in harmony without bickering or fighting. It was impossible for them to wait outside for Dao ancestor Hongjun. Curious, Great Emperor Ziwei decided to stay behind. He wanted to meet the person who was worthy of the 5 elements sacred beast's personal weight. In fact, Great Emperor Ziwei and everyone else had already guessed who the person was. It was most likely the most ancient great medium who did not appear in front of others. After the war between the 3 clans, the group of most ancient innate saints had collectively disappeared. No trace of them could be found between heaven and earth. It was as if they had left the primordial world. In fact, that was not the case. They had always been hiding in the primordial world, and had long achieved the Dao fruit of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It was just that no one knew about them. Now, looking at the 5 elements sacred beasts, it was likely that the Daoyuo sky's discussion of the Dao had attracted their attention. They wanted to come here to discuss the Dao with everyone. It was certain that the most ancient great beings were powerful, but as for how powerful they were among the great medium here, only great ancestor Kuanpeng and a few others had come into contact with them. The other great medium had only heard of them but had never really seen them, so they had no way of knowing. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to the great medium who was about to arrive. Just like that, everyone waited expectantly. They did not have to wait for long. After a while, they saw 9 figures surrounded by Dao Qi walking over from the boundary between the chaos and the boundless starry sky. Everyone went forward to take a look. Who else could it be but Dao ancestor Hongjun? As for the other 8 people, sorry, no one present knew them. Greetings, Dao ancestor. Everyone went forward and bowed to Dao ancestor Hongjun. After that, everyone bowed to the 8 people who were traveling with the Dao ancestor. Greetings, seniors. Although they did not know them, it was always right to call them seniors. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The 8 of them returned the greeting. Fellow Taoists, you're finally here. Come, let's go in quickly. Fellow Taoists have been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the 5 elements sacred beast stepped forward and pulled the 8 people into the Daoyuo sky. During this period, the 5 elements sacred beast acted as if he did not see Dao ancestor Hongjun. He did not go forward to greet him. When he spoke to the 8 people, it was as if he did not exist. Seeing this scene, Dao ancestor Hongjun was not angry. He only pointed at the 5 elements sacred beasts and said to the fellow Taoists beside him, "Look at how stingy they are." As they chatted and laughed, everyone entered the Daoyuo sky, indicating that the Daoyuo heavenly discourse was about to begin. A total of 10,000 Xiantian Taoist priests, 3,000 almighty experts, over 20 primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, and 1 Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian came to the meeting. Since the birth of the primordial world, the remaining Khanate Taoist priests had basically all come. This Dao discourse was destined to be an unprecedented prosperity in the history of the primordial world. It would go down in the annals of history and fascinate the future generations. Similarly, after this Dao discourse ended, there would be many almighty experts in the 3 realms who would understand their own path of Dao. From there, They would take the crucial step to transcend everything and cultivate to the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. And just as the Taoist priests were discussing Dao in the Daoyuo sky, Feng Zichen's original body had quietly arrived in the depths of the ultimate ruins. Together with the mental demon of the ultimate ruins, they entered the future holy land of the demonic Dao, the eternal demon abyss. Is this the holy land of the demonic Dao? It's really different from the immortal Dao. After stepping into the eternal demon abyss, Feng Zichen looked around and said, unlike the holy land of the immortal Dao, the demon abyss was filled with evil qi, yin qi, evil qi, and other filthy qi. These filthy qi combined with the khanate qi and turned into a strange and unpredictable demonic qi. It had the characteristics of blurring one's mind and eroding one's vitality. This demonic qi was the opposite of immortal qi. Moreover, its greatest danger was that it could pollute the innate qi. If the demonic qi was allowed to leak out without proper management, it wouldn't take long for the blessed land to be corroded by the demonic qi and become a demonic land. After looking at the eternal demon abyss a few more times, Feng Zichen said, this demon abyss is really the nemesis of the immortal Dao. I can faintly sense that this place is connected to the immortal Dao. I'm afraid that when the demon abyss is born, the immortal Dao's summer heat relief will come. In Feng Zichen's perception, he saw the future of the immortal Dao. The eternal demon abyss was born, and the immortal Dao's destiny was shaken. Then, a great demon came out of the demon abyss and constantly wreaked havoc in the world, becoming the enemy of the immortal Dao. The battle between the immortal Dao and the demon abyss would begin with the birth of the eternal demon abyss. Of course, the birth of the eternal demon abyss wasn't a good thing for the immortal Dao. It was a sign of their impending doom. But to the three realms and the wilderness, the birth of the demon abyss was a good thing. Firstly, the opposition of immortal Dao and demon could effectively reduce the number of immortals, which was beneficial to the world. Secondly, immortal Dao and demon were like yin and yang, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The two opposed each other but were not unified, which was beneficial to stabilizing the world and promoting the development of the three realms. Thirdly, which was also the most important point, the birth of the eternal demon abyss could relieve the pressure on the three realms. It would allow the evil qi, tribulation qi, evil qi, turbid qi, and other filthy qi to have a new outlet. It could be said that as long as the eternal demon abyss existed, it would be like the sinkhole, constantly swallowing the waste produced by the world, thus delaying the arrival of the final tribulation. The birth of the eternal demon abyss was a crucial link in the evolution of the world. And Feng Zichen came to the sinkhole to help the sinkhole and inner demon perfect the eternal demon abyss, allowing it to truly be born. That's right, the three realms had been around for more than 200,000 years, but the eternal demon abyss was still the same, incomparably illusory. It was still illusory, and there were no signs of it being born. The sinkhole and inner demon used all means to strengthen the eternal demon abyss's origin, but there was no effect. The eternal demon abyss was like a giant eater, not rejecting anything, swallowing everything, but there was no growth. The bottomless ruin and heart demon made some deductions and discovered that although the eternal demon abyss shouldered a heavy responsibility, its opportunity to appear in the world was not in this cataclysm, but in the next cataclysm, accompanied by the rise of the demonic path. The sky demon Dao and heavenly immortal Dao were mutually reinforcing and counteracting. Now that the heavenly immortal Dao was about to flourish, the sky demon Dao would naturally also flourish. And this opportunity to flourish should be when the heavenly immortal Dao was at its most prosperous, and it was the beginning of its decline. If it was not the next tribulation, it would be the tribulation after that. But the impatient sinkhole and inner demon could not wait until the next tribulation. The eternal demon abyss was related to their Dao. If it could not be born, then the two would not be able to attain Dao. Moreover, by the time the eternal demon abyss was born in the next tribulation, it would be too late. After the Daoyuo heavenly Dao debate, the strength of the celestial sect would rise to a whole level, and there might even be many primordial chaos Dao masters. At that time, without the primordial chaos Dao masters, even if the demon Dao could flourish, what could they do? Facing the celestial sect with many primordial chaos Tao masters, what could the demon Tao do? Wouldn't they be at the mercy of the celestial sect? As for the heavenly Tao wanting the demon Tao to flourish, that was simple. Flourishing for a day was still flourishing. Just put on a show and let the demon Tao run rampant for a period of time. Then find a reason to turn the world upside down and reverse the heavenly Tao. In an instant, the demon Tao could decline from flourishing and fall into the dust. A Daxing without a master overseeing it was like a castle in the air, a reflection of the moon in the water. It was all illusory and unrealistic. It could be destroyed at any time. After flourishing, the demon Tao would fall into the dust. As the two great sect masters of the sky demon Tao, if they could end up well, their fates would naturally be miserable. They might not die, but they would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed forever. Other than that, it was not over. If they were really suppressed by the experts of the celestial sect, then with the temperament of the great masters of the celestial sect, both the sky demon and the sky demon could imagine their days after being sealed. The great mediums of the celestial sect of wonders wouldn't mind using their names to stir up trouble in the world. Moreover, after they were done using them, they would plant all kinds of shit on the two of them. It was too miserable. Even if they were sealed, they would not be able to find peace. From time to time, they would be dragged out by the great masters of the celestial sect and become the targets of everyone in the world. How could the sky demon and the sky demon accept such a future? Therefore, they wanted to go against the heavens and change their fate, causing the eternal demon abyss to be born in advance. They wanted to accumulate as much power as they could to achieve the realm of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, before the demon Tao flourished. Of course, the sky demon Tao with only two primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could not be a match for the celestial sect, but they had the ability to deal with the primordial chaos Tao master of the celestial sect. Yes, they had the ability to flip the table. In the future, even if the celestial sect defeated the sky demon Tao, they would not dare to force the two Tao masters of the sky demon Tao too much. After all, if two primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian self-destructed at the same time, they could at least blow up half of the three realms. The primordial chaos Tao master of the celestial sect had scruples about this, so he would not dare to force the Tao master of the sky demon Tao too much. As for the method to restrain the self-destruction, self-destruction was the last desperate move of a cultivator. If it was so easy to restrain, it would not be called a method of mutual destruction. If one wanted to stop the enemy from self-destruction, there was only one way, and that was to suddenly burst out with a power several times stronger than the enemy at the moment of self-destruction, and kill them by force. In this way, self-destruction would naturally be resolved. The way to deal with self-destruction was to interrupt it with a stronger power. It sounded easy, but it was not easy to do. The sky demon and the sky demon had a good idea, but their power was limited. Even if they used all their means, they could not cause the eternal demon abyss to be born in advance. As a last resort, the two of them went to the main body, Fengzichen. Fengzichen thought about how to create the eternal demon abyss for several days, and indeed came up with a way, but it was not easy to execute. The main reason was that he was afraid of attracting the attention of the celestial sect. The birth of the eternal demon abyss was bound to affect the destiny of the immortal path. Therefore, if it was forcefully created, it would inevitably arouse the vigilance of the celestial sect masters. If they were not careful, the celestial sect masters would personally come to the sky demon abyss and destroy it. At that time, as one of the leaders of the righteous path, Fengzichen would not be able to help the sky demon abyss. For this reason, he could help the sky demon abyss create the eternal demon abyss, but he had to find an opportunity when the celestial sect masters were not around. The Daoyuo Heavenly Tao debate was born for this reason. It was basically impossible to wait for the celestial sect masters to leave the three realms of their own accord. But if there was no opportunity, it could be created. Fengzichen thought about it, and thought of opening the Daoyuo Heavenly Tao. In the name of spying on the great Tao, he invited all the Taoist priests of the wilderness to discuss the Tao. In one fell swoop, he summoned all the masters of the celestial sect to the Daoyuo Heavenly Tao debate. Just as everyone was focused on the Tao debate, and had no time to worry about the three realms. Feng Zichen slipped away and quietly left the boundless starry sky, came to the Sky Demon Abyss, and began his plan, helping the Sky Demon Abyss and the Celestial Sect open up. At this time, everyone's thoughts were on how to attain the Tao. How could they be distracted to care about the three realms? If they were distracted and did not catch that fleeting spark of the great Tao, missing the opportunity to attain the Tao, wouldn't it be too late to regret it? Therefore, taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Feng Zichen could rest assured and help the Celestial Sect open up the Eternal Demon Abyss. Following the Celestial Sect and the Celestial Sect, Feng Zichen walked forward for a while more until he arrived at the deepest part of the Eternal Demon Abyss. When he arrived, he saw endless demonic qi gathering in the depths of the abyss. It seemed to have a life of its own, throbbing constantly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it wasn't demonic qi that was throbbing, but the Khanate Dao fetuses in the depths of the demonic qi. There were a total of 9 Khanate Dao fetuses, and each one was surrounded by terrifying demonic shadows. These were Khanate godfiends born from the abyss, true and complete Khanate godfiends that belonged to the demonic Dao. They were also the key to the future prosperity of the Sky Demon Dao. These Khanate Devil's fetus were born together with the other Khanate godfiends of the three realms. However, while the Khanate godfiends of the three realms had been born for many years, the Khanate Devil's fetus here showed no signs of birth. The reason for this was the influence of the Eternal Demon Abyss. These 9 Khanate Devil's fetus were all born from the core of the Eternal Demon Abyss. But now, even the Eternal Demon Abyss itself hadn't reached perfection. So where would it find the extra power to nurture these Khanate demon gods? Therefore, although these Khanate Devil's fetus had been around for many years, there were no signs of birth at all. If they wanted to be born, they would have to wait until the Eternal Demon Abyss was truly born. Only then would the Abyss have the power to nurture them. To be able to nurture 9 Khanate demon gods at once, this Eternal Demon Abyss is truly extraordinary. No wonder you can't nurture them. Feng Zichen sighed with emotion as he looked at the 9 Khanate Devil's fetus. In the three realms, the only place other than the World Tree that could nurture 9 Khanate godfiends at once was Kunlun Mountain. And now, the Eternal Demon Abyss had done the same. What did this mean? Even if the Eternal Demon Abyss couldn't compare to Kunlun Mountain, it wasn't far off. Chapter 842. It was no wonder that the Eternal Demon Abyss carried the future fortune of the Sky Demon Sect. Being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kunlun Mountain, it was indeed qualified. Let's begin. Feng Zichen instructed as he silently walked up to a Khanate Devil's fetus. Then, Inner Demon and Guishu stepped forward and took out the blood of the Chaos Demon God that Feng Zichen had collected from the Realm Sea. They circled around the Khanate Devil's fetus and continuously drew. Soon, a special formation made entirely of the blood of the Chaos Demon God appeared below the Khanate Devil's fetus. The formation's function was very simple. It was used to summon the Chaos Demon God. With the Khanate Devil's fetus as bait, the formation would strengthen the Devil's fetus's power and attract the Chaos Demon God that was wandering outside the realm. Through the mysterious connection, they would descend here and possess the Khanate Devil's fetus. They would then be born in the Eldritch Wilderness as Khanate demon gods. This was a proper secret technique of the demon sect that was used to summon the Chaos Demon God. And now, Feng Zichen was using this formation. Naturally, his purpose was not to help the Chaos Demon God reincarnate in the three realms, but to hunt down the Chaos Demon God. That's right, to hunt down the Chaos Demon God. For the Eternal Demon Abyss to be born, it needed an enormous amount of world origin. Where would this world origin come from? Obviously, it was most suitable to come from the Chaos Demon God. The Chaos Demon God's world origin was of extremely high quality, far surpassing the world origin. In fact, even the Chaos origin was slightly inferior. It could even give birth to the Eldritch Wilderness, let alone a mere Eternal Demon Abyss. As long as it devoured the Chaos Demon God's world origin, the Eternal Demon Abyss's rate of birth would definitely skyrocket. It would be no problem for it to be born completely within 100 years. As for hunting down the Chaos Demon God, it only needed to be killed and refined the moment it descended. This wouldn't be too difficult to accomplish. This was because the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God would definitely not descend in his true form. He would only descend a wisp of his true spirit. And how strong could a wisp of true spirit be? At most, it would be the strength of a primordial chaos perfected golden immortal. With Feng Zichen's strength at the ninth heaven of primordial chaos and his strongest connate treasure, the primordial chaos Dao Bell, suppressing a wisp of true spirit of a chaos fiend celestial was a piece of cake. Resist? Can they resist? Although this method was simple, it had a flaw, and that was that it was troublesome. Since the Chaos Demon God did not descend with his true body, but only a wisp of his true spirit, the power he carried was very limited. Therefore, one Chaos Demon God's true spirit was definitely not enough. He needed many of them. With so many Chaos Demon Gods, it was inevitable that he would fail. Therefore he had to be careful, and even more careful. This was the reason why Feng Zichen's original body had appeared here. He wanted to use his strongest power to suppress any possible accidents that might occur. I'm ready. We can begin now. After finishing the preparation work, the ultimate ruins and the mental demon spoke at the same time. In fact, there was no need for them to say anything. Feng Zichen and their minds were connected. The moment they were ready, he already knew that they could begin. Then let's do it. Nodding, Feng Zichen waved his big sleeve and released a Taoist who was surrounded by a murderous aura. This was a demi-saint of the demon sect. Feng Zichen had captured him on his way to the ultimate ruins. He was also an extremely important part of Feng Zichen's operation this time. He would be responsible for activating the formation and summoning the Chaos Demon God. If Feng Zichen and the other two were responsible for activating the formation, the Chaos Demon God on the other side of the formation would inevitably be alarmed and vigilant, thus creating unknown variables. For this reason, the person used to activate the formation and summon the Chaos Demon God must have nothing to do with Feng Zichen. It was with this idea that Feng Zichen had captured a demi-saint of the demon sect on the way. The demi-saint of the demon sect was a direct descendant of the Chaos Demon God in the Untainted Land. He had nothing to do with Feng Zichen, so it was more than appropriate to use him to summon the Chaos Demon God. The people of the demon sect found a connate devil's fetus in the three realms. In their excitement, they decided to summon the Chaos Demon God and urge him to be born in the three realms. Was there a problem? There was no problem at all. It was reasonable. As for why Feng Zichen was so coincidental that he could meet a demi-saint of the demon sect on his way to the ultimate ruins, there was nothing surprising about it. Feng Zichen's luck was so strong that it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the best in the three realms. In short, Feng Zichen's luck was the best in the world. He had basically reached the point where he could get whatever he wanted. As long as he desperately wanted to meet a demi-saint of the demon sect in his heart, there would definitely be an unlucky demi-saint of the demon sect who would appear in front of Feng Zichen due to various coincidences. It couldn't be helped. People with great luck were just so unreasonable. After using a secret method to confuse the mind of the demi-saint of the demon sect, Feng Zichen and the other two hid their bodies in the Hongming Daozhong and became one with the surrounding heaven and earth. They were completely invisible and did not leave a trace of aura. At this moment, the unconscious demi-saint of the demon sect suddenly woke up. Then he saw the connate devil fetus in front of him, and the formation below the devil fetus to summon the Chaos Demon God. Suddenly seeing this scene, the demi-saint of the demon sect was not surprised at all. He walked forward naturally, and began to prepare to activate the formation. Of course he was not surprised. His memory had long been tampered with by Feng Zichen. Now in his mind he was traveling here by chance and accidentally found a connate devil fetus. Using the devil fetus as the foundation, he built a formation to summon the Chaos Demon God. The formation in front of him was built by the demi-saint of the demon sect. How could he not be natural? After skillfully operating it, the demi-saint of the demon sect began to chant. He was using the secret method of the demon sect to activate the formation and summon the Chaos Demon God. As the demi-saint of the demon sect moved, the strange formation below the connate devil fetus suddenly bloomed with rays of blood light. Immediately, an inexplicable force spread out from the blood light, and distorted the unknown time and space. In this way, after waiting for a few days, the void above the connate devil fetus suddenly began to distort and become indescribable. Wisps of chaotic evil aura spread out. This strange phenomenon meant that the formation had already connected with a chaos demon god, and was guiding his power to descend into the eternal demon abyss. In this way, after a few more days, the constantly distorting void above the connate devil fetus suddenly collapsed. A pitch-black, deep, and ominous void passage quietly formed, connecting the unknown world and the three realms. Immediately, an incomparably violent force, accompanied by wisps of chaotic evil aura, surged from the other end of the passage and landed above the connate devil fetus, turning into a strange demon god with 6 faces. The demon god of 6 desires. Fengzichen, who was hiding in the dark, recognized the origin of the demon god of 6 desires the moment it descended. It was the demon god of 6 desires who had mastered the great Tao of 6 desires. The demon god of 6 desires' strength was not the best among the chaos demon gods. At most, his intelligence was first class. Among the chaos demon gods, there were many who were stronger than him. But even so, few people dared to provoke the demon god of 6 desires among the chaos demon gods. It was true that he was not strong, but he had a twin brother called the demon god of 7 emotions, who was a chaos demon god who had mastered the great Tao of 7 emotions. The strength of the demon god of 7 emotions and the demon god of 6 desires were about the same. Neither was stronger than the other. But once the 2 chaos demon gods joined forces, they could become the demon god of 7 emotions and 6 desires, and their cultivation would be close to that of the top chaos demon gods. Therefore, few chaos demon gods dared to provoke the 2 brothers. Others might be afraid of him, but Fengzichen was not. Firstly, the demon god of 7 emotions was not here. Secondly, this was the untainted land, the 3 realms, and the eternal demon abyss. It was his territory. He had no reason to be afraid of the demon god of 6 desires. Haha! It's the connate devil fetus. With him, I can avoid the eyes and ears of the heavenly Tao and reincarnate into the untainted land. I can hide there and secretly strengthen my strength, waiting for the birth of the great Tao fruit. The demon god of 6 desires saw the connate devil fetus right below him the moment he arrived. He could not help but shout excitedly. After a while, the excitement in his heart gradually faded. The demon god of 6 desires finally noticed the demonic sect quasi-sage who had summoned him. Then he said with satisfaction, "Very good. Are you the one who summoned me? You are very good. When I successfully reincarnate, I will personally help you attain the Tao and help you break free from the influence of the great Tao. From then on, you will regain your freedom. This is the reward you deserve. The chaos demon gods will never mistreat those who have made contributions. As long as you serve me with peace of mind and help me recover my strength, I can even help you attain the infinite Tao fruit and the ultimate creation realm, let alone the chaos Tao fruit." It was unknown whether the demon god of 6 desires was hypocritical or not. Anyway, what he said was very tempting. Such tempting words, coupled with the power of 6 desires that he naturally exuded, could easily arouse the greed of others. If an ordinary demonic sect expert listened to the demon god of 6 desires' words, he would probably be tempted and wholeheartedly loyal to him. Unfortunately, this demonic sect quasi-sage's heart had already been twisted by Fengzichen. No matter how the demon god of 6 desires tried to bewitch him, he could not shake his Tao heart at all. At this time, the demon god of 6 desires also sensed that something was wrong. He felt that there was something wrong with this demonic sect quasi-sage. But before he could find out what the problem was, Fengzichen, who had been preparing for a long time, had already made his move. Suddenly, the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared from the void, and became 10,000 feet tall. It was accompanied by a monstrous Hongmeng aura. It blasted down from the sky and enveloped the demon god of 6 desires, who was defenseless. "Ah, this bell. It's you. It's you, you thief. You actually hid here and plotted against me. Damn it, you deserve to die." Inside the Hongmeng Daozhong, although the demon god of 6 desires did not see Fengzichen, he recognized the Tao bell that trapped him and guessed Fengzichen's identity. It was the despicable thief who often ambushed and even hunted chaos demon gods in the realm sea. At the same time that he recognized Feng Zichen's identity, the demon god of six desires also understood his situation. Feng Zichen was able to escape from the joint attack of hundreds of chaos demon gods. His strength was terrifying. His chaotic true spirit would not be able to resist at all in front of him. There was no other possibility other than being easily killed. After understanding this, the demon god of six desires did not hesitate. After saying some harsh words, he directly dispersed his chaotic true spirit. When I recover from my injuries and my strength returns to its peak, I will suppress you in the infinite sea, and let you be eroded by the infinite calamity Qi day and night. The demon god of six desires' thoughts were simple. Rather than being killed and humiliated by Feng Zichen, he would rather end his own life. It was just a true spirit. He could afford to lose it. Although he thought this, when he really did it, the demon god of six desires' heart still ached. Although the destruction of his true spirit did not shake his foundation, the results of his hard work and cultivation over the past few years had been completely wasted. He would have to start all over again. The loss was not great, but it was hard to swallow this anger. The wisp of the six desires demon god's chaotic true spirit slowly dissipated amidst his extremely unwilling and resentful eyes. In the end, it turned into a ball of demon god origin that quietly floated within the Hongmeng Dao Bell. In the dark, Feng Zichen saw this scene and could not help but be speechless. He did not expect his deterrence to be so great. Before he even appeared, the demon god of six desires had already guessed that he was the culprit, and was so scared that he hurriedly killed himself. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was quite proud. In this world, who else but Feng Zichen could scare the demon god of chaos to the point of killing himself? Even the great god Pengu did not have this ability. Although this was only a true spirit of the demon god of chaos, it could not be denied that this was a great achievement. While feeling proud, Feng Zichen could not help but think of something. What kind of place was the infinite sea? Just now, the demon god of six desires had said that after his strength returned to its peak, he would suppress Feng Zichen in the infinite sea and let him be eroded by the infinite calamity Qi day and night. From the context, it was not difficult to infer that the infinite sea should be an extremely dangerous place. Otherwise, the demon god of six desires would not have suppressed Feng Zichen there. Moreover, the name of the boundless sea always made Feng Zichen think of the boundless calamity. This place should be related to the infinite calamity. Silently remembering the name of this place, Feng Zichen decided that if he had time, he would go to the outer realm to look for this place in the great chaos. He wanted to see just how extraordinary this place was for the demon god of chaos to call it a dangerous place. As for now, it was more important to advance to the eternal demon abyss. Feng Zichen did not come out from the dark. With a thought, the demon god of six desires chaotic true spirit that had formed the demon god source was sent out of Hongmeng Daozhong and merged into the eternal demon abyss. In an instant, intense changes occurred in the eternal demon abyss. More demonic energy gushed out and swept toward the edge of the eternal demon abyss. It shattered layers of the void and continued to expand the eternal demon abyss. After devouring the demonic god's origin, the eternal demon abyss continued to expand. At the same time, strange demonic Tao laws intertwined in the sky above the demon abyss, evolving continuously, causing the void of the demon abyss to become even more stable. Chapter 843. 8 more Chaos Demon Gods and the Eternal Demon Abyss will complete its evolution. Feng Zichen said after silently comprehending the changes in the Demon Abyss. A wisp of the true spirit of a Chaos Demon God was still too little. It was not enough for the Eternal Demon Abyss to evolve. It needed more. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen continued to cast the secret technique, and signaled to the demi-saint to summon the Chaos Demon God using the previous method. However, before the demi-saint of the demi-saint took action, Feng Zichen did not forget to knock on the Hongmeng Daozhong and release billions of wisps of Hongmeng Qi to cleanse the void. After all, the demon god of six desires had appeared here before. Although a wisp of his chaotic true spirit had been devoured by the eternal demon abyss, It was hard to guarantee that there would not be any remnants of his aura. If the next chaos demon god who arrived noticed something, it would be troublesome. Feng Zichen felt more at ease after cleansing the void with the primordial qi and completely washing away the remaining aura of the six desires demonic god. It was true that he wanted to scheme against the greatest life form in the world, the chaos demon god. He could never be too careful. It was a familiar scene and a familiar process. But this time, Feng Zichen and the demi-saints had changed to a connate devil's fetus. There was a sudden flash of blood light and an invisible wave spread out. It had formed a connection with an unknown existence. A few months later, the void above the connate devil's fetus suddenly collapsed and formed a strange void tunnel. Another chaos demon god walked out and descended. Good, very good. Who is summoning me as a connate devil's fetus? I must reward you. When I am successfully reincarnated, I will help you attain Tao and regain your freedom. Before the chaos demon god showed up, his voice was heard from afar. Shortly after, a chaos demon god with 7 heads squeezed out of the void tunnel and appeared before the demi-saint of the demi-saint of the demi-saint. This chaos demon god also had 4 limbs and 100 bones. He was not much different from an ordinary person, and also had a connate constitution. However, he had 7 heads. Furthermore, each head displayed a different expression. 7 heads, 7 faces, corresponding to 7 expressions. They were respectively joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, shock, and the other 7 emotions. Without a doubt, this chaos demon god was the twin brother of the demon god of 6 desires, the 7 emotions demon god. It was a coincidence that the 2 brothers were summoned at the same time. Brothers in the same boat. Before the 7 emotions demonic god could observe the situation, the primordial chaos Tao Bell suddenly appeared in the void and turned into 100,000 feet in size. It enveloped the 7 emotions demonic god as if it was covering him. Damn it. It's you, you thief. You bastard. God of God of God, God of mind was stunned, God of 7 God. Of God, God was God. Of God was God of God. Then he became extremely angry and cursed at Feng Zichen. Filthy words came out of his mouth, and he did not have the demeanor of a chaos demon god at all. At first, Feng Zichen was angry when he was cursed. He wanted to activate the Hongming Daozhong and kill the 7 emotions demon god of 7 emotions. However, Feng Zichen sensed that something was wrong the moment he had this thought. He was not like the 3 pure ones who cared about their reputation. He was a true Taoist who was not shocked by honor or disgrace. No matter how the world insulted him, cursed him, praised him, or praised him, his Taoist heart would not be shaken. If someone cursed him, he would just kill them. Why would he be so angry? However, Feng Zichen was angered by a few words from the 7 emotions demon god. That was not right. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen calmed down. Then, he realized that the 7 emotions demon god was indeed a demon god who had mastered the 7 emotions great Tao. There was the power of 7 emotions hidden in his words. He was provoking the anger in Feng Zichen's heart. If Feng Zichen was really impulsive and was affected by the power of 7 emotions, he would kill the chaotic real spirit of the 7 emotions demon god. Then he would fall into the Tao of the 7 emotions demon god. A wisp of the power of 7 emotions went deep into his Taoist heart. From then on, his Taoist heart would be damaged. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. If it was serious, he would sink into the sea of bitterness of the 7 emotions. Hiss. After understanding this, Feng Zichen could not help but take a deep breath. The chaos demon gods were really strange and powerful. There were hidden murderous intents everywhere. If he was not careful, he would fall into their Tao and fall into a disaster. It was really scary. Fortunately, the 6 desires demon god was more cowardly. When he found out that the person who came was Feng Zichen, he directly killed himself. He did not plot against him like the 7 emotions demon god. This saved Feng Zichen some trouble. Wait, that's not right. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly felt that something was wrong. How could he be sure that the 6 desires demon god did not plot against him? Now that he thought about it, the 6 desires demon god's actions were really strange. How could a chaos demon god be so cowardly? He did not even put up a fight and directly killed himself. It was a disgrace to the Chaos Demon Gods. Why couldn't the Six Desires Demon God's actions be to make Feng Zichen more cautious and create an opportunity to plot against him? The means of the Chaos Demon Gods had always been mysterious and unpredictable. The Six Desires Demon God might have done this. He had to be careful. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly activated the innate indestructible true spirit and turned it into an extremely perfect jade disc. There were countless runes of the Great Path around it, as if all the 3,000 Great Paths were on it. This was the great treasure of the Heavenly Path, the Jade Disc of Good Fortune. It was made by Pangu by combining part of the Great Path imprints of the 3,000 demon gods. Its power was ridiculously strong, and was not inferior to any great treasure of the chaos. Of course, this was not the Jade Disc of Good Fortune itself. It was a supreme magic that Feng Zichen had reverse-deduced from the fragment of the Jade Disc of Good Fortune. How much weaker was its power compared to the real Jade Disc of Good Fortune? Feng Zichen had not seen the real Jade Disc of Good Fortune, so he could not make a comparison. However, the power of this creation magic was definitely not weaker than the fragment of the Jade Disc of Good Fortune in Feng Zichen's hands. It might even be stronger. The Jade Disc of Good Fortune spun, and Dao light flowed on its body like a mirror. It shone on Feng Zichen's body from inside out. Soon it shone on him, not missing a single corner. Under the Jade Disc, the few flaws on Feng Zichen's body were illuminated one by one. There were no traces of him being plotted against. Seeing this, Feng Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. He had not been plotted against by the Six Desires Demon God, but he was not completely at ease. Immediately, Feng Zichen spun the Jade Disc of Good Fortune and shone it on the inner demon and the ultimate void. Indeed, in the corner of their bodies, where it was hard to detect, Feng Zichen saw a trace of the Six Desires Demon God's will. Obviously, it was left behind by the Six Desires Demon God at some unknown time, and with some unknown method. It was also strange that the Six Desires Demon God did not see the ultimate void and the inner demon at all. Even so, he could still do something to them, and it was under Feng Zichen's nose. This method was really shocking. Although he did not know what the Six Desires Demon God's will was used for, and how it affected the ultimate void and the inner demon, it was obviously not something good since it was left behind by the Six Desires Demon God. Therefore, Feng Zichen used a secret technique to keep the two traces of the Six Desires Demon God's will. Then, he used a secret technique to extract a trace of the Seven Emotions power from the Seven Emotions Demon God's voice. After doing all this, Feng Zichen put the two traces of the Seven Emotions and Six Desires Demon God's will together and suppressed Hongmeng Daozhong's body. Since it was left behind by the Chaos Demon God, it must be extremely mysterious. Keeping it could be used for research, and also to plot against others. In the future, he could use these two traces of power to plot against whoever he did not like. The Seven Emotions and Six Desires Demon God's will was extremely strange, and even Feng Zichen almost fell into it. In the three realms, there were very few people who could defend against the plot of these two traces of power. After dealing with the Seven Emotions and Six Desires Demon God's will, Feng Zichen began to reflect on himself. Recently, his life had been too smooth, and it had caused his mentality to become a little unstable, so much so that he almost fell into the Chaos Demon God's will. Seeing the Chaos Demon God kill himself, Feng Zichen's first reaction was not to be vigilant, but to be very proud of it. He thought that his reputation was enough to deter the Chaos Demon God. With such a mentality, he really became arrogant. Fortunately, the plot of the Seven Emotions Demon God this time made Feng Zichen regain his vigilance, and he fell from the sky. Otherwise, if he maintained such a mentality for a long time, Feng Zichen would inevitably suffer a great loss. The Seven Emotions Demon God was a good person. In order to thank him, Feng Zichen decided to let him die quickly, without any pain. With a thought, Feng Zichen's figure walked out from the darkness, and came to the front of the Seven Emotions Demon God. The Seven Emotions Demon God, who was continuing to curse, saw Feng Zichen's expression, and knew that his plot had been seen through. Immediately, he stopped cursing but stared at Feng Zichen and scolded angrily, Descendant of Pangu, you are very good. Since I was born, I have been roaming the chaos for countless years, and I have never seen anyone more arrogant than you. You treat us chaos demon gods as your prey. You are very good, and you are very bold. You have made me extremely angry. To be honest, my killing intent towards you has almost surpassed that of Pangu. When I return to my peak, I will definitely suppress your innate indestructible true spirit in the indestructible fire domain, and let you be burned by the indestructible Tao fire day and night. The humiliation that you have brought to us chaos demon gods will not be forgotten so easily. When the time comes for the final reckoning, you and everything related to you will disappear from this world. Even Pangu will not be able to protect you. The anger of the chaos demon gods will definitely burn you to ashes. After saying a long and harsh sentence to Feng Zichen, the body of the seven emotions demon god suddenly began to expand rapidly, and his power increased by more than a few times in an instant. He was going to self-destruct. Although he did not know why Feng Zichen lured him here, the most precious thing that he had was the chaotic true spirit. Therefore, the seven emotions demon god was determined to destroy the chaotic true spirit, and not leave anything for Feng Zichen. The idea of the seven emotions demon god was indeed very good, as it could break Feng Zichen's plot. But his plan was destined to fail. Because in the face of absolute power, there was no room for him to self-destruct. Although the chaotic true spirit of the seven emotions demon god was comparable to the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, it did not have the power to match it. Therefore, in front of Feng Zichen, who was at the ninth heaven of primordial chaos, all his resistance was futile. Not to mention that the seven emotions demon god was in Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, how could the seven emotions demon god resist Feng Zichen? With a thought, Feng Zichen activated Hongmeng Daozhong. In an instant, there was a melodious sound of a bell. Time and space suddenly stopped, and everything was still. The seven emotions demon god was also fixed on the spot. Sigh. Feng Zichen shook his head and sighed. An invisible force burst forth, drowning the seven emotions demonic god and destroying it. After a while, the seven emotions demon god disappeared, leaving behind an extremely pure chaotic true spirit. Since he said that he would let the seven emotions demon god die painlessly, he would let him die painlessly. Feng Zichen always kept his word. As for the threat of the seven emotions demon god, Feng Zichen did not take it to heart at all. If a few words could make him afraid, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to his current realm. The seven emotions demon god's words were really funny. He said it as if Feng Zichen did not offend them, they would not attack Feng Zichen. As a descendant of Pangu, it was destined that he could not coexist with the chaos demon god. Regardless of whether he offended them or not, the chaos demon god would attack Feng Zichen, and the rest in the end. All the descendants of Pangu knew this clearly. Therefore, the descendants of Pangu had always killed the chaos demon god whenever they saw one. They were unusually ruthless. Moreover, when the day of reckoning arrived, no one knew what realm Feng Zichen's strength had reached. At that time, it was not certain who would be the one to deal with who. It could only be said that the seven emotions demon god was too optimistic. However, the eternal fire territory that the seven emotions demon god mentioned attracted Feng Zichen's attention. It was another place that he had never heard of. The chaos outside the realm was really too mysterious. There were endless secret realms and opportunities waiting for the world to discover and explore. If I have time in the future, I must travel to the chaos outside the realm. Involuntarily, Feng Zichen was once again determined to travel to the chaos outside the realm. Soon he would have time soon. His doppelgangers had almost all grown up. When all of them became primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, Feng Zichen would have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen withdrew his thoughts and merged the chaotic true spirit of the seven emotions demon god into the eternal demon abyss. Accelerating the birth of the eternal demon abyss to help Gui Su and the mental demon attain the Tao was Feng Zichen's current priority. It was indeed much easier for the mental demon and Gui Su to attain the Tao than the other powerful figures. This was not because Gui Su and the mental demon were too outstanding, but because the Xian sect was too strong. To put it this way, the heavenly Tao emphasized balance the most. Therefore, the stronger the Xian sect was, the more support the heavenly Tao would give to the demon sect. If there were dozens of primordial chaos Tao masters in the Xian sect, perhaps Gui Su and the mental demon, who were the masters of the demon sect, could attain the Tao while lying down. It had to be said that sometimes, one's background was indeed more important than hard work. Chapter 844. Rumble. After devouring the chaotic real spirit of the seven emotions demonic god, the surface area of the eternal demon abyss expanded again, and the void became more stable. Vaguely, it became more solid. Looking at the performance of the eternal demon abyss, Feng Zichen could not help but feel that the eternal demon abyss could be born without summoning the 9 chaos demon gods. He had overestimated the eternal demon abyss. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and was about to activate the Hongmeng Qi to cleanse the void. Beside him, the inner demon seemed to have sensed something and suddenly entered a state of enlightenment. Feng Zichen thought about it and felt relieved. The inner demon walked the Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Whether it was the chaotic real spirit of the 7 emotions demonic god, or the chaotic real spirit of the 6 desires demonic god, they were all great supplements for the inner demon. Now the eternal demon abyss had devoured the real spirits of the 2 chaos demon gods. While its origin had increased greatly, it was also replenishing its master. The inner demon was replenished by the eternal demon abyss, and suddenly obtained many mysteries of the Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was normal for it to enter a state of enlightenment. The Tao of the chaos demon gods was the inheritance of the great Tao. It was far more mysterious than the connate Tao in the untainted world. It was a method that pointed directly to eternity. If the inner demon could comprehend some of it, it would undoubtedly have a greater chance of becoming a Tao of origin chaos. After this, the inner demon's time to become a Tao would be shortened by at least millions of years. Feng Zichen secretly cast a divine skill to send the inner demon aside. He continued to activate the Hongmeng Daozhong and cleanse the void with the Hongmeng Qi to cleanse the void of all auras of the chaos demon gods. After doing all this, Feng Zichen's eyes moved and the demonic sage-to-be immediately took action. He silently walked to the next connate devil's fetus and began to repeat the previous actions. As Feng Zichen continued to scheme against the other chaos demon gods, the 6 desires demon god, who had suffered a great loss in the realm sea, woke up from his seclusion in a huff. The monstrous flames of fury seemed to have materialized as they surged out from the god of 6 desires body and engulfed everything. Everything around him was burned to ashes. Damned reptile! I will not let you off. After venting his anger for a while, the 6 desires demon god seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly released a strand of divine consciousness and rushed toward the greater thousand world next door. That was the great thousand world where his elder brother, the 7 emotions demonic god, was. The 6 desires demonic god was in such a hurry, because he wanted to remind the 7 emotions demonic god not to fall into that little thief's trap. It was already bad enough that he had been set up. If both of them were to be set up at the same time, that would be unbearable. Brother, if someone summons your true spirit to reincarnate into the untainted land, don't respond. That's a trick of the thief. He's targeting our chaotic true spirits. Before he arrived, the voice of the 6 desires demon god could be heard from afar. However, what answered him was the furious voice of the 7 emotions demonic god. Ah, damned thief, I want you to die. It's too late. The 6 desires demon god slapped his forehead and said helplessly. Obviously his reminder was too late. The 7 emotions demonic god had already fallen into Feng Zichen's trap. Sigh. The 6 desires demon god sighed and walked forward helplessly. He wanted to persuade his elder brother to calm down for the time being. That was because even if they were angry, it was useless. At this moment they could not enter the untainted land at all. Since they could not enter the untainted land, they could not do anything to Feng Zichen. Since that was the case, instead of being infuriated here, they might as well think of a way to kill Feng Zichen the next time he appeared in the realm sea. At this moment, the 7 emotions demonic god noticed the arrival of the 6 desires demon god, and remembered what he had said. Then, the face of the demonic god of 7 emotions turned even uglier. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, brother? You were also tricked by that damn thief?" The 6 desires demon god nodded with an unsightly expression. "Before Big Brother, I was tricked by that little thief. As soon as I received the news, I hurriedly ran over to report it to Big Brother, but I was still a step too late." Hearing that, the 7 emotions demonic god cursed. "That thief is really evil. He can even think of such a despicable method. After this, if someone summons us to reincarnate using a demonic secret method again, should we respond or not?" Although the 7 emotions demonic god was angry that a strand of his true spirit was destroyed, he did not lose his composure. What really made him lose his composure was Feng Zichen's method. It was too evil. The negative impact of this matter was beyond imagination. Because of Feng Zichen's actions, this devil path secret method would be mostly destroyed in the future. In the future, if someone summoned them, no one would dare to respond easily. On the other side of the path, Feng Zichen was waiting for them with the Hongmeng Daozhong, messing with their mentality. If everyone was in a state of panic, no one would dare to use this secret method. Wouldn't the chaos demonic god have one less method to descend into the untainted land? Feng Zichen's plan was indeed feasible. At the side, the 6 desires demon god also thought of the possible consequences of Feng Zichen's method and said worriedly, "Indeed, this thief's plan is too evil. If he continues to do this, the method of reincarnation to enter the untainted land will be completely useless." Suddenly, the 6 desires demon god seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to the 7 emotions demon god, "Brother, do you think we should warn the rest of the Taoists not to fall into that thief's trap?" Hearing this, the 7 emotions demon god's eyes flickered for a while and said, "Forget it. It's better for everyone to suffer together than just the 2 of us." The chaos demonic gods have always been on the same side, advancing and retreating together. If we're going to suffer, we'll suffer together. No one can be left out. Moreover, if you and I go to warn them, it's hard to say whether they'll believe us or not. But they'll definitely laugh at us because of this. No, I'm definitely not going. I won't be bullied by them. As soon as the 7 emotions demon god finished speaking, the 6 desires demon god's mouth twitched. What he said at the end made some sense, but what he said at the beginning was completely nonsense. If the chaos demonic gods could advance and retreat together, they would have destroyed the untainted land long ago. At the moment, the chaos demonic gods seemed to have a common enemy and vowed to destroy the untainted land. But in fact, the chaos demonic gods had a lot of dirty dealings with each other. They were all hindering each other, causing their power to be unable to leave the realm sea. Wasn't the relationship between the chaos demonic gods clear proof? The 7 emotions demon god would rather let Feng Zichen benefit than warn the rest of the chaos demonic gods. This already explained everything. Alright, let's do it this way. The 6 desires demon god thought about it, and gave up on reminding the rest of the chaos demonic gods. His brother was right. It was better for everyone to suffer together than just the 2 of them. While the 2 brothers were talking, a powerful aura suddenly came from the great thousand world in the distance. Then there was a wave of angry curses. "Shameless person, don't let me get the chance. Otherwise I'll refine you into a magic weapon." The 7 emotions demon god and the 6 desires demon god looked up and realized that it was the destruction demonic god, who was in charge of the destruction great Tao. He was considered an expert among the chaos demonic gods, and was on par with the 7 emotions demon god and the 6 desires demon god. Seeing this familiar scene, the 7 emotions demon god and the 6 desires demon god looked at each other. Obviously, they had guessed what had happened to the destruction demonic god. He must have been tricked by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, things would not have turned out this way. At this moment, the destruction demonic god also noticed that the commotion he had caused had attracted the attention of many chaos demonic gods. Good heavens! How could I let you know about such a shameful thing? If it were to spread out, I would be laughed at by these bastards for many years. Thinking of this, the destruction demonic god decided to hide the fact that he had been tricked by Feng Zichen. Therefore, the 7 emotions demon god stared at the people around and roared, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen others get angry before?" After saying that, the destruction demonic god ignored everyone's reaction and went back to his place of seclusion angrily. It was not enough for him to be unlucky alone. He had to let his friends be unlucky with him. In this way, the destruction demonic god would not be laughed at by others. As an alliance, it was not important whether they could achieve glory together, but they definitely had to be humiliated together. When the chaos demonic god saw the destruction demonic god leave angrily, although they did not know what had happened, they could not go forward to ask after seeing his expression. They could only look away with doubts. However, the chaos demonic gods felt that they had missed out on something. In the next period of time, there were many chaos demonic gods in the realm sea who suddenly exploded and roared angrily at a guy called Little Thief. At first, the chaos demonic gods did not care about it. However, as more and more chaos demonic gods joined the ranks of cursing Little Thief, they gradually realized that something was wrong. In the realm sea, something that they did not know about seemed to have happened quietly. At this moment, the number of chaos demonic gods who had been tricked by Feng Zichen had reached more than 20. Yes, this number had far exceeded what was needed for the birth of the eternal demon abyss. In fact, it was not like what Feng Zichen had expected. He needed to kill the real spirits of 9 chaos demonic gods to trigger the birth of the eternal demon abyss. He only needed to kill a wisp of the real spirit of the 7th chaos demonic god, and he had already gathered enough for the birth of the eternal demon abyss. As for why Feng Zichen did not stop, it was because he had tasted the sweetness and did not want to stop. He wanted to get more real spirits of the chaos demonic gods. The real spirit fragments of the real spirits of the chaos demonic gods were good things. Although they were not as precious as the purple chi of Hongmeng, they were far more valuable than ordinary treasures. They could increase the chances of becoming Tao by 10%. In the eyes of those powerful figures who were stuck at the peak of Sage to be and could not break through, the value of this object was even higher than that of a primordial treasure. When Feng Zichen killed the 24th real spirit of the chaos he had summoned, in the realm sea, under the joint interrogation of a group of chaos demonic gods, a chaos demonic god finally could not bear the pressure, and told them that he had been tricked by Feng Zichen. Then, the group of chaos demonic gods became angry and threatened to teach Feng Zichen a lesson. But the chaos demonic gods could not go to the untainted land. How could they deal with Feng Zichen? The group of chaos demonic gods thought for a long time but could not come up with a good idea. In the end, the demon god of curses had an idea and came up with a way to kill Feng Zichen. That was to combine the power of the chaos demonic gods to curse Feng Zichen across infinite time and space. Didn't Feng Zichen want the real spirit of the chaos demonic gods? Just give it to him. 3,000 chaos demonic gods, each with a wisp of real spirit of the chaos, combined into a powerful force. With the blood that Feng Zichen had left in the realm sea as a guide, it turned into a huge power of curse and destroyed all his vitality. This was the plan of the demon god of curses. Once it was proposed, it was approved by the other chaos demonic gods. Then, these chaos demonic gods began to prepare. It was not a trivial matter for the chaos demonic gods to curse a person together. They needed to prepare well. When everything was ready, it would be at least tens of thousands of years later when they started to take action. As for Feng Zichen, he was completely unaware of the approaching danger. He continued to summon chaos demonic gods excitedly, waiting for the arrival of a new demonic god. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The chaos demonic god had already known what had happened, and was vigilant. How could he be fooled by Feng Zichen again? Feng Zichen waited for nearly 100 years, but he did not see any new chaos demonic gods coming. Immediately, he guessed that his plan had been seen through by the chaos demonic gods. There was nothing to be regretful about. He had obtained 24 wisps of real spirit of the chaos, which was not inferior to a primordial treasure, or even much more. However, there was one thing that Feng Zichen was quite surprised. The relationship between the chaos demonic gods was worse than he had imagined. Otherwise, they would not have only realized that something was wrong until now. They had let Feng Zichen take advantage of them for such a long time. However, although he had gotten the benefits, Feng Zichen might not be able to go to the Realm Sea in a short period of time. Of course, the Chaos Demonic God would not let it go after suffering such a big loss. Once he found that Feng Zichen had appeared in the Realm Sea, he might not be able to come back. At this moment, Feng Zichen still did not realize that the Chaos Demonic Gods were preparing to work together to curse him. Otherwise, he would not be so relaxed. Even with Feng Zichen's current cultivation, he could not withstand the curse of the Chaos Demonic Gods. He had to rely on external forces. The gap was too big. Danger was approaching Feng Zichen step by step, and he was still unaware. Putting away the 17 wisps of real spirit of the chaos in his hand, Feng Zichen looked at the eternal demon abyss. There were originally 24 wisps, but in order to create the eternal demon abyss, a total of 7 wisps were consumed. In this way, there were only 17 wisps left. After devouring the 7 wisps of real spirit of the Chaos Demonic Gods, the eternal demon abyss finally accumulated enough power and began to create rapidly. However, at this moment, the ultimate ruin and the heart demon did not have the energy to preside over the creation of the eternal demon abyss. Chapter 845. This was because the bottomless abyss and the inner demon were not free now. The inner demon had fallen into the deepest level of enlightenment, because she had obtained the mysteries of the great Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires. The bottomless abyss had also obtained the mysteries of the corresponding bottomless abyss great Tao, and had also entered the deepest level of enlightenment. The 12th chaos demon god that Feng Zichen had summoned was the bottomless abyss demon god that corresponded to the bottomless abyss. After devouring his true spirit, the bottomless abyss had naturally benefited, and was a big step closer to attaining enlightenment. Since the bottomless abyss and the inner demon were not free, Feng Zichen had to personally preside over the birth of the eternal demon abyss. However, while he could preside over the birth of the eternal demon abyss, he could not use the identity of Great Emperor Ziwei. Otherwise, it would definitely cause endless storms in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen transformed into the bottomless abyss, and used all kinds of mysterious demon Tao skills to preside over the birth of the eternal demon abyss. Rumble! In the depths of the bottomless abyss, the eternal demon abyss trembled, and spewed out endless demon chi that rushed into the clouds. Soon the sky above the bottomless abyss was dyed black like thick ink, so dark that it was terrifying. At this time, the living beings near the bottomless abyss were all terrified when they saw this scene, and instinctively fled into the distance, wanting to get away from this place. Whoosh! In the next moment, a bright demonic light rose, connecting heaven and earth, towering between heaven and earth. However, this demonic light came and went quickly. As soon as it appeared, it quickly retracted and disappeared from the world. The people who noticed this strange scene thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them, and did not take it to heart. The Taoist priests and the great masters of the 3 realms were all immersed in the mysteries of the great Tao at this moment, and did not have the time to pay attention to the matters of the 3 realms. Just like that, this strange scene passed. And thus, the eternal demon abyss was completely born. At this moment, in the depths of the bottomless abyss, Feng Zichen also had a look of astonishment on his face. He did not expect the birth of the eternal demon abyss to be completely different from what he had expected. There was no strange phenomenon at all. Just a demonic light that reached the heavens and earth flashed by, and a demon Tao holy land that was comparable to Kunlun Mountain was born just like that. The demon abyss has a spirit. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. The eternal demon abyss also knew that the demonic Tao was in an extremely precarious situation in the 3 realms. Then instinctively, he restrained all the accompanying phenomena when he was born, so as not to cause too much of a commotion and attract the attention of the celestial sect of wonders. The eternal demon abyss was born in such a low-key manner, saving Feng Zichen a great deal of trouble. Immediately after, Feng Zichen stretched out both hands, one hand circulating the power of Ruin's End, the other hand circulating the power of heart demons. At the same time, he used a supreme ability to conceal all the secrets of the eternal demon abyss birth. Feng Zichen could not use his identity as Great Emperor Ziwei to conceal the secrets of heaven. He could only use the power of the ultimate and the inner demon to do so. Although it was very difficult for the ultimate ruin and the inner demon to block the saints' prying, it was still very difficult for them to do so. However, the eternal demon abyss was extraordinary to begin with, and it naturally possessed the ability to conceal the mysteries of heaven. Coupled with the power of the inner demon and ruin's end, it was not difficult to temporarily block the deductions of the saints. Moreover, the decline of the demonic Tao was supported by the heavenly Tao. Even someone as strong as the saints would find it difficult to calculate the information about the eternal demon abyss under the interference of the heavenly Tao. It was a pity that the eternal demon abyss was only the holy land of the demonic Tao, not the ancestral court of the demonic Tao. Otherwise, the luck of the eternal demon abyss would be even stronger, and it would not need to rely on external forces to block the prying of the saints. As for why the demonic Tao ancestral court was there, it was naturally because of the Western sect's ancestral court, Mount Meru. The two sects shared the same ancestral court. It was difficult for them to coexist. No wonder the demonic Tao and the Western sect became mortal enemies. However, even so, with the support of various powers, the news of the birth of the eternal demon abyss should be able to be concealed for millions of years. Millions of years was not short. It was enough to do many things. Rumble. While Feng Zichen was lost in thought, another change occurred in the eternal demon abyss. In the depths of the eternal demon abyss, the 9 innate devils' fetus shone brightly. Endless demonic chi swirled around them, exuding a powerful innate demonic might. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The innate demon gods nurtured within these 9 innate devils' fetus were about to be born. That was right. These 9 innate devils' fetus were born from the eternal demon abyss. Now that the eternal demon abyss had been born, they were nourished by the demonic abyss origin, rapidly evolving and maturing. This was a very normal thing. Rumble. In the surging demonic chi, the first innate devil's fetus was born. Among the 9 innate devil's fetus, the middle devil's fetus suddenly bloomed like a lotus. The lotus was pitch black and shrouded in demonic chi. It had 1,000 leaves, each of which bore natural demonic patterns that formed a mysterious and eerie pattern. This was the Khanate spirit treasure, the 1,000-leaf demonic lotus. It contained 34 Khanate divine restrictions, and was a superior Khanate spirit treasure. Since it was born with a superior Khanate spirit treasure, it meant that the innate demon god that was about to be born was a top Khanate demon god. Rumble. The moment the lotus fully bloomed, a tall and sturdy figure dressed in black appeared before Feng Zichen. Purple hair draped over his shoulders, and a haughty look in his eyes. Nameless Yuan. The innate demon god instinctively called out his divine name as soon as he was born. Yuan. As in the eternal demon abyss. This was the first innate demon god born in the eternal demon abyss, born from the destiny of the eternal demon abyss. He was an innate seed of the demonic Tao, a future supreme overlord of the demonic gate, capable of ruling over 3 generations. That was if he didn't die. The first master of the demonic sect was demon ancestor Rahu, who'd single-handedly created the demonic Tao and demonic sect. The second master of the demonic sect was Sinkhole, an inner demon. He'd redefined the demonic Tao and established a sacred land of demonic Tao. As for the third master of the demonic sect, that should be Yuan. As for his accomplishments, if nothing unexpected happened, he'd lead the demonic sect to prominence and overshadow the mystic sect in one fell swoop. Obviously, this was impossible to do. In other words, the future master of the demonic sect would never be free of the word future. In the future, Yuan would be the master of the demonic sect, but not in the present. Just like demon ancestor Rahu, he'd been the master of the demonic sect in the past, but not in the present. The current master of the demonic sect was Sinkhole and inner demon. Not in the past, not in the future, but in the present. After Yuan was born, he naturally understood the situation here from the consciousness of the eternal demon abyss. He reigned in all his arrogance and bowed respectfully to Feng Zichen. Greetings, master. His arrogance was worthless in front of the Taoist priests, let alone in the eyes of a top great master. It was human instinct to judge the situation and size up the situation. At this moment, Feng Zichen was wearing Sinkhole's face. Yuan called him master, so there was no problem in thinking that he was a top great master. Feng Zichen sized up Yuan. His burly figure and surging baleful aura, accompanied by demonic qi that made it difficult for others to approach him, all indicated that he was a natural demon. As for cultivators, they were at the Golden Immortal Realm, the standard for top Khanate godfiends. In the end, the demonic Dao's fortune wasn't as good as the mystic sect's. The birth of a sacred land could only nurture a top Khanate godfiend, not an innate saint. The difference was still too obvious. Though a little disappointed, Feng Zichen didn't show it. He only nodded and motioned for Yuan to stand aside and wait with him for the birth of the other 8 Khanate demon gods. In the next moment, another Khanate devil's fetus exploded, and a figure that resembled a demon god walked out with a halberd, exuding an unparalleled domineering aura. "My name is Purgatory," the Khanate demon god said as soon as he was born. Purgatory demon god was his name. Feng Zichen's eyelids twitched at the sight of his birth. This Purgatory demon god was also a top Khanate god fiend. The halberd in his hand was a superior grade Khanate spirit treasure that contained 33 Khanate divine restrictions. However, this wasn't the main reason Feng Zichen was surprised. What surprised him was that this Purgatory demon god's appearance was somewhat similar to the Purgatory demon god of the Chaos demon god. No, even their names were the same. When he first saw the Purgatory demon god, Feng Zichen thought that the Chaos demon god had reincarnated into the untainted land. He was so shocked that he almost pinched this newborn Purgatory demon god to death. Fortunately, Feng Zichen soon realized that something was wrong. Although their names were the same and their appearances were somewhat similar, the Purgatory demon god in front of him wasn't the Chaos demon god. This was because he didn't have the innate noble aura unique to the Chaos demon god. This was an Khanate demon god born in the 3 realms. With a thought, Feng Zichen silently used the divine calculation of Dian, and finally figured out the cause of all this. Although the Purgatory demon god wasn't the reincarnation of the Chaos demon god, he was still affected by the Chaos demon god. After the eternal demon abyss devoured the 7 true spirits of the Chaos demon god, it eventually affected the Khanate devil's fetus that it was born with, causing it to mutate and spontaneously move closer to the Chaos demon god. This was both a good and a bad thing. The good thing was that under the influence of the Chaos true spirit of the Chaos demon god, the Khanate devil fetus that was supposed to be a superior Khanate demon god transformed into a superior Khanate demon god. The bad thing was that if they attained Tao in the future, they would inevitably have to face the Chaos demon god that was their counterpart. For them, the tribulation of Tao attainment was really a tribulation of life and death. If they were not careful, they would be possessed by the Chaos demon god, and their cultivation would go to the Chaos demon god. However, on the whole, this was a good thing. After all, no one knew how many years it would take for these Khanate demon gods to attain Tao. At that time, they might have a way to deal with the Chaos demon god. Or, to put it bluntly, they might not have the chance to attain Tao in the future. In any case, for these Khanate demon gods, transforming from superior Khanate gods to superior Khanate gods was undoubtedly a great thing for them. The difference between superior and superior demon gods was very obvious. One had a superior Khanate spiritual treasure, while the other didn't. It was a very obvious difference. Boom. Boom. After the Purgatory demon god, 2 more Khanate devil fetus exploded at the same time. 2 figures enshrouded in the qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires appeared in front of Feng Zichen. "My name is 7 emotions. My name is 6 desires." The 2 Khanate demon gods announced their divine names as soon as they appeared. 6 desires demon god and 7 emotions demon god. Just from their names, one could tell that these 2 were born as Khanate demon gods under the influence of the 7 emotions demon god and the 6 desires demon god. As Feng Zichen had expected, these 2 Khanate demon gods were also superior Khanate demon gods. They each had a superior Khanate spiritual treasure and 33 Khanate divine restrictions. They were called the 7 emotions banner and the 6 desires banner. That's right, They were a complete set of connate spiritual treasures. When the two treasures combined, they formed the supreme grade connate spiritual treasure, the banner of 7 emotions and 6 desires. These two connate demon gods were also a pair of brothers. After the birth of the emotion demon and the lustful demon god, the other connate demon gods were born as well. Although their attributes differed, they were all superior connate demon gods with superior connate spiritual treasures. Very good. All of you are the future hope of our sky demon Tao, Feng Zichen said to the 9 connate demon gods in front of him. Although there were no connate saints, 9 superior connate demon gods wasn't too shabby either. Once they matured, the sky demon Tao would have some foundation and wouldn't need the sect head to personally attend to every matter. Moreover, the power of the chaos demon god's true spirit hadn't been completely refined after the birth of the eternal demon abyss. Once it was completely refined, a new batch of connate devil fetus would be born. Perhaps there would even be connate saints among them. Feng Zichen's mind was filled with thoughts, but he did not show it on his face. He just said to them, "Although you are extraordinary, you were born too late and missed the opportunity to listen to the lectures of the top 10 cultivators. Compared to the connate gods of the 3 realms, all of you lack some foundation. When you meet them in the future, it will be difficult for you to compete with them." The 9 demon gods immediately panicked at Feng Zichen's words. They bowed to Feng Zichen and said, "Please teach us." Even though they'd just been born, they knew from their heritage that the connate gods of the 3 realms were their future opponents. Now that they'd learned from Feng Zichen that they were inferior to them, how could they not panic? Nodding, Feng Zichen seemed very satisfied with their attitude. He smiled and said, "Don't panic, all of you. Although the celestial sect of wonders is powerful, our demonic sects aren't too bad either. It doesn't matter if you miss the opportunity to preach, I will teach you. The great Tao of our demonic sects may not necessarily be inferior to the great Tao of the celestial sect." These 9 connate demon gods were the future pillars of the demonic sections. Feng Zichen naturally had to nurture them well, so he decided to preach to them personally. Upon hearing this, the 9 demon gods hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, sect head." Then, Feng Zichen preached the Tao to the 9 demon gods as the sinkhole. After Guisu finished, he still had to transform into a mental demon and continue preaching to the 9 demon gods. One person playing 2 roles, and both of them were himself. Feng Zichen was rather interesting. Chapter 846. While Feng Zichen pretended to be a Guisu and preached to the innate gods and demons, the Daoyuo heaven in the boundless starry sky was not calm. This grand occasion of the Daoyuo heaven's Tao discussion was gradually coming to an end. This discussion was initiated by Great Emperor Ziwei, so it naturally started with him. Similarly, it would also end with him. When Great Emperor Ziwei's Tao discussion ended, it was a sign that this discussion had come to a successful end. And from the beginning of the discussion until now, it had taken a total of 10,000 years. After the end of the discussion, Great Emperor Ziwei, the saints, and the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian sitting on the platform did not speak. Instead, they silently watched the many great divines and the innate Taoist priests below. At this moment, they were still immersed in the enlightenment of the Great Path. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to have comprehended something, and were about to take that crucial step. Everyone spoke at this moment. If they interrupted their opportunity to attain the Great Path because of this, it would be a great sin. Therefore, before everyone woke up from their enlightenment, it was better for them to remain silent. Just like that, another 1,000 years passed. The great divines and the innate Taoist priests also woke up one after another. Feng Zichen and the others looked at everyone with slight anticipation, hoping that a few primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian would be born among them. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After everyone woke up, none of them had attained the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Even Patriarch Nether River, who had the highest cultivation base among the great divines, and was closest to the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, failed to break through to become a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, after the end of this discussion, Although Patriarch Nether River did not break through to the next realm, he seemed to have become different from before. It was difficult to describe the specific difference in words. If one really had to describe it, it would be that he had become more perfect. Yes, perfect. The current Nether River Patriarch was even more perfect than before. Although he had not broken through to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, he vaguely gave people the feeling that the primordial chaos was one. Facing the Nether River Patriarch was like facing a primordial chaos golden immortal. If Feng Zichen's guess was correct, the Nether River Patriarch's combat strength was now on par with the Daoyuo Jingxian. Even in terms of cultivation realm, he had also touched the critical point. But that was the strange thing. Both his combat strength and realm had reached the primordial chaos realm, but the Nether River Patriarch had yet to make a real breakthrough. As Feng Zichen continued reading, he found that there were many other powerful individuals who were in the same state as the Nether River Patriarch. For example, Ancestor Kuan Peng, Zhen Yuanzi, the Queen Mother of the West, Ancestral Witch Xian Ming, and dozens of other great divine abilities were also in this strange realm. This is, puzzled, Feng Zichen looked at Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Among the tens of thousands of people present, he had the highest realm and the strongest strength. Feng Zichen couldn't see the reason, but Dao Ancestor Hongjun should be able to. No matter how conceited Feng Zichen was, he didn't think that he could surpass Dao Ancestor Hongjun in terms of experience. Wasn't this a joke? Dao Ancestor Hongjun was the same age as the primordial world. His experience could be said to be the best in the primordial world, and no one could compare to him. He was a great existence who had truly witnessed all the history of the primordial world. Not only was Feng Zichen puzzled, but the other primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian were also puzzled. They also looked at Dao Ancestor Hongjun with puzzled gazes. Sensing everyone's puzzled gazes, Dao Ancestor Hongjun nodded, and said to the people below who had woken up, "I have to congratulate you. The primordial gate has been opened, and you are not far from achieving the Dao." When everyone heard this, not only were they not happy, but they also looked puzzled. They were clear about their own situation. Their realm, magic power, and source had all met the requirements to advance to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, everyone always felt that there was an invisible obstacle between them and primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It was this obstacle that prevented them from completing that crucial step. Right now, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. The primordial chaos Dao fruit was clearly in front of them, and they could reach it with their hands. But no matter what, they couldn't touch it. That feeling was really like a cat scratching an itch. It was really scratching to death. While they were puzzled, everyone hurriedly bowed in the direction of Dao Ancestor Hongjun, begging him to answer their questions. "Teacher, please teach me how to achieve the Dao." Dao Ancestor Hongjun smiled and said, "Don't be anxious. You already have the qualifications to achieve the Dao. What you lack is just to verify your great Dao. After verifying your path, you will naturally be able to break through to become primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian." Hearing this, everyone seemed to have understood something. Verify the great Dao? Verify it now? Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask Dao Ancestor Hongjun for advice. Because they knew from the Dao Ancestor's expression that he didn't intend to tell them, and wanted them to comprehend it themselves. Verify the great Dao. Although the powerful beings found a way to solve their own problems, they couldn't understand the meaning behind it for a while. They could only secretly remember it in their hearts and slowly think about it after leaving this place. While the Grand Masters were confused, Feng Zichen, the incarnation of the North Star, who had nothing to do with this matter, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the words "verify the great Dao." He vaguely felt that this matter had something to do with him, no, with the human race. Subconsciously, Feng Zichen's mind crossed the endless void and escaped into the long river of time and space, quickly tracing down. In an instant, all kinds of future were reflected in Feng Zichen's mind. Then he saw that one day in the future, the long river of time and space trembled. One after another, peerless powerhouses separated a wisp of innate indestructible true spirit, and fell from the long river of time and space into the human world. After that, the innate indestructible true spirits of these powerhouses reincarnated into the central God prefecture and became ordinary living beings. As they grew, they spread their own Tao and principles. In the central God prefecture, magnificent scenes were played out. At this point, the scene suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the long river of time and space trembled. An unparalleled force attacked and pounced on Feng Zichen's mind, blasting him out of the long river of time and space. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen was still in a daze. He seemed to know what the Tao ancestors' so-called verification of the great Tao was. It was to let those powerful beings reincarnate into the central God prefecture and spread their Tao and principles among the human race. These principles would constantly collide and fuse, bursting out sparks of wisdom. In this way, they would verify their gains in this Tao discussion and make the great Tao more and more perfect until it was enough for them to achieve Tao. 100 schools of thought contending. Recalling what he had seen just now, these 4 words appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. P.S. That's all for today. Carvin. Sort out the plot, then continue writing. If you don't do it well, it's almost over. My head hurts. I clearly have many ideas in my mind, but my writing is trash. I just can't write them. It's really uncomfortable. Sigh, it's urgent to improve my writing. Is there any good way? Chapter 847. Many powerful beings descended to the lower realm to preach, compete with each other, and verify their path. It was very similar to the time when 100 schools of thought contended in Feng Zichen's previous life. It couldn't be wrong. The opportunity for the powerful beings to attain the Tao was in the hands of the 100 schools of thought contending. However, it was not an easy task to preach in the human race. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's expression could not help but become playful. With so many powerful beings wanting to enter the human race to preach, it would definitely bring the human race's civilization one step closer. However, if they wanted to enter the human race to preach, they had to ask for Feng Zichen's permission. Of course, Feng Zichen would not refuse, nor could he refuse. That was because there were too many powerful beings who wanted to reincarnate into the human race. Feng Zichen did not dare to refuse. These powerful beings were not ordinary powerful beings, but powerful beings whose combat strength was comparable to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. If they joined forces, their strength was enough to turn the world upside down. Even Feng Zichen might not be able to resist them with the strength of the entire human race. These powerful beings were too powerful. Moreover, they reincarnated into the human race in order to attain the Tao. Anyone who dared to stop them would be their mortal enemy. The enmity of those who blocked the Tao would not rest until they were dead. Feng Zichen did not dare to stop them from reincarnating into the human race. Even if he could defeat them, he did not dare to. The human race could not afford to offend hundreds of powerful beings whose strength was comparable to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, although he could not stop these powerful beings from reincarnating into the human race, he could ask them for a favor. A favor from the future primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, and a favor from attaining the Tao, could be said to be extremely precious. At the very least, he could unconditionally ask them to do their best for the human race once. If the powerful beings entered the human race, they would owe Feng Zichen a favor. If they preached in the human race, they could increase the strength of the human race. Feng Zichen's deal was too worth it. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but laugh in his heart. After Tao ancestor Hongjun finished speaking, Great Emperor Ziwei, who was the owner of this place, said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, the Daoyuo heavenly discourse has ended. From what I can see, everyone has gained a lot." All of them hurriedly replied in unison when they heard this. We did indeed gain a great deal. At the very least, the Tao discussion this time has saved us countless years of bitter cultivation, and it even allowed us to comprehend our path towards the Tao. It's no different than an extraordinarily great fortune. Seeing that everyone had gained something, Great Emperor Ziwei nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since everyone has gained something, it means that this sparring session was undoubtedly a success. If that's the case, why don't we continue with the Tao discussion as usual? What do you all think?" Everyone agreed, so they replied, Emperor, you're right. I wonder how often will the Dao discussion be held? The Tai Dao Lord, Dao Yuo Jingxian, and the others who had rushed here to listen really wanted to roar in their hearts when they heard the questions of the great magics. It was held once every 100,000 years. To them, the shorter the time between the Dao discussion, the better. This was because they wouldn't gain much from a single Dao discussion, due to their low cultivation levels. It would be great if they could listen to it a few more times. However, 100,000 years was still too short for most of the Khanate Taoist priests and the great magics. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei thought for a moment and said, Why don't we hold it once every million years? What do you all think? Everyone thought for a moment and replied, All right. Obviously, they agreed with Great Emperor Ziwei's suggestion. As for the opinions of the Tai Dao Lord and Dao Yuo Jingxian, these Khanate Taoist priests didn't care. Seeing that no one objected, Great Emperor Ziwei smiled and said, All right, since that's the case, I'll see you again in a million years. With that, the exit of the Dao Yuo heavens opened again. When everyone saw this, they bade farewell to Great Emperor Ziwei and left one after another. They still had to go back into seclusion to organize their recent gains. Great Emperor North Star also hurriedly returned to the human race. He had to go back and wait for those great magics who were eager to attain the Dao to come to him. When they understood the words of the Dao ancestor, they would naturally come to see Feng Zichen. Then it would be time for him to slaughter them. After everyone left, the 3,000 Khanate Taoist priests of the Dao Yuo heavens also took their leave. They went back into seclusion to organize their gains from the Dao discussion. For a time, Great Emperor Ziwei actually had nothing to do. However, it didn't matter. He was just an incarnation. He only needed to pretend to be his original body. Just like that, 3,000 years had passed. On this day, at the bottom of the ultimate, in the eternal demon abyss, the ultimate and inner demon, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years, finally woke up one after another. The two of them had obviously gained a lot from this seclusion. His cultivation level had risen from the sage to be great perfection to the half-step primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jingxian. He had finally taken that crucial half-step and truly become a top-tier great magician. Now that the ultimate and inner demon had awakened, there was no need for Feng Zichen to pretend to be them and preach to the 9 Khanate demon gods. Feng Zichen quietly switched identities with the ultimate. When no one was paying attention, he left the eternal demon abyss and returned to the boundless starry sky. This time, Feng Zichen planned to go into seclusion for a period of time. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything from this Dao discussion. Everyone had to organize their gains, and he was no exception. However, halfway through his journey, Feng Zichen suddenly felt his heart palpitate, as if some danger was about to befall him. Not good. Danger. Immediately, Feng Zichen knew that there was a danger that he didn't know of that was quietly attacking him. With his cultivation level, he would never have an illusion. Since he felt his heart palpitate, it meant that danger was coming. And this danger was enough to threaten his life. That was strange. With Feng Zichen's current cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer of chaos primordial chaos, there were no more than 2 or 3 people in the wilderness who could defeat him. There was no one who could kill him at all. What kind of danger could it be that could make him feel his life was in danger? Feng Zichen was very curious about this, but he couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. Just like that, Feng Zichen returned to the boundless starry sky with doubts in his heart. As soon as he stepped into the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen's sense of danger and discomfort disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Feng Zichen blinked imperceptibly. Once he entered the boundless starry sky, the sense of danger was no longer a threat to him, which meant that with the support of the boundless starry sky, the danger was no longer a threat to him. Thinking of this, it was quite interesting. It was strange that there was a power in the wilderness that could threaten an expert at the 9th heavenly layer of chaos primordial chaos. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen simply gave up sorting out his recent gains. Instead, he used his magic skills to explore where the power that made him feel his heart palpitate came from. However, Feng Zichen spent thousands of years combing through the entire 3 realms, but he still didn't find any information about the power that made him feel his heart palpitate. By this time, Feng Zichen had already faintly understood that the power that made him feel threatened should not come from the three realms, but from outside the three realms. Outside the three realms. Who could it be? Soon Feng Zichen found his target. Outside the three realms. Who else could it be but the Chaos Demon God who had a grudge against him? In this way, the power that made him feel threatened should come from the Chaos Demon God. He just didn't know how the Chaos Demon God would deal with him. As Feng Zichen thought about it, the palpitations that made him uncomfortable resurfaced. Oh no! At first he was stunned, and then Feng Zichen's face completely changed. Even in the boundless starry sky, he could feel his heart palpitate. What did this mean? It meant that the impending danger might not be able to withstand even the boundless starry sky. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's face became more and more gloomy. This is troublesome. The Chaos Demon God has been forced into a corner this time, and he's going to do something for real. At this time, Feng Zichen had almost guessed the reason why the Chaos Demon God attacked him. It was most likely that he had been schemed against by him many times, and the anger in his heart could no longer be contained, so he decided to use his base to kill him. Although Feng Zichen did not know how the Chaos Demon Celestial was going to deal with him, he could roughly guess that the Chaos Demon Celestial was going to use unimaginable means to deal with him from the fear in his heart. Feng Zichen had underestimated the Chaos Demon God. If he had known that the Chaos Demon God had such means, Feng Zichen would not have been so ruthless when he schemed against the Chaos Demon God. However, it was useless to regret now. The Chaos Demon God had made up his mind to kill him, and Feng Zichen had to deal with him accordingly. Now the first thing to do was to strengthen his defense as much as possible. Secondly, he had to figure out how the Chaos Demon God was going to deal with him. Only by figuring out the means of the Chaos Demon God could Feng Zichen formulate a suitable means of defense and prepare for the next stage of the plan. Rumble. Feng Zichen's heart stirred, and the boundless starry sky suddenly shone brightly. The galaxy of universal light formation quietly operated, and the mighty galaxy surged in the starry sky, and the bright universal light kept flashing in the starry sky. At this moment, Feng Zichen activated the galaxy of universal light formation. However, he did not use the full power of the galaxy of universal light formation, but only used a part of it to manifest the first form of the formation. The moment the galaxy of universal light formation began to operate, Feng Zichen's palpitations gradually weakened, and then disappeared. However, Feng Zichen did not relax because of this. Instead, he became more and more nervous and focused on the changes in his body. Sure enough, after a few years, the familiar palpitations appeared in Feng Zichen's heart again. As time passed, the palpitations became more and more intense, making Feng Zichen's heart palpitate uncontrollably. At this time, Feng Zichen still didn't know that the Chaos Demon God was going to combine the power of the crowd to curse him to death. Thousands of years had passed, and the Chaos Demon God had already gathered and began to work together to build the altar used to curse Feng Zichen. As the Chaos Demon God's preparations became more and more complete, the shadow of death became closer and closer to Feng Zichen. Therefore, under the threat of death, Feng Zichen naturally felt palpitations. This was a warning from his great Tao. The more intense the palpitations were, the closer it was to the time when the Chaos Demon God would attack Feng Zichen. Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's control, the grand universal light formation of the Milky Way changed again. The second form quietly appeared. The galloping Milky Way was converging, and the universal light was also condensing. Soon, a huge wheel of the way appeared in the starry sky. It was the wheel of time and space, which had the power to distort the void. The moment the wheel of time and space appeared, the palpitations disappeared again. However, Feng Zichen did not stop activating the galaxy of universal light formation. More and more starlight gathered towards the wheel of time and space, causing it to begin to rotate slowly. Scenes of the future were quietly reflected by the wheel of time and space. Feng Zichen wanted to use the power of the wheel of time and space to forcibly peek into the future. He wanted to see how the Chaos Demon God would deal with him. Rumble. As the wheel of time and space rotated, more and more scenes of the future were reflected. Then Feng Zichen saw that about 3,000 years later, A terrifying dim light, which emitted an endless ominous aura, came from nowhere. It blasted through the seal of the boundless starry sky and hit him, who was sitting cross-legged on the Emperor Star. After that, Feng Zichen saw that under this dim light, his physical body, which was comparable to a primordial treasure, was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. Then his divine soul was burned to ashes. Then his primordial indestructible true spirit struggled in the dim light for a moment, and then disappeared. Finally, the dim light turned into a black flame, which emitted a strong power of destruction, and burned his great Tao into nothingness. At this point, Feng Zichen had completely fallen. There was nothing left. Even if he wanted to be resurrected, it would be many years later. Rumble. At this point, Feng Zichen wanted to continue watching, but an inexplicable force rippled out and interrupted the wheel of time and space's continued deduction. The scene then became blurred and nothing could be seen. What a ruthless method. Seeing this scene about the future, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The Chaos Demon God was really too ruthless. Although he did not know what the dim light was, he knew that it was especially terrifying from the consequences it caused. Feng Zichen, a master of the ninth heaven of Hunyuan, only held on for a moment under the dim light, before he was completely burned into nothingness. Its power was frightening. It had definitely surpassed the category of Hunyuan and reached the level of Daoyuo Jingxian, the peak of it. It might even surpass Daoyuo Jingxian. Needless to say, it would be very difficult to be resurrected after being killed by this force. He would not be able to come back at all without a few eons. The Chaos Demon God was going to cut off Feng Zichen's promotion. Judging from the current changes in the Untainted Land, Feng Zichen's realm would be surpassed by others if he was really delayed for a few eons. He would fall from the strongest to the weakest. Fortunately, what Feng Zichen had seen before was just a possibility of the future, not something that would really happen. There was still room for negotiation. Chapter 848. In this future, Feng Zichen died tragically, but that was because he did not use his magic treasure or the boundless starry sky. If he had used these two forces, even if Feng Zichen could not defeat the weird dim light, he would not have died so tragically and quickly. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen activated the Star River Cosmic Light Formation again, and evolved the third form of the formation, the deity Pengu. Although Feng Zichen knew that the demon celestial of chaos was going to kill him, he still wanted to continue to deduce. He wanted to see what the weird and powerful dim light was. It was so powerful that it could easily kill him. At the same time, he was also curious about the means of the demon celestial of chaos. The limitation of this means was not great. If it was not great, the Untainted Land would be almost finished. Today, the demon celestial of chaos could attack Feng Zichen with this means. Tomorrow, the ones who would be killed by the demon celestial of chaos might be the East Emperor Tai, the Emperor Fuxi, or other sages. Feng Zichen had to see clearly the means of the demon celestial of chaos, not only for himself, but also for the future of the Untainted Land. Rumble. Silently, the deity Pengu appeared. The power that was comparable to that of the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian was added to Feng Zichen, forcibly raising his realm to the Wuji Tao realm. Unfortunately, even though he was at the level of the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, Feng Zichen still could not figure out the plan of the demon celestial of chaos. After all, the demon celestial of chaos was really too powerful. At this point, Feng Zichen still did not give up. He clenched his teeth and suddenly activated the Star River Cosmic Light Formation buried in the Untainted Land. Together with the big formation in the starry sky, they operated together. Silently, a huge change occurred in the three dimensions. A dignified Pengu Dharma idol stood silently in the primeval world. It was neither happy nor sad, as if it was eternal and indestructible. This was Feng Zichen's biggest base, and also his invincible means in the Untainted Land. It was the Pengu Dharma form formed by combining the power of the entire Untainted Land. Previously, this Pengu Dharma power had at least the full power of the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. Now, with the promotion of the Untainted Land, his power had truly surpassed the level of Daoyuo Jingxian, and reach the legendary realm that only the Chaos Demon God could reach, the ultimate realm of creation. As for the specific levels, Feng Zichen did not know because he was not very familiar with this realm. He only knew the name, but he had no idea what kind of power it held. The moment Panga Dharma idol appeared, Tao ancestor Hongjun seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked inside and outside the 3 dimensions. After looking for a long time, he still did not find anything. In the end, Tao ancestor Hongjun shook his head in amusement and retracted his gaze. The inexplicable throbbing just now should be his illusion. Even Feng Zichen, who was at the 9th heaven of Hunyuan, would not have an illusion, let alone Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was already at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian. At his level of strength he would not have an illusion at all. However, not only did Tao ancestor Hongjun think so, but he also firmly believed it. Feng Zichen did not know about this. Otherwise, he would definitely be amazed by the power of the creation realm. The reason why Tao ancestor Hongjun had such thoughts was naturally that Panga Dharma idol had distorted his cognition. This was the power of the ultimate realm of creation. With a thought, he could create and destroy all things. With a thought, he could distort everything. With the addition of the power of the ultimate realm of creation, Feng Zichen instantly felt that he was different. It was as if with a thought, he could control everything in the world and change everything in the world. Subconsciously, a thought appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. That was all his enemies would die. Rumble. The moment this thought appeared, an unimaginable and incomprehensible power suddenly spread out between heaven and earth. In front of this power, the great Tao was distorted. Heaven and earth stopped operating. Everything became indescribable and incomprehensible. Under this power, even the great Tao that Chaos Daoyuo Jingxian had painstakingly maintained was distorted. All concepts were becoming chaotic. They suddenly could not understand the great Tao that they cultivated. They lost all their divine abilities and became no different from ordinary immortals. And this was the power of the ultimate realm of creation. In an instant, it could beat the high and mighty primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian into the mortal world. Terrifying, unimaginable, incomprehensible. It was also at this moment that those who were enemies of Feng Zichen, such as the Eastern Emperor Tai, the 2 saints of the West, the primordial Lord of Heaven, and the others, suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. It was as if they were about to die. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Before they could be shocked, this feeling of impending doom disappeared without a trace. Did Feng Zichen change his mind? Yes. But this was definitely not his intention. It was not that he wanted to let these people go, but he had to give up. Just as Feng Zichen had this thought, a powerful shadow of death suddenly attacked. In an instant it filled his heart. Danger, an unprecedented danger. Then he saw a ray of dazzling axe light. It came from nowhere, and he did not know where it was located. It was suspended above his head, flashing constantly. It was Panga's axe light. Feng Zichen recognized it. Looking at this axe light, Feng Zichen naturally knew the meaning of its appearance. As long as he dared to have this thought, this Panga's axe light would chop down and kill him before he could kill the primordial Lord of Heaven and the others. It could be said that this was the closest Feng Zichen had been to death. Then he was terrified and put away the thought in his heart that he should not have. What a pity! He was almost able to finish the book. Bah no, he was almost able to wipe out all the enemies and sweep through the entire untainted land. At this moment, Feng Zichen really hoped that Panga did not exist. Putting away the thoughts that he should not have, Feng Zichen focused his attention on proper business. Thinking about it, with the power of the ultimate realm of creation, he should be able to deduce the plan of the Chaos Demon God. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a tearing pain coming from his body. Looking down, Feng Zichen discovered that his powerful physical body, which was comparable to a primordial treasure, was collapsing continuously. In an instant, Feng Zichen understood everything. It must be that the power of the ultimate realm of creation was too strong, and his physical body could not bear it at all. This caused the scene to happen. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen did not dare to delay, and hurriedly deduced with his heart. He could not delay any longer. If his physical body was destroyed before the attack of the Chaos Demon God arrived, he would be finished. Rumble. Once the power of creation was activated, Feng Zichen felt an unimaginable power surging in his body. Then he discovered that the fog that shrouded the river of time and space had completely disappeared, and all the concealment no longer existed. The entire river of time and space was meaningless in front of him. It was really an addictive power. Although he thought of this, Feng Zichen did not forget about the important matter. His huge power spread out at an incomprehensible speed. Soon it came to the Realm Sea. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen began to search the Realm Sea using a carpet search method. Now his power was invincible in the untainted land. He did not need to have any scruples and could directly use the most powerful means to find the truth. No matter what the Chaos Demon God planned, it could not hide from his powerful perception. Rumble. As his divine thought surged, Feng Zichen soon found an ancient and grand altar in the deepest part of the Realm Sea. The altar was covered with runes that Feng Zichen did not recognize. They all released the aura of the Great Tao, making the altar more and more extraordinary. This altar gave Feng Zichen a feeling that it was abnormally noble, far surpassing all the altars he had seen before. Whether it was the altar used by the Xian sect to worship heaven and earth, or the altar used by the wizard tribe to worship Pengu, they could not be compared to it. Because this altar was made to worship the Great Tao, the Supreme Great Tao, which was also the true perfect existence in the world. Below the altar, almost all the Chaos Demon Gods in the Realm Sea had arrived. They surrounded it and kept making Tao seals, as if they were carving something. Feng Zichen looked at it for a while, and recognized the origin of this altar. This was a curse altar, which was used to carry out Great Tao curses. The reason why he could recognize this altar was that he had seen it before. He saw it in the memory of Penga's left eye. In the past, at the beginning of the world, when 3,000 demon gods besieged Pengu, there was a Chaos Demon God who set up this altar and joined many Chaos Demon Gods to curse Pengu together. Then, even someone as strong as Pengu could not help but stagger in front of the power of the curse. A bloody mark split open between his eyebrows, and blood dripped down. Affected by this, Pengu was seized of the opportunity, and was attacked several times in a row. His physical body was almost destroyed. Therefore, Feng Zichen had a particularly deep impression of the altar. That was why he could recognize it at first sight. Chaos set up the curse altar, so it must be used to curse people. Who was it used to curse? For a moment, Feng Zichen had a bad premonition in his heart. When he looked up again, he saw a drop of essence blood shining with colorful light in the center of the altar. If Feng Zichen was not mistaken, that drop of essence blood should be his. In that case, the one that the Chaos Demon God wanted to curse was him. Although he had already guessed it, Feng Zichen still found it hard to accept when he really confirmed it. The Chaos Demon God. This was too exaggerated. He set up the curse altar to curse him for such a trivial matter. No matter whether the curse was successful or not, there was a price to pay for cursing. The stronger the cursed person was, the more precious his identity was, and the greater the price that the cursed person had to pay. With Feng Zichen's identity, he was the most honorable person in the untainted land, the person with the most profound merits, and the person with the strongest providence. If the Chaos Demon God wanted to curse him, the price that he had to pay must be amazing. At the very least, the price that the Chaos Demon God had to pay was more honorable than Feng Zichen himself. Very good. The Chaos Demon God was really mad at Feng Zichen. In order to deal with him, he had begun to pay any price. At this time, Feng Zichen really did not know whether he should feel honored or afraid. Was the power of the curse altar strong? Of course it was strong. Even Pengu was cursed by it and was injured, not to mention Feng Zichen. No wonder the warning was so strong this time. It turned out that the means used by the Chaos Demon God were too extraordinary. Feng Zichen alone might not really be able to resist the curse of the Chaos Demon God. With his divine thoughts running wildly, Feng Zichen tried to find a way to break the situation. However, after thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. However, This discovery also made him sure that the method that the Chaos Demon God used to deal with him could not be used on others. The reason was that the price was too high. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was relieved. At least, the untainted land was safe. While looking for a way to break the situation, Feng Zichen silently watched the actions of the Chaos Demon God. He wanted to know what price the Chaos Demon God was going to use to curse him. Before long, Feng Zichen saw that a Chaos Demon God intercepted his chaotic true spirit and integrated it into the altar. Seeing this, Feng Zichen immediately guessed that the Chaos Demon God was going to sacrifice his chaotic true spirit in exchange for the power to curse him. A chaotic true spirit of one Chaos Demon God was definitely not enough. What if there were many Chaos Demon Gods? It would not be difficult to curse Feng Zichen with the power of many Chaos Demon Gods. So that was it. Seeing this, Feng Zichen connected all the plans of the Chaos Demon God. At the same time, he also thought of a way to break the situation, a way to turn this disaster into an opportunity. Although it was still very dangerous if it succeeded, Feng Zichen was bound to break into the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian at one stroke. At the same time, he could also upgrade his primordial treasure. Sure enough, the old saying was right. In great danger, there was often a great opportunity, but it was difficult to be noticed. Fortunately, Feng Zichen found it. Before Feng Zichen could be proud, he felt a strong sense of weakness. Then the unimaginable power in his body retreated like an avalanche and soon disappeared without a trace. Feng Zichen's body had reached its limit and could no longer bear the power of the creation realm. Panga's Dharma Laksana found something wrong and withdrew the power. In an instant, Feng Zichen was beaten back to his original state, the ninth heaven of Hunyuan. At the same time, without the support of a powerful force, Feng Zichen's divine thought also collapsed and disappeared. When his divine thought returned to his body, Feng Zichen suddenly felt pain all over his body, as if he had been crushed by a millstone. Looking up and down, the situation was very shocking. Feng Zichen's invincible body was full of cracks, like a delicate porcelain that had been broken. Hiss! Trying to move, Feng Zichen felt a sharp pain. The injury was quite serious. If he relied on self-healing, he would not be able to recover without tens of thousands of years. But now Feng Zichen did not have so much time. Chapter 849. Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's thoughts, the galactic cosmic light array suddenly operated at full power. Endless starlight poured into Feng Zichen's body like the Milky Way, constantly repairing the damaged injuries on his body. If he wanted to recover from his injuries in a short period of time, he could only rely on the boundless starry sky. What is Great Emperor Ziwei doing now? The commotion in the boundless starry sky naturally alarmed many people. Many gazes surged over from the void and looked towards the boundless starry sky, wanting to see what Great Emperor Ziwei was doing. However, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing else other than the resplendent starlight. The boundless starry sky at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian was not something that powerful cultivators could pry into. However, Dao ancestor Hongjun relied on his powerful cultivation to see some clues. Is Great Emperor Ziwei injured? How did he get injured? Great Emperor Ziwei stands in the boundless starry sky and is already in an invincible position. Even the poor Wei might not be able to hurt him with the help of the heavenly path. Who in the primordial world can hurt him? Dao ancestor Hongjun was very puzzled by the fact that Great Emperor Ziwei was injured because as the number one person in the primordial world, it was impossible for him to hurt Great Emperor Ziwei. But even so, Great Emperor Ziwei was still injured. This meant that there was a power that Dao ancestor Hongjun did not know about in the primordial world that far surpassed him. This discovery made Dao ancestor Hongjun frown. He felt that he, who thought that he knew the primordial world very well, might have never truly understood it. This kind of thing that was out of his control made Dao ancestor Hongjun very unhappy. On the other side, Feng Zichen's physical body was still recovering with the help of the starlight, but his incarnation had already quietly left the boundless starry sky and came to the underworld to see Goddess Hutu. He wanted to borrow a treasure from Goddess Hutu to deal with his impending death. What kind of status did Great Emperor Ziwei have? As soon as he came to the underworld spontaneously reacted. Precepts appeared and turned into a dim light that spread under Great Emperor Ziwei's feet, winding for tens of thousands of years. Heaven and earth reacted and spontaneously produced a strange phenomenon to welcome the arrival of Great Emperor Ziwei. Naturally, the reaction of the nether realm could not escape the sight of the great divine abilities of this realm. Immediately, the Nether River Patriarch, the Grand Wizard of Earth Hutu, the Grand Wizard of Black Nether, and several other supreme gods of the Nether realm turned their gazes over. Great Emperor Ziwei over here. Seeing Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor Ziwei's way, Great Emperor Ziz's. Great Emperor Ziwei was born at the highest point in the sky, and the underworld was at the lowest point in the sky. Therefore, ever since Great Emperor Ziwei was born, he had never been to the underworld even once. Now that he had suddenly appeared here, everyone could not help but feel puzzled. Before anyone could ask, they heard Great Emperor Ziwei say, "I apologize for disturbing all of you. I hope that all of you will be magnanimous enough to forgive me." First he apologized apologetically. Then, Great Emperor Ziwei revealed the purpose of his visit. "Great Emperor Ziwei has come to the underworld because I have something to ask of Goddess Hutu." This time, he was here to ask for help. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei deliberately restrained the noble aura that he was born with. Otherwise, if he came with such an overbearing aura, he would probably be kicked out before he could even open his mouth. "Looking for me?" Hearing this, Goddess Hutu was stunned at first. Then she hurriedly said, "Great Emperor Ziwei, please come in for a chat." As they spoke, the mysterious reincarnation palace in the depths of the underworld suddenly opened its door. Seeing this, Great Emperor Ziwei did not hesitate and directly walked in. When he entered the palace, Goddess Hutu had already come up to him. She asked with some confusion, "I heard you say that you have something to ask of me?" Great Emperor Ziwei nodded and said, "Yes." Hearing this, Goddess Hutu was even more confused. She asked, "That's strange. With your strength, is there anything in the three realms that you can't solve?" If others heard Goddess Hutu's words, they might think that she was deliberately mocking Great Emperor Ziwei and was unwilling to help. However, Great Emperor Ziwei knew that Goddess Hutu was completely sincere when she said this. She might be bragging, but Goddess Hutu really thought so. In the three realms, there should be nothing that Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't solve. In other words, all the great divines in the Eldritch world had the same impression of Great Emperor Ziwei. He was a mysterious and powerful existence. Think about it. What could be difficult for such an invincible powerhouse? Therefore, Goddess Hutu was shocked that Great Emperor Ziwei had asked her for help. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled helplessly and said, "Goddess Hutu, you must be joking. Even Panga's father has problems that he can't solve, let alone Great Emperor Ziwei." Nodding, Goddess Hutu asked, "Then why are you here, Great Emperor?" "As a member of Panga's lineage, if I can do it, I will definitely help you with all my strength." A problem that even Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't solve with his ability must be very difficult. What he wanted was incomparably precious. Therefore, in the face of Great Emperor Ziwei's request, Goddess Hutu didn't dare to make a promise and left some room for negotiation. After thinking about it, he felt that everyone would know about this sooner or later, so there was no need to hide it. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei told the truth. "Soon, I will face a death tribulation. Therefore, I came here to ask fellow Taoist Hutu to help me when my death tribulation arrives." Hearing this, Goddess Hutu was shocked. "Death tribulation? Is the Great Emperor joking? With your strength, who in the Eldritch world can hurt you? I'm afraid that even if a Tao ancestor comes with the power of the heavenly Tao, he won't be able to hurt you at all." Great Emperor Ziwei had stood in the boundless starry sky for countless years. The heavenly Tao couldn't do anything to him. Not only did it not dare to hurt him, but it also had to coax him. This was something that almost all the great divine beings in the Eldritch world knew. Therefore, Goddess Hutu found it difficult to accept what Great Emperor Ziwei said about his death tribulation. Who in the Eldritch world could hurt someone as powerful as Great Emperor Ziwei, the number one person below the Tao ancestor? Not to mention killing him. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled bitterly and said, In the Eldritch world, no one can hurt me, but outside the Eldritch world it's possible. My death tribulation doesn't come from the Eldritch world, but from outside the Eldritch world. With that said, Goddess Hutu understood. It was the Chaos Demon God who wanted to attack Great Emperor Ziwei, the former Great Emperor of Pangu. The Chaos Demon God indeed had the strength to deal with Great Emperor Ziwei. However, Goddess Hutu still didn't understand why the Chaos Demon God wanted to attack Great Emperor Ziwei. This didn't make sense. Even if he attacked, it should be Dao Ancestor Hongjun. How could it be Great Emperor Ziwei's turn? No, he didn't attack the first, but the second. Was there something wrong with this Chaos Demon God? Goddess Hutu was also a straightforward person. She would say whatever was on her mind. She asked directly, why did the Chaos Demon God want to kill the Imperial Emperor? This question wasn't easy to answer. Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't tell the truth. He had forced the Chaos Demon God into a corner, which was why he attacked him. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei thought for a while and said vaguely, a few days ago, I accidentally found a channel that the Chaos Demon God used to enter the Eldritch world and destroyed it. At the same time, I tricked the Chaos Demon God, making it difficult for him to enter the Eldritch world in a short period of time. Thinking about it, it's because of this that the Chaos Demon God held a grudge, which led to this death tribulation. What he said was quite reasonable, but Goddess Hutu could still tell that Great Emperor Ziwei was hiding something from her. However, Goddess Hutu didn't pursue the matter. Everyone had their own secrets. Great Emperor Ziwei was so mysterious, so naturally, he had even more secrets. And these secrets couldn't be pursued. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Goddess Hutu asked, how do you want me to help Imperial Emperor? Great Emperor Ziwei replied, this is not difficult for you, Goddess. You only need to activate the great formation of the 12 divine beings and condense Panga's corporeal body before my death tribulation arrives. Then you can use the power of Panga's corporeal body to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and weaken part of the power of the death tribulation. Well, with Panga's body and the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, its power was definitely at the level of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. It could bring a lot of help to Feng Zichen. He didn't want to use this to stop the death tribulation. He only wanted to weaken the power of the curse. Hearing this, Hutu fell into silence. If it was just using the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, Hutu would agree immediately. However, if it was using the 12 divine beings formation, she would hesitate. If she wanted to set up the 12 divine beings formation, she had to use the 12 divine beings banner. The 12 divine beings banner was the key to resurrecting the other 10 ancestral shamans. Nothing must happen to it. Even she couldn't deal with Great Emperor Ziwei's death tribulation, and needed to ask for help. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. If the 12 divine beings banner was damaged because of this, the resurrection of the 10 ancestral shamans would probably be delayed again. Therefore, Hutu hesitated. For a moment, she didn't know if she should agree to Great Emperor Ziwei's request. Great Emperor Ziwei glanced at Goddess Hutu and guessed her concerns. He said, as long as you're willing to help, I'll do my best to resurrect Daoist Dijiang after this. As soon as he said this, a hint of joy flashed across Goddess Hutu's face. She asked anxiously, Imperial Emperor, are you serious? You're going to resurrect Big Brother? She couldn't help but be excited. Great Emperor Ziwei sat in the boundless starry sky, the greatest treasure land in the untainted land. The resources he controlled were beyond imagination. Moreover, the boundless starry sky was beyond the level of primordial chaos. If Great Emperor Ziwei was willing to help, it wouldn't be difficult to resurrect Dijiang, who was at the level of primordial chaos. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right. If you're willing to help, I'll definitely do my best to resurrect ancestral shaman Dijiang. After receiving an affirmative answer, Goddess Hutu nodded in satisfaction and said, I agree to your request. I'll help when the time comes. Since he had achieved his goal, Great Emperor Ziwei didn't stay any longer. He directly bid farewell and left. It's good that you agree. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Great Emperor Ziwei turned and left the Samsara Palace, returning to the boundless starry sky. Other than Goddess Hutu, the only person in the untainted land who could help Feng Zichen was Dao ancestor Hongjun. As for Dao ancestor Hongjun, there was no need for Feng Zichen to beg him. When the power of the curse arrived, even if he didn't want to help, the heavenly Dao would force him to do so. As for his people, they were too weak. It was useless to beg them. They wouldn't be able to help much. In fact, if Goddess Hutu didn't have the Chaos Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, Feng Zichen wouldn't have asked her for help. From the beginning to the end, the only thing that could be valued by Feng Zichen was the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. Whether his plan could succeed or not depended on the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the 3 realms suddenly became oppressive, as if some great terror was about to descend. However, no matter how those powerful cultivators deduced, they couldn't find the source of this fear. On the other hand, Dao ancestor Hongjun seemed to have sensed something and looked outside the 3 realms. At the same time, in the depths of the realm sea, a huge altar stood. It was even larger than the upper-class world. Its body was engraved with mysterious runes, and the aura of the great Dao lingered around it. Thousands of chaos demon gods stood under the altar and worked together to activate it. This was the curse altar, and also the great Dao altar. When the chaos demon gods worked together, they could communicate with the great Dao through this altar and send down infinite power to curse the enemy to death. If these chaos demon gods were at their peak, then the curse power formed by thousands of chaos demon gods would be able to seriously injure Pangu. However, at this moment, the chaos demon gods were beaten down by Pangu, and their strength was barely at the primordial chaos level. If everyone worked together to curse Pangu, it wouldn't even be enough to tickle him. However, if they were to curse others, even the perfected super experts like Daluo Jingxian would be seriously injured and die. Its power was almost comparable to the full-strength attack of a supreme expert in the creation realm. That was why Feng Zichen was afraid and had the thought that he couldn't resist, and the signs of death appeared in his heart. If not for the advancement of the Eldritch world previously, causing the power of Panga's Dharma idol to reach the creation realm, Feng Zichen would probably not be able to escape this time. However, even so, it didn't mean that Feng Zichen could safely survive this calamity. Even an expert in the creation realm might not be able to block the full-strength attack of an expert in the creation realm, and would also be injured. One had to admit that although both sides were in the creation realm, Feng Zichen's Panga's Dharma idol was weaker than the curse altar. This was because the curse altar borrowed the power of the great Dao, while Panga's Dharma idol was Panga's power. Panga's power was inferior to the power of the great Dao. Therefore, in order to be safe, Feng Zichen asked Goddess Hutu to use the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc to help him. The Chaos Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, was Feng Zichen's second insurance. Why did Goddess Hutu have to use Panga's body to activate the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc? It wasn't because Panga's body was stronger. Instead, Chapter 850. Panga's Dharma idol was superior to Panga's physical body. Therefore, Feng Zichen could use Panga's Dharma idol to influence Panga's physical body and strengthen his power. At that time, Feng Zichen would be able to activate the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc to the best of his ability to distort the power of the curse. Moreover, with Panga's Dharma idol supporting Panga's physical body, even if Goddess Hutu sensed that something was wrong, she would only think that Pangu had shown his spirit and used the wizard tribe to deal with the chaos demon Celestial. Therefore, she would not suspect Feng Zichen. In the realm sea, as the final moment arrived, the chaos demon Celestial suddenly shouted in unison, "Open!" Then, the mysterious runes of the great Dao engraved on the curse altar became brighter one after another, releasing wisps of mysterious radiance. At the same time, wisps of black flames rose from the curse altar. They were extremely blazing and released shocking fluctuations. In the black flames, the figure of the curse altar gradually became illusory, and the flames became more and more blazing. In the end, the figure of the curse altar completely disappeared, swallowed by the black flames. Rumble. At this time, the black flames swept up and turned into a strange light. It pierced through the layers of the void and shot toward the three realms. At the moment when the light moved, Feng Zichen's eyelids suddenly twitched violently in the boundless starry sky. A sense of urgency as if death was approaching attacked his heart uncontrollably. It's coming. With a thought, Feng Zichen knew that the Chaos Demon Celestial had finally accumulated his strength and was about to attack him. Rumble. As soon as this thought appeared in Feng Zichen's mind, he heard a loud vibration at the edge of the three realms. A large area of space shattered, revealing a deep passage. Then, a strange light entered the three realms through this passage and shot toward Feng Zichen at a speed that ignored space and time. A moment ago, the dim light was still outside the three realms, but in the next moment, the dim light had arrived in the heavenly realm and was about to enter the boundless starry sky. Instinctively, Feng Zichen activated the power of the cosmic light galaxy array with all his might. In the boundless starlight, Panga's celestial being quietly appeared, standing tall in the boundless starry sky. Whoosh! Panga's divine being formed the Buzhou seal. Instantly, an eternal and unmoving supreme force that could suppress the past, present, and future spread out and blasted towards the eerie light. Mount Buzhou suppressed everything. This was a conceptual power that far surpassed all rules. Although the strange dim light did not suffer any damage after being struck by this force, the strength on its body, which ignored time and space, was suppressed. Without this power, the speed of the dim light immediately slowed down and became traceable. At this moment, Dao ancestor Hongjun finally realized what had happened. Not good, Ziwei is in danger. Subconsciously, Dao ancestor Hongjun wanted to help. But even though he was fast, someone was faster than him. Before Dao ancestor Hongjun could save her, the heavenly Dao had already taken over his body and activated the fragment of the creation jade disc with all its might. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the full activation of the heavenly Dao, the fragment of the creation jade disc in Dao ancestor Hongjun's hand emitted an unprecedented light. Large amounts of mysterious runes were born and gradually filled the gap of the creation jade disc. In the blink of an eye, the broken creation jade disc had already turned into a hole. Strands of light appeared and condensed on the creation jade disc, emitting a terrifying aura. On the creation jade disc, every ray of light represented a pre-celestial Dao. 3,000 rays of light were 3,000 pre-celestial Daos. In the hands of the heavenly Dao, these pre-celestial Daos gradually condensed into one. Kill. In the next moment, the heavenly Dao blasted out the 3,000 pre-celestial Daos that had condensed into one. Immediately, a resplendent brilliance erupted, illuminating half of the chaos outside. Amidst these lights, a torrent that was completely composed of pre-celestial Daos advanced towards the boundless starry sky in a mighty manner, and blasted towards the strange dim light that came from the realm sea. The heavenly Dao was saving Great Emperor Ziwei, and it used all the power it could currently use as soon as it made a move. To the primeval world, Great Emperor Ziwei was extremely important. Therefore, when he was in danger, the heavenly Dao definitely couldn't sit idly by and do its best to save him. After the heavenly Dao made a move, Goddess Hutu in the netherworld also reacted. Thinking of her agreement with Great Emperor Ziwei, she made a move. 12 capital heaven divine banners flew out from the ancestral Magi Palace and inserted themselves around Goddess Hutu. With her as the center, they formed the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Rumble. In an instant, all the baleful aura between heaven and earth seemed to be guided by an inexplicable force and crazily surged towards the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Then through the formation, it transformed into the purest energy and poured into Huta's body. Although the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation that was set up with 12 capital heaven divine banners was powerful, it could only deal with ordinary primordial chaos experts. It couldn't solve the problem that Feng Zichen was currently facing. Therefore, after setting up the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation, Goddess Hutu used herself as a carrier to guide the baleful aura between heaven and earth and Panga's power. Thus, she maximized the power of the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation to reach a higher level. Roar! Inexplicably, A series of crazy roars sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the 12 capital heaven divine banners suddenly bloomed with light. Accompanied by the bright light, the shadows of 12 ancient demon gods walked out. They roared towards the sky as if they were venting their dissatisfaction and angrily rebuking the heavens for being unfair. These 12 ancient demon gods' shadows were undoubtedly the 12 ancestral magi. Except for goddess Hutu and Xianming ancestral magi, the other 10 ancestral magi were currently in a state of death. Roar! After the ancestral magi's shadows appeared, they suddenly turned into rays of Tao light and merged into goddess Huta's body. Then goddess Huta's body suddenly changed. She became larger and larger. Large chunks of muscles bulged like mountains and were filled with the beauty of strength. Rumble! Amidst the roars of heaven and earth, goddess Hutu completed her transformation and evolved into Panga's body. Her power had reached the level of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. Suppress. After goddess Hutu condensed Panga's body, she didn't hesitate. She immediately followed the agreement with Feng Zichen. She held up the 6 paths of reincarnation disc with both hands and activated its power with all her might. At this moment, the power of the heavenly way came crashing down. The torrent of the great Tao drowned the light of the curse and quickly eliminated its power. Unfortunately, the power of the heavenly way was still too weak compared to the power of the great Tao. Even if she tried her best, she still couldn't eliminate the power of the curse. She could only eliminate part of it. Rumble! The power of the curse shook and shattered the torrent of the great Tao that drowned her. No, it was precisely because of this that the power of the curse was weakened by a lot. But this didn't affect it. It blasted towards Feng Zichen. Crack! Crack! The power of the curse continued to blast forward. The powerful force directly tore through the boundless starry sky and blasted towards Feng Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged on the Emperor Star with an unimaginable power. At this moment, Feng Zichen's first reaction was not to activate Panga's Dharma idol to resist. Instead, he transferred his innate indestructible true spirit to his clone, and abandoned this Tao body to face the tribulation. But in the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen gave up this idea. This power of the curse was directly targeted at his true spirit. No matter how he hid, he couldn't escape the curse's lock. Transferring his true spirit to his clone didn't have much use other than exposing his clone. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen no longer hesitated. His spiritual power connected the heavens and the earth. Combining the power of the heavens and the earth, he performed the supreme Panga's Dharma idol. However, after the Panga's Dharma idol was born, Feng Zichen didn't use it to resist the power of the curse. Instead, he used it to connect with the Panga's body that goddess Hutu condensed. An unimaginable power surged out from the Panga's Dharma idol. Following the connection, it poured into the Panga's body, causing its power to soar in a short period of time. It faintly came into contact with the level of the creation realm. This is the power of Father God. Even Father God was alarmed. Is he going to help Ziwei survive this death tribulation? This power that suddenly came was so familiar and so great. In an instant, goddess Hutu understood its origin. This was the power that belonged to Panga's father. Then, goddess Hutu came to the conclusion that Father God was protecting Ziwei. Thinking of this, goddess Hutu no longer held back. Her power that was almost comparable to the creation realm surged out and poured into the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Rumble! At this moment, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, the only remaining chaos treasure, was completely restored. Waves of terrifying power of reincarnation surged out from its body, distorting time and space, distorting the rules, and even the great Tao. Just as the power of the curse was about to approach Feng Zichen's body, the majestic power of reincarnation surged over and formed a huge Tao wheel outside Feng Zichen's body. The Tao wheel of reincarnation. With the power of the creation realm, Feng Zichen activated a chaos treasure with all his strength. The power that erupted from it could definitely injure an expert of the same level. This power could injure a supreme expert of the creation realm. It was even stronger than the attack of the heavenly Tao. Rumble! The power of the curse came and collided with the wheel of reincarnation. Then both of them shattered at the same time. Terrifying waves of energy exploded. Everything in the surroundings became blurry. All concepts were distorted and could no longer be seen. Turn. Just as outsiders were unable to see into the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen used the last of his strength to control the power of reincarnation to return the power of the curse to its origin, and transform it into a wisp of the Chaos Demon God's true spirit. The power of reincarnation had no beginning and no end. It was the most mysterious power in the world. It contained everything, and was on the same level as the power of the Great Tao. When this power was unleashed at full strength, it could also distort the power of the Great Tao. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen's comprehension of the power of reincarnation wasn't deep enough, and the power that he could mobilize was too little. Therefore, this kind of tracing back to the origin was only temporary and not eternal. Rumble. After a breath, the numerous true spirits of the Chaos Demon God formed by the power of the curse suddenly trembled. They were about to merge into one and become the power of the curse again. However, how could Feng Zichen, who had turned the power of the curse into the true spirit of the Chaos Demon God with great difficulty, allow this to happen? At the critical moment, Feng Zichen flipped his hand and took out his Tao-proving treasure, Hongmeng Daozhong. Remember, the condition for Hongmeng Daozhong to advance from a Khanate treasure to a Chaos treasure was to devour the true spirits of 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. The more it devoured, the stronger the power of Hongmeng Daozhong would be. From there, it would reach perfection and advance to a Chaos treasure. Now, although the true spirits of the Chaos Demon Gods were weak, there were enough of them. After devouring them, even if Hongmeng Daozhong couldn't advance to a Chaos treasure, it could still advance to a Chaos spirit treasure. And this was all planned by Feng Zichen. As early as when he saw these Chaos Demon Gods cursing him with their true spirits, Feng Zichen made this plan to let Hongmeng Daozhong devour the true spirits of these Chaos Demon Gods to complete the transformation. He asked Goddess Hutu to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation because of this plan. With Feng Zichen's ability, it was impossible for him to turn the true spirit of the Chaos Demonic God, which had been transformed into the power of the curse, back into a true spirit. Even if he could temporarily stand in the creation realm, it was impossible. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a while, and set his eyes on the 6 paths of reincarnation. He couldn't do this, but the 6 paths of reincarnation could. Under the Great Tao, no one could transcend reincarnation. With the power of reincarnation, the true spirits of the Chaos Demon Gods that had evolved into curse power would be reversed and then devoured by Hongmeng Daozhong. This was a very bold plan. If it succeeded, the benefits Feng Zichen would get would be beyond imagination. Similarly, if it failed, he would also have to pay an unimaginable price. That's right, he was taking a gamble. How could there be no risks in cultivation? Feng Zichen's gamble succeeded. The curse power was reversed by him into the true spirits of the Chaos Demon Gods. The speed at which the curse power was reversed into the true spirits of the Chaos Demon Gods was very fast. Similarly, the speed at which the true spirits of the Chaos Demon Gods evolved into curse power again was also very fast. This meant that Feng Zichen didn't have much time to let Hongmeng Daozhong devour these chaotic true spirits one by one. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Therefore, Feng Zichen did something shocking again. He pinched a Taoist seal with his hand and pointed at Hongmeng Daozhong. Explode! After he finished speaking, this life treasure that had followed Feng Zichen for many years suddenly exploded, and turned into Hongmeng Qi that swept across the sky, drowning the chaotic true spirits that were about to merge into one again. In the Hongmeng Qi, these chaotic true spirits couldn't even protect themselves, let alone turn into curse power again. They could only be slowly refined and devoured by Hongmeng Qi. After the Hongmeng Qi devoured all these chaotic true spirits and turned them into Hongmeng Daozhong again, it would be the time for him to complete his promotion. It's over. At this time, Feng Zichen's tensed heart finally relaxed. The curse power was obliterated, and he had survived this calamity. However, as soon as Feng Zichen had this thought, he felt as if he was in an ice cellar, and a great chill rose in his heart. Chapter 851. No, the death trial was not over yet. The killing move of the demon god of chaos was not that simple. Feng Zichen was careless. How could the killing move created by thousands of demon gods of chaos be so simple? Even if the demon god of chaos was injured, he was still a demon god of chaos, a life nobler than Feng Zichen. Rumble. At the moment when the power of the curse was broken, a supreme majesty that was more powerful than Pangu suddenly descended. It ignored all the defenses and directly attacked Feng Zichen, who was completely unprepared. Danger. Unprecedented danger. Under the crisis of life and death, Feng Zichen broke out all his potential and desperately activated Pangu's Dharma Laksana. The power that was comparable to the creation realm gathered around him and formed a powerful defense. At the same time, Feng Zichen also recognized the origin of the power that attacked him. It was the power of the Great Way, which was summoned by thousands of demon gods of chaos together. The so-called power of the curse was just a cover to hide the existence of the power of the Great Way. The power of the Great Way was the real killing move of the demon god of chaos to deal with Feng Zichen. In the end, Feng Zichen was careless. After defeating the demon god of chaos several times, he became more and more contemptuous of the demon god of chaos. However, Feng Zichen had forgotten that those were the chaos demon gods. Even the weakest of them in the past had power far beyond that of a Wuji golden immortal. They were truly peerless masters in the creation realm, or even stronger. Even if they had fallen into the mortal world and their strength was only comparable to that of Daoyuo Jingxian, their essence would not change, and they would still be far more powerful than the creatures of the untainted land. How could it be so easy for the demon god of chaos to kill a person if he was determined to do so? They were the successors of the Great Way, and could summon the power of the Great Way. Layers of defense rose around Feng Zichen's body. Every layer of defense was formed by Panga's Dharma idol and Panga's Abhijna in the past. They could withstand a strike from the creation realm. However, the supreme defense that could block a strike from an expert of the creation realm could not give Feng Zichen the slightest sense of security. As the might of the Great Path came crashing down, the sense of crisis in Feng Zichen's heart did not lessen. Instead, it became even stronger. There was a voice in the unseen world that kept telling Feng Zichen that under the bombardment of the Great Path, he would die, even with the protection of Panga's Dharma power. In front of the Great Path, everything was but an ant. Even someone as powerful as Pangu was no match for the Great Path, let alone someone as insignificant as Feng Zichen. He could not withstand the might of the Great Path. After understanding this, Feng Zichen made a prompt decision to abandon this supreme body that was comparable to a primordial treasure. His innate indestructible true spirit left his body and escaped into the turbulent Hongmeng Qi around him. In an instant, all kinds of understanding of the Hongmeng Great Path floated in Feng Zichen's heart, causing his innate indestructible true spirit to gradually change. It turned into wisps of Hongmeng Qi and merged with the surrounding Hongmeng Qi. The Hongmeng Qi was a power equal to the power of the Great Path, and belonged to the eternal level. It was also the only power in Feng Zichen's body that could contend with the might of the Great Path. Rumble. The might of the Great Path came crashing down. Around Feng Zichen, the powerful defense that Panga's Dharma form had set up with Panga's divine sense collapsed layer by layer. It was completely unable to contend with the might of the Great Path. After that, the might of the Great Path did not diminish and blasted Feng Zichen's body. Feng Zichen's powerful body, which was comparable to a primordial treasure, was easily torn apart by the might of the Great Path like a piece of paper. Then, it disintegrated and turned into a rain of blood. It was obliterated by the might of the Great Path, until it completely disappeared. It was a terrifying power. It should be known that Feng Zichen was most proud of his physical body. No matter how many saints besieged him, no one could break through his body. But now, his pride was shattered by the might of the Great Path. He could not resist at all. Rumble. After destroying Feng Zichen's body, the power of the might of the Great Path was still not exhausted. Following the mysterious connection, it locked onto the place where Feng Zichen's innate true spirit had last disappeared and blasted toward the Qi of Hongmeng ahead. Suppress. At this moment, Panga's Dharma form, which stood outside the heavens and earth, suddenly seemed to come alive. A supreme Tao sound came from its mouth. Powerful energy surged out of its body and formed a mysterious Tao seal. It stood in front of the Qi of Hongmeng, trying to block the mighty might of the Great Path. Rumble! The might of the Great Path came crashing down. Although it tore the mysterious Tao seal into pieces, most of its power was also dissipated. However, the remaining power still blasted toward the Qi of Hongmeng. Sensing the danger, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength. At the cost of burning his innate true spirit, he gained unparalleled power in exchange for Hongmeng's Qi of Hongmeng around him to meet the incoming might of the Great Path. Fortunately, after being weakened several times, the power of the might of the Great Path was almost exhausted. Although it was still dangerous, under Feng Zichen's all-out effort, it was difficult to pose a fatal threat to him. Rumble! The Qi of Hongmeng surged like a purple ocean, carrying with it the power to assimilate everything. It surged mightily toward the might of the Great Path. These two supreme powers met in the starry sky and collided fiercely. There was no explosion of powerful waves. Instead, they merged together silently, entangling and devouring each other. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen's innate undying true spirit was unable to extricate itself from the Qi of Hongmeng. Instead, it was wrestling with the might of the Great Path. Looking at the situation, Feng Zichen's innate undying true spirit would not be able to extricate itself from the Qi of Hongmeng if the might of the Great Path could not be extinguished. It would be trapped inside forever. Feng Zichen observed silently for a moment, and found that the competition between the Qi of Hongmeng and the might of the Great Path was in a stalemate. One devoured the other, and the other devoured the other. There was no hope of victory at all. If this situation continued, Feng Zichen would have no hope of extricating himself in this lifetime. But how could he just watch this stalemate continue? Feng Zichen was not a person who was willing to be trapped. With a thought, Feng Zichen activated the backup plan that he had left behind. The clone that he had previously condensed with the same combat strength as himself suddenly stepped out of the Palace of Heaven and took over the boundless starry sky. It reactivated the galaxy of cosmic light array. In an instant, endless starlight surged and poured into the Qi of Hongmeng, strengthening its power and helping it to devour the might of the Great Path. However, the level of the Qi of Hongmeng was too high. Even if it devoured the power of the starlight in the sky, it was just a drop in the bucket. Although it was useful, it would not be effective in a short period of time. Feng Zichen silently calculated. With the support of the boundless starry sky, it would take at least tens of millions of years for the Qi of Hongmeng to refine the might of the Great Path. Tens of millions of years. This was a period of time that Feng Zichen could not accept. But fortunately, due to the support of the boundless starry sky, the pressure of the Qi of Hongmeng was slightly relieved. Feng Zichen was finally able to divert a bit of his attention and establish contact with his clone. Then Feng Zichen used the power of his clone to deduce a way to escape. However, no matter how he deduced, he could not find a way to escape in a short period of time. But Feng Zichen calculated that being trapped in the Qi of Hongmeng was not a bad thing for him. Feng Zichen's true spirit had merged with the Qi of Hongmeng. This meant that when the Qi of Hongmeng devoured the might of the Great Path, he could also gain some benefits. The might of the Great Path was an extraordinary power. As long as a trace of it was refined, there would be endless benefits. Moreover, the Qi of Hongmeng and the might of the Great Path belonged to the supreme power of the eternal level. When the two entangled with each other, there would be all kinds of mysteries. Feng Zichen was able to observe the battle between the two at a close distance. It would definitely help him understand the mysteries of the two. If he could catch a glimpse of the mysteries of the eternal level, it would not be a loss even if he fell once. In addition to the might of the Great Path, there were also traces of the chaotic true spirits of thousands of chaos demon gods in the Qi of Hongmeng. When the Qi of Hongmeng was devouring the might of the Great Path, it was also devouring them. No, that was not right. In addition to the Qi of Hongmeng, the might of the Great Path was also devouring the chaotic true spirits of these chaos demon gods. Otherwise, how could a rootless duckweed's might of the Great Path be in a stalemate with the Qi of Hongmeng for tens of millions of years? Feng Zichen, who had merged with the qi of Hongmeng, would be able to gain benefits no matter whether the qi of Hongmeng devoured the chaotic true spirits of the chaos demon gods, or the might of the Great Path. He would either gain a deeper understanding of the Tao of Hongmeng, or gain a better understanding of the Great Path. In short, when the qi of Hongmeng completely devoured the might of the Great Path, and the chaotic true spirits of the chaos demon gods, Feng Zichen would be able to break free and achieve the realm of the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. This calamity was Feng Zichen's calamity and also his opportunity. If he could not overcome it, he would die. If he could overcome it, he would be able to achieve the realm of the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. But now, Feng Zichen had obviously overcome the calamity and was reincarnated. His opportunity came naturally. He was now transforming into the realm of the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian and was about to break free. If he could achieve the realm of the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian after being trapped for tens of millions of years, anyone would happily agree to such a good thing. But Feng Zichen would not. At present, the untainted land was going through an unprecedented change. How could he miss it and cultivate in seclusion peacefully for tens of millions of years? Moreover, his body was completely destroyed by the might of the Great Path, and there was no possibility of recovery. After breaking free, Feng Zichen would have to refine his body, which would take tens of thousands of years. What's more, the demon gods of chaos were still eyeing him covetously. If they found that Feng Zichen had not died but had obtained a great opportunity, would they continue to take revenge? At that time, Feng Zichen was trapped and had no freedom. In the face of the revenge of the demon gods of chaos, he was really helpless. As an old cunning man, Feng Zichen would not put himself in a passive situation. Therefore, he was unwilling to be trapped here. He wanted to break free, but it was not easy to break free. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen made up his mind and activated the Dharma form of Pengu again with the help of the power of his doppelganger. With his cultivation at the ninth heaven of Hunyuan, he could not figure out a way to break free. But with the vision of Pengu's Dharma form of creation, he should be able to figure out a way to break free. With this thought, the power of heaven and earth had condensed into a mass under the guidance of the cosmic light formation of the Milky Way. An incomparably huge Dharma form of Pengu appeared again, and stood between heaven and earth. Rumble! In the void that no one could see, Pengu's Dharma form suddenly operated. Endless power gushed out of his body and spread to every corner of time and space, searching for all the futures that Feng Zichen could possibly break free. However, after searching for a long time, Feng Zichen saw many futures where he could successfully break free and become the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, but that was thousands of years later. As for the futures that could break free in a short time, Feng Zichen did not find any. After searching for a while, Feng Zichen still could not find the future he wanted to see. Just as he was gradually disappointed, he saw Haotian by chance. It was the future Haotian. He was achieving Dao and breaking through the realm of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. With Haotian's accumulation, he did not encounter any accidents during this period. He completed the breakthrough smoothly and stepped into the realm of Hunyuan that he had always dreamed of. At this time, according to the normal operating rules of heaven and earth, Haotian achieved Dao and cultivated to the level of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. He should transcend, step down from the position of Celestial Emperor, and go to the chaos to cultivate. After that, Great Emperor Ziwei ascended the throne and became the new Celestial Emperor. However, in this future, Feng Zichen was trapped and could not break free. He could not replace Haotian and become the new Celestial Emperor. However, heaven and earth could not be without a ruler for a day. Great Emperor Ziwei did not appear for a long time. The heavenly axiom had no choice but to choose a new celestial emperor. For this reason, the three realms entered an era of struggle for hegemony. Strong people from all walks of life appeared one after another to compete for the position of celestial emperor. In the realm of creation, Feng Zichen's vision was forcibly broadened, and his wisdom grew. The moment he saw Haotian achieve Dao, he deduced a very feasible escape plan and quickly perfected it. At the same time, in the long river of time and space, a new future about Feng Zichen gradually emerged. At first, it was incomparably illusory, and then it gradually solidified. In the end, as Feng Zichen perfected his escape plan, the new future also became abnormally huge, occupying more than half of Feng Zichen's future. This showed that this future had become mainstream, and the possibility of it becoming true was very high. Rumble. At this time, Feng Zichen's incarnation, because it could not withstand the supreme power of Panga's Dharma form, suddenly collapsed and turned back into the origin of stars. At the same time, in front of Feng Zichen's eyes, all the futures were being retracted, and the long river of time and space also faded, and soon it was completely invisible. Looking at the shattered incarnation, Feng Zichen's eyes flickered, and immediately made up his mind to follow the plan that he had just deduced. With a thought, Feng Zichen began to gather the origin of stars formed after the shattered incarnation. However, he did not recondense it into an incarnation. Instead, he integrated it into the qi of Hongmeng, and exchanged it for a wisp of his innate true spirit. Feng Zichen's incarnation's combat power was comparable to that of the ninth heaven of Hunyuan. In order to refine it, Feng Zichen had consumed countless treasures of heaven and earth. The origin contained in it could resurrect several Daoyuo Jingxian. Chapter 852. The qi of Hongmeng had only devoured 2/3 of the origin, but its power had grown significantly. It gradually gained the upper hand in the battle with the might of the Great Path. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen's innate undying true spirit in the qi of Hongmeng vibrated. It resonated with the origin formed by the incarnation, and surged with a powerful force. Rumble. The qi of Hongmeng and the might of the Great Path trembled at the same time. It was as if an unknown change had occurred. The battle between them became even more intense as they frantically devoured each other. At this moment, Feng Zichen's innate undying true spirit seized the opportunity, and forcibly separated a wisp of his true spirit from the qi of Hongmeng. Wrapped in a wisp of refined might of the Great Path, it rushed out of the boundless starry sky and fell towards the untainted land. After losing this wisp of Feng Zichen's true spirit, the power of Hongmeng's qi had decreased. However, because it had devoured Feng Zichen's incarnation, its power had not decreased by much. It was still able to suppress the might of the Great Path. Gradually, the restless two sides gradually calmed down and returned to a state of stalemate. However, upon closer inspection, one could still see that in the battle between the two sides, the qi of Hongmeng had gradually gained the upper hand. The might of the Great Path's defeat was already foreseeable. Just before Feng Zichen's wisp of innate undying true spirit escaped from the boundless starry sky, the great masters of the untainted land finally realized what had happened. A peerless powerhouse had attacked Great Emperor Ziwei. During this time, Dao ancestor Hongjun and goddess Hutu had stepped in to save him. Even so, the terrifying attack still rushed into the boundless starry sky and brazenly attacked Great Emperor Ziwei. Immediately, in the boundless starry sky, an unimaginable wave of energy erupted. Then, all concepts were distorted. The terrifying power boiled in the boundless starry sky, causing everything to disappear. Even so, the great masters of the untainted land, including the sages and Dao ancestor Hongjun, were still under great pressure as they stared at the boundless starry sky. They were waiting for the result. Under such a terrifying attack, would Great Emperor Ziwei be able to survive? They were all shrewd people. When they saw the unimaginable attack, they had already guessed that the attacker was the Chaos Demon Celestial. After all, no one in the untainted world could unleash such terrifying power. No one knew what Ziwei the Great had done to force the demon god of chaos to use such a method to kill him. However, although they did not know the exact situation, everyone knew that this should be a good thing for the primordial world. If Great Emperor Ziwei had not forced the Chaos Demonic Celestial into a corner, they would not have ended up like this. Therefore, the demon god of chaos must have suffered a great loss. Wasn't it a great thing for the untainted land? It was a pity for Great Emperor Ziwei. That attack was so powerful that he might not be able to withstand it. However, it didn't matter. Ziwei the Great's cultivation had long reached the immortal realm. Even if he perished this time, he would be resurrected after a few million years. Moreover, unlike Dijun and the others, Great Emperor Ziwei was a meritorious person. No one dared to stop his resurrection. Even the heavenly path would take the initiative to help Great Emperor Ziwei resurrect. This meant that the resurrection of Great Emperor Ziwei would be much easier than that of ordinary people. Just as everyone was pondering, the terrifying fluctuation in the boundless starry sky lasted for a moment and suddenly disappeared. Then everyone saw that in the center of the boundless starry sky, the incomparably brilliant Ziwei star's radiance had suddenly dimmed significantly. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that something must have happened to Great Emperor Ziwei. Otherwise, the Ziwei star that symbolized his fate would not have dimmed for no reason. However, although the Ziwei star had dimmed, there were no signs of manifestation between heaven and earth. This meant that although something had happened to Great Emperor Ziwei, he had not perished. He was most likely seriously injured, or perhaps even more seriously. In short, his condition was not good. Just as everyone was speculating about Great Emperor Ziwei's condition, a ray of purple divine light suddenly fell from the boundless starry sky. It fell toward the untainted land and immediately disappeared into the mortal world. Seeing this ray of purple light, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was because they recognized the origin of that ray of purple light. It was a wisp of the true spirit of Great Emperor Ziwei. His true spirit had fallen into the mortal world. Great Emperor Ziwei was going to reincarnate and cultivate again. What happened to Great Emperor Ziwei? He was actually forced to separate a wisp of his true spirit to reincarnate and cultivate again. It seemed that this imperial emperor's condition was much more serious than they had imagined. Thinking of this, everyone unleashed their magical powers. 2 rays of divine light shot out from their eyes as they looked toward the boundless starry sky. However, at this moment, the backup plan left behind by Feng Zichen was activated. Zhouxing rotated, and the galactic cosmic light formation spread out. It sealed off the boundless starry sky once again, completely severing its connection with the outside world. Everyone looked over. Other than the resplendent starlight, they could not see anything else. The moment the boundless starry sky was sealed, another ray of purple brilliance fell from the starry sky and flew toward the underworld. It fell into the reincarnation palace and disappeared. Looking at this scene with a frown, everyone thought for a while and understood the reason. This ray of purple brilliance was probably the reward for Goddess Huta's help. No wonder no one reacted when Great Emperor Ziwei was in trouble this time. However, Goddess Hutu was able to help in time. It turned out that the two of them had already reached an agreement in secret. That ray of purple brilliance was the last remaining power of Feng Zichen's incarnation. It was about 1/5 of it, and it was enough for Hutu to revive ancestral shaman Di Jiang. Feng Zichen was a man of his word. How could he go back on his word? Since he had already promised Goddess Hutu that as long as he helped, he would help revive ancestral shaman Di Jiang regardless of whether he succeeded or not. Now Goddess Hutu had already made a move and fulfilled her promise. Feng Zichen naturally would not go back on his word. He deliberately left behind a portion of his incarnation's power to help Goddess Hutu revive ancestral shaman Di Jiang. Ancestral shaman Di Jiang was in existence in the primordial chaos realm. Although it was difficult to revive him, the 12 ancestral shaman palaces had been established for so long. It was not without effect. They had long accumulated a lot of power in secret. Now, with a portion of Feng Zichen's incarnation's origin, it was not difficult to revive Di Jiang. It was estimated that in less than 10,000 years, ancestral shaman Di Jiang would return. However, Di Jiang's return might not be a bad thing for the demon clan. Instead, it might be a good thing. After Di Jiang's revival, the pressure on the demon clan would undoubtedly increase greatly. There might even be the power to exterminate the demon clan. At this time, in order to balance the heavenly Tao, the demon clan's destiny would also carry out a final struggle. There was an 80% chance that Di Jun would be revived. This was a foreseeable future. It was also the general trend that could not be violated. Primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jingxian was known to be indestructible. After such a figure fell, he would basically return. It was easier said than done to stop him. They could stop him for a while, but they definitely could not stop him forever. In fact, after the return of Dong Huang Tai, Dijun's revival was already foreseeable. The only difference was that it would happen sooner or later. And the revival of Dijiang would only accelerate this process. Silently, the figure of Tao ancestor Hongjun appeared outside the boundless starry sky. He wanted to enter the boundless starry sky to check the true situation of Great Emperor Ziwei. Unfortunately, even someone as powerful as him was blocked by the galaxy of cosmic light array and could not enter. After using his magical power, Tao ancestor Hongjun's eyes turned completely purple. It was as if they had been replaced by the heavenly Tao. They did not contain the slightest emotion and were incomparably cold. At this moment, in the boundless starry sky, the situation suddenly changed. Zhouxing trembled together, each releasing a wisp of origin. It gathered on Ziwei's star, forming a wonderful scene. It was a great god. His figure was incomparably tall, even larger than Zhouxing. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the boundless starry sky. However, his condition was very bad. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he was in a deep sleep. His body also became incomparably illusory, as if he would dissipate at any time. However, as this god breathed, the surrounding essence of the stars all poured into his body, helping him stabilize his body. This caused his condition to gradually develop in a good direction. Seeing this scene, Tao ancestor Hongjun let out a long sigh of relief. Something had obviously happened to Great Emperor Ziwei, and it was very serious. His physical body had been destroyed, his divine consciousness had fallen into a deep sleep, and his innate indestructible true spirit was dim and lightless. It was like an illusion that could shatter at any time. Fortunately, although these problems were serious, they were not fatal. With the nourishment of the boundless starry sky, it would not be long before Great Emperor Ziwei's divine consciousness awakened, and he would find a way to restore his physical body. This scene was specially condensed by Feng Zichen so that outsiders could see it. To be more precise, it was for Tao ancestor Hongjun to see. Before leaving, Feng Zichen knew that if Tao ancestor Hongjun could not see his condition, he would definitely not be at ease. Therefore, this scene was created to deal with Tao ancestor Hongjun. After confirming Great Emperor Ziwei's condition, Tao ancestor Hongjun nodded and said to everyone, "You don't have to worry. Although Great Emperor Ziwei's injuries are serious, they are not fatal. In addition to the nourishment of the boundless starry sky, there shouldn't be any major problems. You will be able to see him during the next sparring session." The next sparring session? That would be 1,000,000 years later. In other words, it would take Great Emperor Ziwei 1,000,000 years to recover from his injuries, even under the treatment of the boundless starry sky. From the looks of it, Great Emperor Ziwei's injuries were indeed very serious. Even if Wuji Daluo Jingxian went all out to treat him, it would still take 1,000,000 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his life was hanging by a thread. Although this was what everyone thought, they did not forget to say, "Hearing that the emperor is fine, poor Wei and the others are relieved. It's a pity that our strength is too weak. When the emperor was in trouble this time, we couldn't intervene. It's really detestable." Great Emperor Ziwei's status was equal to that of a Tao ancestor. The respect that he deserved was not lacking. After complaining indignantly for a while, everyone dispersed. However, there was one thing that was buried in the bottom of everyone's hearts. They did not say it out loud, and that was where the reincarnated true spirit of Great Emperor Ziwei had reincarnated to. And what kind of changes would it bring to the current 3 realms? It was an eventful time. The reincarnation of Great Emperor Ziwei, who carried the number 1 providence in the primordial world, would probably cause huge waves in the 3 realms. Netherworld realm, reincarnation palace. Looking at the origin of heaven and earth in her hand, Huda's eyes could not hide the joy in them. Fellow Taoist Ziwei is indeed a trustworthy person. With this origin of heaven and earth, the day of Big Brother's return will not be far. After saying that, Goddess Hutu picked up the Dijiang banner and went to the Dijiang temple to prepare the matters of reviving ancestral shaman Dijiang. Goddess Hutu was worried about leaving the matter of the revival of Dijiang to her people, so she would complete all the preparations. At this time, where was Feng Zichen's reincarnated true spirit? He had not had the time to reincarnate, and was still in the unknown void. Now he had the two powers of Hongming's qi and the power of the great Tao. Even if the heavenly Tao personally made a move, it would be impossible to calculate everything about his true spirit. However, it was also because of this that Feng Zichen encountered a big problem. Before he left, he took away a trace of the power of the great Tao. He was prepared to refine it to strengthen the foundation of this connate indestructible true spirit. However, he did not expect that after Feng Zichen took away this trace of the power of the great Tao, Hongming's qi sensed it, and also separated a trace of Hongming's qi. It followed Feng Zichen's true spirit, and left the boundless starry sky. At this moment, these two powers, Hongming's qi and the power of the great Tao, used Feng Zichen's connate indestructible true spirit as a battlefield, and engaged in a life-and-death battle. No one was willing to submit to the other, and wanted to devour the other. Because of this, Feng Zichen was affected and could not reincarnate for a long time. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not. Before the outcome of these two powers could be decided, it would be difficult for Feng Zichen to reincarnate. He had no choice but to help Hongming's qi devour the power of the great Tao with all his might. However, this would take time. No matter what, even if Feng Zichen's reincarnation was delayed, it would take at least thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Just as Feng Zichen was feeling anxious because he had not reincarnated for a long time, the great masters who had returned to the dojo to cultivate in seclusion flashed through their minds from time to time. At first, these great masters were only thinking about the purpose of Feng Zichen's reincarnation. However, as they thought about it, their thoughts began to wander. Then they associated it with themselves. Boom! It was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the hearts of these great masters, dispelling the fog in their hearts. Yes, it was reincarnation. The so-called verification of the great Tao. How to verify it? Naturally, it was to verify it with heaven and earth and with everyone. However, it was easy to verify it with heaven and earth, but difficult to verify it with everyone. They could not fight with everyone, right? Not to mention whether this would work or not. At the very least, the heavenly Tao would not agree to let them, these great masters, engage in a chaotic battle in the primordial world. If they really did that, they would probably not be able to break through to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian in this lifetime. Since they could not fight, how could they verify the great Tao with everyone? From Feng Zichen's actions, the great masters obtained inspiration, and that was reincarnation. Everyone separated a wisp of their true spirits and reincarnated to the lower realm. With the human world as the battlefield and the great Tao as the ideal, they would have a silent battle of ideals. In this way, everyone would constantly verify themselves and perfect their Tao in the battle of ideals. From then on, they would break through to become primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. P.S. It's the end of the month. By the way, what's the name of the protagonist after he reincarnates? This is difficult for me. Chapter 853. Thinking of this, these great beings were all excited and could not hide the excitement in their hearts. Immediately, these great beings used their magical powers to deduce the feasibility of this method. If the heavenly secrets showed that there was no problem, they would put it into action. At this time, the discussion had just ended, and the world was clear. It was the time when the heavenly secrets were the clearest. The great beings deduced the heavenly secrets at this time, and quickly got the answer they wanted. The reincarnation method was indeed feasible. Not only that, the great beings not only confirmed the feasibility of this method from the heavenly secrets, but they also perfected the details. For example, where to reincarnate. Where was the most suitable place to spread the idea and verify the great Tao? They all got the answer from the heavenly secrets. The answer was the Central Divine Prefecture, which was the human race. The Central Divine Prefecture was the center of the human world, and also the place where the luck of the three realms gathered. The human race was the main character of the world. Only such a place where luck favored could give birth to countless heroes, and create a place that could bear the verification of the great Tao. The human race? It's a little troublesome. After coming back to their senses from the heavenly mystery, The group of great divine ability cultivators all revealed looks of contemplation. The central divine prefecture and the human race were the human emperor's territory. If they did not inform him, they would reincarnate directly. It would be fine if the human emperor did not find out. If the human emperor found out, he would at least kill their clones. In the worst case, he might directly kill them and kill them together. The human emperor, the North Star Emperor, was the most ruthless person in the primordial world. There was nothing in this world that he did not dare to do. He would drag others down with him at the slightest provocation. It was better not to provoke such a person. Over the years, Feng Zichen, the North Star Emperor, had made a name for himself. It was not useless. It directly frightened many great beings in the primordial world, so they did not dare to bypass the North Star Emperor and reincarnate into the human race. The reincarnation of the human race is related to whether the poor way can become the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. It can't be delayed. In that case, the poor way can go to the human emperor city and discuss with the human emperor. Come to think of it, he should also know what attaining the Tao means to the poor way. He probably won't stand in her way. At most, the poor way will just have to pay a little more. In the end, the temptation of becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was greater than the fear in his heart. Therefore, the group of great mediums walked out of their dojos and rushed to the emperor city of the central divine province. They were prepared to negotiate with the emperor and ask him to give them a way out. The great mediums were very fast. Coupled with the anxiety in their hearts, their speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the layers of the void and arrived at the central divine land. However, they did not manage to enter the central divine region. It was not that the human emperor had stopped them from entering, but after arriving here, they realized that they had promised Tao ancestor Hongjun that they would never step into the central divine region with their true bodies when the human emperor was preaching the Tao. This was to protect the Tree of World. As long as the Tree of World was still in the central divine prefecture, the central divine prefecture would be a forbidden area for great divines. No one, including saints, could enter. After arriving at this place, they realized that they could not enter at all. It was really awkward. At this time, there were many great mediums near the central divine region. They could see each other when they looked up. Fortunately, they were all great mediums. Everyone knew each other and guessed the purpose of their visit. After meeting each other, it was not too awkward. They just nodded and smiled. Why, fellow Taoist is also here. Is it about attaining the Tao? The person on the other side replied. So fellow Taoist is also here for this? What a coincidence. Another person said. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. In the poor way's opinion, the fellow Taoists here are all here for attaining the Tao. As they spoke, more and more great mediums arrived. This made the place even more lively. Everyone came here for the same purpose. Naturally, it was easier for them to chat. As they chatted, someone joked, fellow Taoist Yu Hai, in the future when you have a battle of ideals, you must show mercy. At this time, as more and more great mediums arrived, everyone became more confident. They could be sure that the matter of reincarnating into the human race this time was successful. If 2 or 3 great mediums were to reincarnate into the human race, the human emperor might refuse. However, if more than 100 great mediums were to be reincarnated into the human race, then even if the human emperor was unwilling, he had to accept it. This was because this was the general trend. The human emperor could not resist it. More than 100 great mediums whose combat power was comparable to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. In the untainted land, no one could afford to offend them, not even the human emperor. After chatting for a while, everyone stopped. Instead, they chose a few representatives to send their incarnations into the human emperor palace to discuss with the human emperor in detail. With so many great mediums gathered outside the central divine region, it would be strange if the human emperor did not notice. With the human emperor's cultivation, he must have known their purpose of coming here. Perhaps this was why the human emperor was not willing to show himself. With so many people coming to the central divine region, it was inevitable that they would be suspected of forcing the human emperor to abdicate. Because of this, the human emperor was unhappy and did not take the initiative to meet them. The great mediums present all expressed their understanding. After all, if this matter happened to them and they were forced to abdicate, they would also be displeased. It was also because they knew that the human emperor was unhappy that the great mediums took the initiative to send messengers to the human emperor palace to seek an audience with the human emperor. As for who the messengers were, logically speaking, Zheng Yuanzi was undoubtedly the most suitable one. In the past, he had a good relationship with the human emperor. Unfortunately, because of the matter of Hongyan, the two of them had a conflict. As a good person, Zheng Yuanzi could not show himself. For this reason, Zheng Yuanzi directly gave up reincarnating into the human race and achieved Tao by confirming the Great Path. Firstly, he did not want to owe the human race a favor. Secondly, Zheng Yuanzi was very confident that he could achieve Tao without confirming the Great Path with others. After guarding the eastern land for countless years, Zheng Yuanzi finally ushered in his own blessing. The power of heaven and earth helped him achieve Tao. Zheng Yuanzi did not plan to reincarnate into the human race. His two sworn enemies, Patriarch Kuan-peng and Patriarch Nether River, did not plan to reincarnate into the human race either. Patriarch Kuan-peng was a typical example of someone behind him. He did not panic and could discuss Tao with the expert behind him to break through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. As for Patriarch Nether River, the reason was even simpler. This person cultivated the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of blood. If he wanted to achieve Tao, he must see blood. How could a battle of ideas help him achieve Tao? Therefore, this matter had nothing to do with Patriarch Nether River. Everyone discussed for a long time. In the end, the great void Taoist, Taoist Hu Tian, and Taoist Shanhai, who were the most senior and strongest among the three great mediums, went to the human emperor palace to discuss with the human emperor in detail. However, before the three of them appeared, the human emperor had already taken the initiative to leave the human emperor palace and come in front of the great mediums. It was enough to leave them alone for a while. Could he really not meet them? Therefore, the human emperor sat in the human emperor palace and watched the great mediums discuss for a long time. After they reached a conclusion, he took the initiative to leave the human emperor palace and meet them. Seeing the human emperor appear, the great mediums knew that he did it on purpose. However, they also knew that he was not in a good mood. Moreover, they had a favor to ask of him, so they did not take it to heart. Instead, they replied respectfully, "Greetings, Emperor." The human emperor nodded as a greeting and said, "Fellow Taoists, I already know the purpose of your visit. You want to achieve Tao through the human race and the central godly land. I actually have no objection. Now, the demon gods of chaos are eyeing the untainted land covetously. Even Brother Ziwei was killed by them. At this time you have achieved Tao and improved your strength. Undoubtedly, the strength of the untainted land will soar." The great mediums cooperated and said, "Indeed, in recent years the demon gods of chaos have become more and more arrogant. They have repeatedly offended the untainted land, and even injured Emperor Ziwei secretly. It's also because the poor Wei and the others are incompetent and weak. Firstly, they can't block the tribulation for Emperor Ziwei. Secondly, they can't avenge Emperor Ziwei. When we achieve Tao, we will definitely teach the demon gods of chaos a lesson." Seeing the great medium's grief and indignation, the human emperor nodded expressionlessly and continued, "You want to achieve Tao through the central godly land and the central godly land. My fellow cultivators, you want to use the central godly province and the human race to attain the Tao. This is a good thing for the world. I have no reason to refuse." But, hearing this, the great mediums knew that the highlight was coming. Although the human emperor had said so much at the beginning, it was actually just a foreshadowing. The real key was this turning point. Next, they would see what the human emperor was going to propose. If it was not too excessive, they would agree to it in order to achieve Tao through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Immediately a great medium said, "But what? What concerns do you have, human emperor? Please say it. We will achieve Tao through the central godly land and the human clan. We will definitely not let the human clan suffer losses." Looking at him, the human emperor said, Since you've said so, I'll be frank. So many of you have reincarnated into the human race. Although it's to achieve Tao, there's one thing that I can't ignore. Please think about it carefully. What is the difference between your actions and digging up the roots of the human clan? When the great mediums heard this, they were stunned at first and then wanted to refute. They had reincarnated into the human clan, just to achieve Tao. How could it have anything to do with digging up the roots of the human clan? Digging up the roots of the human clan was a deadly feud. The human emperor's words were a little harsh. But immediately, the great medium seemed to have realized something. They suddenly stopped talking and became silent. Just a moment ago, they suddenly understood what the human emperor meant. In order to achieve Tao, these great mediums had reincarnated into the human clan to spread their ideas and pass down their Tao for the human clan to practice. And this was digging up the roots of the human clan. If those humans learned their ideas and practiced their magic, wouldn't they become the disciples of these almighty masters? Moreover, these ideas were bound to be passed down from generation to generation in the human race, and their influence would be far-reaching. By then, most of the human clan would be the disciples and grand-disciples of these great mediums. If there was a day when the human clan had a conflict with these great mediums, how would these disciples deal with it? If this was not digging up the roots of the human clan, then what was? Therefore, if they did not solve this problem, they would fall out with these great mediums. The human emperor would not agree to let them reincarnate into the human clan. After a long silence, one of the great mediums remembered the conditions that the human emperor had put forward when he gambled with the saints back then. If the human emperor agrees to let Poor Wei reincarnate into the human clan to preach, then Poor Wei will owe the human clan a favor. Moreover, after Poor Wei's incarnation reincarnates into the human clan, she will only be a human clan. Her successor will also be a successor of the human clan. It will have nothing to do with Poor Wei. He intended to draw a line between himself and his successor. As long as he did not admit that the human clan who had learned his ideas were his successors, then these human clan would have nothing to do with him. In this way, there would be no problem of digging up the roots of the human clan. He was also a decisive person. In order to achieve Tao, he directly made such a promise to the human emperor in exchange for a chance to reincarnate. In this way, he would be giving the human clan a Tao orthodoxy for free, and also doing them a favor. However, he did not lose out. He could achieve Tao with this and achieve the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was the greatest benefit. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the human emperor's face. He nodded and said, "Okay." After the great medium received a positive answer, he was overjoyed. His intuition told him that his true spirit was beating nonstop. He was closer to the primordial chaos Tao fruit. "Thank you, human emperor, for your help. Poor Wei will go and prepare. When Poor Wei reincarnates, I will disturb you again." After saying this, the person bid farewell to the human emperor and left in a hurry. After this great medium left, the rest of the great medium followed him and promised the human emperor the same conditions. In this regard, the human emperor did not refuse anyone and nodded in agreement. With so many great medium helping the human clan for free, why would the human clan worry about not prospering? When these great medium all achieved Tao, the human clan's foundation was bound to reach a higher level. The other three major continents, the three pure ones, the Eastern Tai, and the Western two sages all frowned when they saw this scene. The great medium all achieved Tao. This was something that they had long foreseen. Therefore, they were not surprised. However, each of them owed the human clan a favor. This gave them a headache. At the moment, these favors might not be too precious. However, when these people achieved Tao, these favors would become extraordinary things. This meant that the human clan suddenly had hundreds of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm protectors to protect their development. In this way, who in the three realms could shake the human clan? The sages? Even the sages could not stop hundreds of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Damn it, the human clan is getting more and more troublesome. Previously, in the hearts of the sages, the human clan was just a tail that could not be removed. However, after today, the sages would undoubtedly pay more attention to the human clan and view them as a major threat. This was a force that was even more terrifying than the shamans and demons. This was because even if the shamans and demons worked together, they would not be able to find hundreds of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Although these future primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian would not die for the human clan, and would be completely tied to the human clan's war chariot. But even if it was just one time, it was already hard enough for the human race to bear the consequences. Chapter 854. We have to think of a way to suppress the humans. The saints were helpless. To prevent the humans from continuing to grow, they had to think of a way to suppress them. How could they suppress them? At this moment, it was too late to fully develop their forces. The simplest and most convenient way was to drive the tigers to devour the wolves. Therefore, the saints thought about it and decided to increase the strength of the demons to suppress the humans. The liches and demons were mortal enemies. The demons and humans were also mortal enemies that could not be reconciled. Therefore, the saints were very relieved to increase the strength of the demons to suppress the humans. They were not afraid that the demons would betray them and join forces with the humans to fight them. The sorcerer tribe and the humans were allies. If the two tribes joined forces, they could easily defeat the demons. At this moment, the demons could only join forces with the saints to fight against the increasingly powerful humans and sorcerer tribe. Otherwise, the only thing that awaited the demon race was extermination. At this moment, the demons would not fall out with the saints at all, because under the oppression of the humans and sorcerer tribe, the two sides had become natural allies. If they did not join forces, they would be defeated by the two groups sooner or later. For the sake of the future, the demons and the saints had to join forces. Thinking of this, the saints had a plan. Silently, the power used to seal the great war of liches and demons in the river of time and space began to loosen and shake. The liches and demons of the past reappeared in the river of time and space. Back then, after the great war of liches and demons ended, the saints immediately joined forces to seal this period of history and the past of the demon gods, making it completely invisible and untraceable. The remnant imprints of the fallen Yao gods were also sealed in this battlefield, sinking into oblivion along with this period of history. Tens of millions of years had passed since the great war of liches and demons ended, but not many demon gods were revived. Most of the imprints were sealed by the saints. How could these demon gods be revived? However, things were different now. In order to stop the development of the human race, the saints had made up their minds to release these demon gods and let them revive. They would fight the human race and the wizard race. It would be best if they fought to the death. Rumble. As the seal was lifted, the history of the great war of sorcerer tribe became clearer. It was reflected in the river of time and space. The shadows of the demon gods appeared and swept across the battlefield. They kept attacking the seal, trying to escape. At this moment, the saints had already lifted the seal. However, these demon gods still could not escape the great war of liches and demons. They were still trapped. At this moment, the sage also realized that something was amiss. My seal has already been opened. Why can't these demon gods come out? Just as the sages were puzzled, another change occurred in the river of time and space. Large patches of starlight appeared and gathered in the sky above the battlefield, forming a vast sea of stars. In the sea of stars, countless stars rotated, forming an indescribable formation that firmly sealed the past, preventing the demonic god imprints from rushing out of this place. At the same time, the river of space-time trembled again. A huge samsara disk appeared and stood above the sea of stars, cooperating with the sea of stars to suppress the demon gods. This was not the end. Behind the roulette, several hundred figures appeared. They either formed Tao imprints, held precious vases, or raised great cauldrons. Their forms were all different, but they all released a mysterious Tao might that connected together. They worked together with the sea of stars and the reincarnation roulette to form a seal that suppressed the demonic god. The three seals represented three peerless figures: Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu, and Renhuang Gaochen. These three people were unwilling to see the demon gods revive and the demon race rise again. Therefore, after the sage sealed this time and space, the three of them secretly found this place and added 3 more seals to the sage's seal, completely cutting off the demon race's rise. At this moment, although the sage's seal had been broken, the seals of Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu, and the others were still there. It would be troublesome to break these 3 seals. Although Great Emperor Ziwei was no longer here, Goddess Hutu and Renhuang Gaochen were still here. If they wanted to break their seals, it was inevitable that they would have to face them. It was also a huge problem. Just as the sages were having a headache, Dong Huangtai secretly set up a mysterious altar in the North Continent. He also used the Bell of Chaos to conceal the secrets of heaven, making it difficult for outsiders to detect this place. Then Dong Huangtai took the blood of 10,000 races and placed it on the altar. With this as a sacrifice, he actually bypassed everyone's perception and forcefully condensed a trace of Di Jun's innate true spirit. However, this trace of innate true spirit was very fragile. It was as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. Dong Huangtai had no choice but to send this trace of Di Jun's innate true spirit into the cycle of reincarnation, so that it could be reborn and cultivate again. Entrusted with the power of reincarnation, it could repair Di Jun's innate true spirit. Not long after this, a wisp of true sun fire fell from the sun star, and fell into the North Continent. It merged with a wisp of creation chi. After being nurtured for 1,000 years, an innate fire crow was born. Like the golden crow, the innate fire crow was a spirit born from the sun. However, the innate fire crow was far less noble than the golden crow. It was just an ordinary innate life form, not an innate divine being like the golden crow. However, although the innate fire crow was inferior to the golden crow, in theory, the 2 bloodlines were of the same origin. The innate fire crow born from the true sunfire had the possibility of transforming into the golden crow. Yes, that's right. The innate fire crow born from the true sunfire in the North Continent was Di Jun's reincarnation. Logically speaking, with Di Jun's status, even if he was in dire straits, it was impossible for him to reincarnate as an innate life form. At the very least, he should be an innate divine being. It would be easy for him to reincarnate as an innate divine being. After all, the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian had a strong foundation. How could Di Jun reincarnate as an ordinary innate life form? However, Di Jun did not follow the rules. He reincarnated as an ordinary innate life form. Of course, Di Jun did this on purpose. He felt that his starting point in his previous life was too high. He was born as an innate divine being, the Taoist Lord of Tai. Di Jun had not experienced the realm below the Taoist Lord of Tai. It was inevitable that he would feel regretful. Therefore, using this opportunity, Di Jun decided to re-embark on the path of cultivation. He would start from the bottom and work his way up to the top. He would rise step by step and return to the peak. Di Jun's idea was very good. It could be said that he had the same idea as Feng Zichen, the great of Ziwei. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was entangled with the might of the Great Path, also felt that the Great of Ziwei's starting point was too high. He decided to completely recultivate and re-embark on the path of cultivation. Although Di Jun's starting point was high, it was not as high as the Great of Ziwei. The Great of Ziwei was born as a sage to be at the peak of the untainted land. Of course, although the Great of Ziwei's starting point was high, it was all because Feng Zichen had walked step by step. If he had not cultivated as a human for countless years, the Great of Ziwei would not have been able to reach the peak of the sage-to-be realm at birth. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen's foundation was already solid enough. It could be said that in the untainted land, there was no one whose foundation was more solid than his. After all, Feng Zichen was the only one in the untainted land who had ascended to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm in the later heaven realm. He was a living legend, a role model for all living beings to cultivate. At the same time, Feng Zichen was also the only one in the untainted land who had passed through all the cultivation realms. From the acquired realm to the primordial chaos realm, Feng Zichen did not fall behind a single realm. He had cultivated all of them. But even so, Feng Zichen still had to recultivate. It was an unprecedented recultivation. It was even more thorough than Dijun. He had to start cultivating from the body of a mortal. Dijun said that he wanted to recultivate. But with his pride, he could not really abandon everything and come out as an innate spirit in the future. Therefore, he chose the identity of an innate spirit. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, was born as an innate spirit. He did not have the pride of an innate spirit. Therefore, he could be more thorough than Dijun. He could really abandon everything and start cultivating from the body of a mortal. From the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm to an ordinary mortal. It took a lot of courage to make this decision. Feng Zichen also struggled for a long time before he made up his mind. Everything was for eternity. Feng Zichen planned to use this opportunity of reincarnation to completely get rid of Penga's influence. From then on, he could cultivate the Tao of Hongmeng without any distractions and attain the eternal Tao fruit. In Feng Zichen's life, he had been deeply influenced by Pengu. Even if it was easier to cultivate several times, he could not completely get rid of Penga's influence. There was always a trace of Penga's influence left behind. This was originally nothing. On the contrary, having Penga's trace on him made it more convenient for Feng Zichen to do things in the untainted land. There was an inexplicable power in his every move. But unfortunately, with the improvement of Feng Zichen's realm, his vision also changed. The untainted land was no longer enough to satisfy his ambition. He set his sights on the even vaster great chaos outside the realm. He wanted to attain Hongmeng, and attain the eternal Tao fruit. He wanted to become an existence on par with the great Tao. Hongmeng was a power on par with the great Tao. They were both at the level of eternity. Feng Zichen wanted to attain the Hongmeng Tao fruit, but Pengu wanted to attain the great Tao fruit. For this reason Feng Zichen, who could not get rid of Penga's influence, could only instinctively get closer to the great Tao. From then on, he would get further and further away from Hongmeng. Even if he had the Hongmeng treasure, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the eternal Hongmeng Tao fruit. Therefore, Feng Zichen had the idea of using the opportunity of reincarnation to get rid of Penga's influence. He would walk the path of cultivation again and reorganize his cultivation system. He would change his main cultivation path from Penga's Tao to Hongmeng's Tao so that everything would be based on Hongmeng. This was the path that Feng Zichen should take. From the time the Hongmeng Tao Jade chose Feng Zichen, his future was already destined. He would walk the path of attaining the Hongmeng Tao. Penga valued Feng Zichen so much. It was not without the influence of the Hongmeng Tao Jade. To be chosen by the Hongmeng Tao Jade meant that Feng Zichen had the potential to achieve eternity. And what Feng Zichen wanted to achieve was the Hongmeng Tao fruit. It did not conflict with the Tao fruit that Penga wanted to achieve. In that case, it meant that Feng Zichen might be Penga's friend on the future path. Therefore, Penga would take care of Feng Zichen. Otherwise, no matter how great Penga was, it would be impossible for him to cultivate a competitor. When Feng Zichen was young, he did not know anything. He worshipped Penga too much and thought that Penga was omnipotent. Therefore, the cultivation system that he created was based on Pengu. The Tao of gods and demons was born from this. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen had completely overlooked the supreme fortuitous encounters and the primordial grand Tao that the primordial Tao Jade carried. He had merely treated it as an auxiliary treasure to cultivate the Penga's Tao. Step by step, the influence of Penga's Tao on Feng Zichen deepened. Even if Feng Zichen later realized this, he could not completely remove this influence. Gradually, it became what it was today. It affected Feng Zichen's cultivation of the Hongmeng's Tao. Yes, Feng Zichen was still unable to comprehend the Hongmeng's Tao because of Penga's influence. To be more precise, it was the influence of Penga's Tao. Although Hongmeng was not weaker than the Tao, it had not matured yet. How could it resist the power of the Tao on Penga's body? Feng Zichen was naturally unable to comprehend Hongmeng's Tao after being suppressed by it. This was something that Feng Zichen discovered by chance when the Hongmeng's Tao Qi was fighting with the Tao's Tao Qi. After understanding this, Feng Zichen was naturally more determined to recultivate. It was time to set things right and return to the right path. Hongmeng was Feng Zichen's final destination. As for the Tao, that was what Pengu was after. Hongming belonged to Feng Zichen, and the Tao belonged to Penggu. It was only right that they did not invade each other. However, although he had taken the wrong path, Feng Zichen did not regret it at all. Penggu's Tao was of great help to him. If it were not for Penggu's Tao, Feng Zichen might not be where he was today. Or, Feng Zichen might be where he was today, but the human race definitely would not be where they were today. Hongming could only help Feng Zichen himself, but Penggu's Tao could help the entire human race. The human race had risen because of the Tao of gods and demons derived from Penggu's Tao body. Therefore, even though he had taken the wrong path, Feng Zichen did not regret it at all. With a decision in his heart, Feng Zichen immediately took action. He suddenly ignited this wisp of innate true spirit, and turned it into a huge force that poured into the Hongming aura. In an instant, with the help of Feng Zichen's true spirit, the Hongming aura that was entangled with the power of the Tao sword. It directly suppressed the power of the Tao and devoured it. When the Hongming aura won and completely devoured the power of the Tao, Feng Zichen's wisp of innate true spirit was really only left with a little bit. And a little bit of innate true spirit was the standard for mortals. The birth of a Khanate god fiend had a complete innate true spirit. There was only one Khanate life form, and only one innate true spirit. With this little bit of innate true spirit, he could reincarnate as an ordinary postnatal life form. In fact, even if Feng Zichen did not want to reincarnate as an ordinary postnatal life form, he could not protect his true spirit. The Hongming aura and the power of the Tao were entangled, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. If Feng Zichen did not want to wait tens of thousands of years to reincarnate, he could only ignite his true spirit to increase the power of the Hongming aura. It seemed like there were many choices, but in fact, Feng Zichen had no choice. Whoosh! Using the last wisp of power, Feng Zichen tore the void and escaped into the reincarnation passage to reincarnate. However, reincarnation was one thing. Feng Zichen did not want to have an extra pair of parents. Therefore, although he was reincarnated as in postnatal life form, he was born from the heavens and earth. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 855. We have to think of a way to suppress the human race. The saints were helpless. To prevent the human race from growing stronger, they had to think of a way to suppress the human race. How could they suppress the human race? At this moment, it was too late to cultivate their forces. The simplest and most convenient way was to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Therefore, the saints thought about it and decided to increase the demon race's strength to suppress the human race. The liches and demons were mortal enemies. The demon race and the human race were also mortal enemies that could not be reconciled. Therefore, the saints were very relieved to increase the demon race's strength to suppress the human race. They were not afraid that the demon race would betray them and join forces with the human race to fight them. The sorcerer race and the human race were allies. If the two races joined forces, they could easily defeat the demon race. At this moment, the demon race could only join forces with the saints to fight against the increasingly powerful human race and sorcerer race. Otherwise, what awaited the demon race was extinction. At this moment, the demon race would not fall out with the saints at all, because under the oppression of the human race and sorcerer race, they had become natural allies. If they did not join forces, they would be defeated by the two groups sooner or later. For the sake of the future, the demon race and the saints had to join forces. Thinking of this, the saints had a plan. Silently, the power used to seal the great liches and demons in the river of time and space began to loosen and shake. The former battlefield of the liches and demons reappeared in the river of time and space. Back then, after the great liches and demons ended, the saints immediately joined forces to seal this period of history and the past of the demon gods, making it completely invisible and untraceable. The remnant imprints of the fallen Yao gods were also sealed in this battlefield, sinking into oblivion along with this period of history. Tens of millions of years had passed since the great liches and demons ended, but not many demon gods were revived. Most of the imprints were sealed by the saints. How could these demon gods be revived? However, things were different now. In order to stop the development of the human race, The saints made up their minds to release these demon gods and let them revive to fight the human race and sorcerer race. It would be best if they fought to the death. Rumble. As the seal was lifted, the history of the great liches and sorcerer race became clearer. It was reflected in the river of time and space. The shadows of the demon gods appeared and swept across the battlefield. They kept attacking the seal, trying to escape from it. At this moment, the saints had already lifted the seal. However, these demon gods were still unable to break out of the great liches and demons' battlefield. At this moment, the sage also realized that something was amiss. My seal has already been opened. Why can't these demon gods come out? Just as the sages were puzzled, another change occurred in the river of time and space. Large patches of starlight appeared and gathered in the sky above the lich demon battlefield, forming a vast sea of stars. In the sea of stars, countless stars rotated, forming an indescribable formation that firmly sealed the past, preventing the demonic god imprints from rushing out of this place. At the same time, the river of space-time trembled again. A huge samsara disk appeared and stood above the sea of stars, cooperating with the sea of stars to suppress the demon gods. This was not the end. Behind the roulette, several hundred figures appeared. They either formed Tao imprints, held precious vases, or raised great cauldrons. Their forms were all different, but they all released a mysterious Tao might. They connected together, working together with the sea of stars and the reincarnation roulette to form a seal to suppress the demonic god. The three seals represented three peerless figures: Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu, and Renhuang Gaochen. These three people were unwilling to see the demon gods revive, and the demon race rise again. Therefore, after the sage sealed this space-time, the three of them secretly found this place and added three more seals on top of the sage's seal, completely cutting off the demon clan's path of rise. At this moment, although the sage's seal was broken, the seals of Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu, and the others were still there. It would be troublesome to break these three seals. Although Great Emperor Ziwei was no longer here, Goddess Hutu and Renhuang Gaochen were still here. If they wanted to break their seals, it was inevitable that they would have to face them. It was also a huge problem. Just as the sages were having a headache, Dong Huangtai secretly set up a mysterious altar in the North Continent. He also used the Bell of Chaos to conceal the secrets of heaven, making it difficult for outsiders to detect this place. Then, Dong Huangtai took the blood of 10,000 races and placed it on the altar. With this as a sacrifice, he actually bypassed everyone's perception and forcefully condensed a trace of Di Jun's innate true spirit. However, this trace of innate true spirit was very fragile. It was as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. Dong Huangtai had no choice but to send this trace of Di Jun's innate true spirit into the cycle of reincarnation, so that it could be reborn and cultivate again. Entrusted with the power of reincarnation, it could repair Di Jun's innate true spirit. Not long after this, a trace of the sun's true fire fell from the sun star and fell into the North Continent. It merged with a trace of creation chi. After being nurtured for 1,000 years, an innate fire crow was born. Like the golden crow, the innate fire crow was a spirit born from the sun. However, the innate fire crow was far less noble than the golden crow. It was just an ordinary innate life form, not an innate divine being like the golden crow. However, although the innate fire crow was inferior to the golden crow, in theory, the two bloodlines were of the same origin. The innate fire crow born from the sun's true fire had the possibility of transforming into the golden crow. Yes, that's right. The innate fire crow born from the sun's true fire in the North Continent was Di Jun's reincarnation. Logically speaking, with Di Jun's status, even if he was in dire straits, it was impossible for him to reincarnate as an innate life form. At the very least, he should be an innate divine being. Even becoming an innate divine being would be a piece of cake. After all, the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian's foundation was there. How could Di Jun reincarnate as an ordinary innate life form? However, Di Jun did not play by the rules. He reincarnated as an ordinary innate life form. Of course, Di Jun did this on purpose. He felt that his starting point in his previous life was too high. He was born as an innate divine being, a Tao Lord of Tai. Dijun had not experienced the realm below the Tao Lord of Tai, so it was inevitable that he would feel regretful. Therefore, using this opportunity, Dijun decided to re-embark on the path of cultivation. He would start from the bottom and work his way up to the top. He would rise step by step and return to the peak. Dijun's idea was very good. It could be said that he had the same idea as Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was entangled with the might of the Great Path, also felt that Great Emperor Ziwei's starting point was too high. He decided to completely recultivate and re-embark on the path of cultivation. Although Dijun's starting point was high, it was not as high as Great Emperor Ziwei's. Great Emperor Ziwei was born as a sage to be at the peak of the untainted land. Of course, although Great Emperor Ziwei's starting point was high, it was all because Feng Zichen had walked step by step. If he had not cultivated as a human for countless years, Great Emperor Ziwei would not have been able to reach the peak of the sage-to-be realm at birth. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen's foundation was already solid enough. It could be said that in the untainted land, there was no one whose foundation was more solid than his. After all, Feng Zichen was the only one in the untainted land who had ascended to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm after reaching the heaven realm. He was a living legend, a role model for all living beings to cultivate. At the same time, Feng Zichen was also the only one in the untainted land who had passed through all the cultivation realms. From the acquired realm to the primordial chaos realm, Feng Zichen did not fall behind in any of the realms. But even so, Feng Zichen still had to recultivate. It was an unprecedented recultivation. It was even more thorough than Dijun. He had to start cultivating from the body of a mortal. Dijun said that he wanted to recultivate, but with his pride he could not really abandon everything and come out as an innate spirit in the future. Therefore, he chose the identity of an innate spirit. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, was born as an innate spirit. He did not have the pride of an innate saint. Therefore, he could be more thorough than Dijun. He could really abandon everything and start cultivating from the body of a mortal. From the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm to an ordinary mortal. It took a lot of courage to make this decision. Feng Zichen also struggled for a long time before he made up his mind. Everything was for eternity. Feng Zichen planned to take this opportunity of reincarnation to completely get rid of Panga's influence. From then on, he could cultivate the Tao of Hongmeng without any distractions and attain the eternal Tao fruit. In Feng Zichen's life, he had been deeply influenced by Pangu. Even if he cultivated more easily several times, he could not completely get rid of Panga's influence. There was always a trace of Panga's influence left behind. This was originally nothing. On the contrary, having Panga's trace on him made it more convenient for Feng Zichen to do things in the untainted land. There was an inexplicable power in his every move. Unfortunately, with the improvement of Feng Zichen's realm, his vision also changed. The untainted land was no longer enough to satisfy his ambition. He set his sights on the vaster great chaos outside the realm. He wanted to attain Hongmeng and attain the eternal Tao fruit. He wanted to become an existence on par with the great Tao. Hongmeng was a power on par with the great Tao. They were both at the level of eternity. Feng Zichen wanted to attain the Hongmeng Tao fruit, but Pangu wanted to attain the great Tao fruit. For this reason, Feng Zichen, who could not get rid of Panga's influence, could only instinctively get closer to the great Tao. As a result, he got further and further away from Hongmeng. Even with the Hongmeng treasure, it was difficult for him to cultivate the eternal Hongmeng Tao fruit. Therefore, Feng Zichen had the idea of using the opportunity of reincarnation to get rid of Panga's influence. He walked the path of cultivation again, reorganized his cultivation system, and changed his main cultivation path from Panga's Tao to Hongmeng's Tao, so that everything would be based on Hongmeng. This was the path that Feng Zichen should take. From the time the Hongmeng Tao Jade chose Feng Zichen, his future was already destined. He was going to walk the path of Hongmeng. Pangu valued Feng Zichen so much. It might not be without the influence of the Hongmeng Tao Jade. To be chosen by the Hongmeng Tao Jade meant that Feng Zichen had the talent to achieve eternity. And what Feng Zichen wanted to achieve was the Hongmeng Tao fruit. It did not conflict with the Tao fruit that Pangu wanted to achieve. In that case, it meant that Feng Zichen might be Panga's future Taoist friend. Therefore, Pangu took care of Feng Zichen. Otherwise, no matter how great Pangu was, it would be impossible for him to nurture a competitor for himself. When Feng Zichen was young, he did not know anything. He worshipped Pangu too much and thought that Pangu was omnipotent. Therefore, the cultivation system that he created was based on Pangu. The Tao of gods and demons was born from this. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen completely ignored the Hongmeng Tao jade itself. The Hongmeng Tao was a supreme opportunity. He only used it as an auxiliary treasure to cultivate Panga's Tao. Step by step, the influence of Panga's Tao on Feng Zichen deepened. Even if Feng Zichen later realized this, he could not completely remove this influence. Gradually, it became what it was today. It affected Feng Zichen's cultivation of the Hongmeng's Tao. Yes, Feng Zichen was still unable to comprehend the Hongmeng's Tao because of Panga's influence. To be more precise, it was the influence of Panga's Tao. Although Hongmeng was not weaker than the Tao, it had not yet matured. How could it resist the power of the Tao on Panga's body? Being suppressed by it, Feng Zichen naturally could not comprehend Hongmeng's Tao. This was something that Feng Zichen discovered by chance when the Hongmeng's Qi and the power of the Tao were fighting. After understanding this, Feng Zichen was naturally more determined to recultivate. It was time to set things right and return to the right path. Hongmeng was Feng Zichen's final destination. As for the Tao, that was what Pangu sought. Hongmeng belonged to Feng Zichen, and the Tao belonged to Pangu. It was only right that they did not invade each other. However, although he had taken the wrong path, Feng Zichen did not regret it at all. Panga's Tao was of great help to him. If it were not for Panga's Tao, Feng Zichen might not be where he was today. Or Feng Zichen might be where he was today, but the human race definitely would not be where they were today. Hongmeng could only help Feng Zichen himself, but Panga's Tao could help the entire human race. The human race rose because of the Tao of gods and demons derived from Panga's Tao body. Therefore, even if he had taken the wrong path, Feng Zichen did not regret it at all. With a decision in his heart, Feng Zichen immediately took action. He suddenly ignited this wisp of innate true spirit, and turned it into a huge force that poured into the Hongmeng aura. In an instant, with the help of Feng Zichen's true spirit, the Hongmeng aura that was entangled with the power of the Tao sword. It directly suppressed the power of the Tao and devoured it. When the Hongmeng aura won and completely devoured the power of the Tao, Feng Zichen's innate true spirit was really only left with a little bit. And a little bit of innate true spirit was the standard for mortals. The birth of innate gods and demons had a complete innate true spirit. There was only one innate life form, and only one innate true spirit. With this little bit of innate true spirit, he could reincarnate into an ordinary postnatal life form. In fact, even if Feng Zichen did not want to reincarnate into an ordinary postnatal life form, he could not protect his true spirit. The Hongmeng aura and the power of the Tao were entangled, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. If Feng Zichen did not want to wait tens of thousands of years to reincarnate, he could only ignite his true spirit to increase the power of the Hongmeng aura. It seemed like there were many choices, but in fact, Feng Zichen had no choice. Whoosh! Using the last wisp of power, Feng Zichen tore the void, escaped into the reincarnation passage, and reincarnated. However, reincarnation was one thing. Feng Zichen did not want to have another pair of parents. Therefore, although he was reincarnated as a postnatal life form, he was born from heaven and earth. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 856. After cultivating for a while, Feng Zichen waited for his body to reach its limit. Then he stood up and walked to the front of the iron tree, continuing his previous actions. Pa 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 in the valley, the sound of slapping could be heard again. Don't get me wrong. This was not the movement of many people, but the sound of Feng Zichen's body hitting the iron tree. After about 10 minutes, the strength in Feng Zichen's body was exhausted. He ended the tempering and sat on the ground again to breathe in the chi of heaven and earth. When his strength was restored, he continued to temper his body. Just like that, he cultivated again and again. Every time he breathed in the chi of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen could feel his skin membrane growing stronger. A full 2 hours had passed. Feng Zichen had completed 9 cycles of cultivation of the Hongmeng Taoist scripture. At this time, Feng Zichen stopped and stood silently in front of the iron tree. It was not that he wanted to stop, but just now, after completing 9 cycles of cultivation, he felt that he was hungry. Even if he was a cultivator, as long as he had not reached the Anidia realm, he had to eat. In the early stages of cultivation, the path of the celestial demon required a large amount of food. The early stages of the path of the celestial demon focused on tempering one's body. This required a large amount of blood and flesh to provide sufficient blood and chi for tempering one's body. If one did not have enough food, where would the blood and chi come from to temper one's body? Forcefully cultivating would only cause one's body to be depleted. If it was light, one would fall seriously ill. If it was serious, one's life would be in danger. Cultivation was actually a very dangerous thing. If one moved, one's life would be in danger. Feng Zichen had just eaten a few wild fruits to satisfy his hunger. What was that enough? After 2 hours of high-intensity cultivation, it had long been digested. That was why he felt hungry. Speaking of hunger, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. This was a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. One had to know that he had not known what hunger was for at least tens of millions of years. After finishing his cultivation, Feng Zichen looked around to check the results of his cultivation. As weak as he was, he couldn't even perform the simplest inner vision. Looking at his physical body, Feng Zichen found that his entire body had a jade-like color, and there was a faint purple light. His entire body had perfect lines, and his muscles naturally appeared, emitting a strong aura. Well, Feng Zichen was very dissatisfied. This body was far inferior to the invincible body that had been destroyed by the chaos demon god. The difference between a sage and an ant was like the difference between a sage and an ant. However, no matter how bad it was still his, so he could only reluctantly use it. Previously, when I was cultivating, other than absorbing the chi of heaven and earth, most of it was the acquired chi that remained after I condensed my body. Now that I've used it all up, if I continue to cultivate, without sufficient energy to support me, I'm afraid that my life essence will be consumed. Even my flesh and blood will be consumed. It seems that I have to look for precious herbs, or some demon beast meat, vicious beast meat, or other food that contains a lot of energy. Otherwise, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. Feng Zichen muttered thoughtfully. He was very clear that the reason why he could cultivate so quickly just now was completely dependent on the acquired chi that had not been completely consumed when he condensed his body. Now the remaining Hotian chi had been completely consumed. If he wanted to cultivate again, he had to rely on his own efforts. Fortunately, turning all the accumulation into strength has allowed me to truly step into the realm of initial success in the skin refining realm. Ordinary swords should not be able to cut my skin. Feng Zichen glanced at his body. With a thought, his right arm clenched into a fist, and he fiercely punched in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the skin on his entire arm seemed to be hiding countless dragons and snakes, constantly moving up and down. As he punched out, a domineering dragon's roar could be faintly heard from the fist wind, as if an azure dragon was roaring. In the void, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. This was the sign of initial success in skin refining. With a thought, Feng Zichen gathered all the strength in his body. In an instant, the skin on his body seemed to be filled with air, and his entire body swelled up. Casually picking up a hard stone from the ground, Feng Zichen used all his strength to cut his body. Other than leaving a red mark, there were no other injuries. It was difficult to be injured by swords and sabers. At this stage of martial arts cultivation, one could actually start to consider advancing to the next stage, which was blood tempering. However, Feng Zichen wanted to walk the path of the demon god, and his current level was far from enough. The prerequisite for cultivating the path of the demon god was to cultivate all 6 stages of the acquired realm of martial arts to the extreme. Then, combining all the strength in his body, he would open the bridge of heaven and earth, and open the spirit sea in one fell swoop. Only then would he be considered to have stepped into the acquired realm of the demon god. That's right, the acquired realm of martial arts did not have a spirit sea. The spirit sea of martial arts was called the Sea of Qi, and in the Khanate realm, it was also called the Khanate Sea of Qi. Once the body refining was completed, one could open up the Sea of Qi and advance to the Khanate realm. In ancient times, the reason why the martial path of the demon god could be popularized in the human clan was not only because of the Khanate bloodline, but also because of the good environment at that time. At that time, the human clan ate the meat of Khanate ferocious beasts every meal, so their chi and blood were incomparably vigorous. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, so it was naturally not difficult for them to cultivate the path of the demon god. But now the human clan did not have such good treatment. If one wanted to cultivate the path of the demon god, they could only use the acquired realm of the martial path to temper their foundation until their physical fitness was comparable to that of the ancient human clan. Only then could they begin to cultivate the path of the demon god. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but miss the days when he was in the Feng tribe. At that time, although the human clan was not strong, it was not difficult for Feng Zichen. With the protection of Emperor Sui, Feng Zichen had never suffered much since he was young. His food was whatever the Sui sovereign ate he would eat. After being able to cultivate, the human clan did not lack Feng Zichen's cultivation resources. Although there was no Khanate spirit root, there was an endless supply of Khanate spirit herbs, Khanate wild fruits, ferocious beast meat, and demonic beast meat. It was not like now, where he had to go out and find food himself. With a sigh, Feng Zichen first found a few wild fruits to satisfy his hunger, then went out to look for food. To be precise, he went out to look for meat. If one wanted to succeed in the martial path, there was no lack of meat. Eating wild fruits was useless, but spirit fruits were more suitable. The valley Feng Zichen was in was located in a huge mountain range. From the perspective of a mortal, Feng Zichen could not see the end of it. It did not look small, but as for how big it was he did not know. Earlier, Feng Zichen had already looked around. The location of this valley was very hidden, and unusually ordinary. Firstly, it was not a place where spirit chi gathered. Secondly, there were no rare and precious fruits. It was just an ordinary valley. Therefore, it was very safe here. Even if there were ferocious beasts and cultivators in the mountain, they would not come here because they did not like this place. The reason why Feng Zichen was born in this valley was that he liked the ordinariness of this place. The more ordinary it was, the safer it was. With Feng Zichen's mortal cultivation, if he was born in a place where spirit chi gathered, he would have been eaten by the demonic beasts that lived there. Of course, the ordinariness of this place also indicated that there were no ferocious beasts or precious herbs in the mountain. Feng Zichen looked around, and only saw a few wild chickens and rabbits. These were all ordinary animals that did not have a trace of spirit chi in their bodies. Eating them could only fill one's stomach, and could not improve one's cultivation speed. Feng Zichen did not like them, so he was too lazy to catch them. After looking around the valley, Feng Zichen did not find any ferocious beasts or spiritual herbs that could help him cultivate. He decided to go out of the valley to try his luck, and see if he could pick up some ferocious beasts or spiritual herbs. Immediately, Feng Zichen strode out of the valley. Speaking of hurrying, Feng Zichen was not used to it. He had not hurried like this for tens of millions of years. In the past, wherever he wanted to go, he could go with just a thought. No matter how bad it was, he could also fly. Even if he took a step, he would be hundreds of millions of miles away. It was not like now, where he had to travel for half a day just to get out of the valley. After about an hour, Feng Zichen finally walked out of the valley. Looking up, he saw a vast mountain range appear in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there was a boundless ancient forest in front of him. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were also new trees blooming with vitality. Countless leaves were densely intertwined. At a glance, one could see the ancient and deep forest. In the forest, there was a strange aura. Moreover, looking at the entire mountain range, it was like a huge true dragon lying on the ground. It emitted an indescribable aura that made people feel awe. At a glance, it was impossible to see the end of the entire mountain range. It was extremely vast. From time to time, there were terrifying roars of beasts and chirps of birds in the forest, making people shudder. There was no doubt that there were countless ferocious beasts living in this unknown mountain range. Yes, this was the holy land of martial arts cultivation. As long as one ate the ferocious beasts in this mountain range day and night, it would be difficult not to become powerful. As the lowest threshold of martial arts cultivation, the early stage of cultivation was so simple. If there were enough resources, breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. There was no bottleneck in the early stage. Ferocious beasts were also divided into grades. The lowest grade was naturally the ferocious beasts of the mortal grade. This meant that such ferocious beasts were still in the scope of the mortal world. They did not have magical powers, but their strength was equally terrifying. Feng Zichen was confident. Now that he had succeeded in skin refining, he almost had the strength of a bull. It should not be difficult for him to deal with ordinary ferocious beasts. Moreover, although his cultivation in his previous life was not there, his combat experience was still there. With this bonus, he could definitely easily fight those of a higher level. It should be known that in his previous life, Feng Zichen had also risen from insignificance. Since he was young, he had fought with the cubs of primordial ferocious beasts. After he became the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he had experienced countless big and small battles in his life. It was no exaggeration to say that in the entire untainted land, Feng Zichen might not be the one who had experienced the most battles. However, only the great divines in the untainted land could compare with Feng Zichen in terms of combat experience. The noble birth of the great divines made them rarely experience life and death battles. Naturally, their combat experience could not be compared with Feng Zichen's. By the way, do the ferocious beasts here really dare to attack me after seeing me? As he walked, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of something. That was because he had swallowed the power of the Great Way. His body was inevitably contaminated with a trace of the aura of the Great Way. The creatures in the untainted land might not be very sensitive to the aura of the Great Way. However, as the descendants of the chaotic demon god, the ferocious beast's imprint of the aura of the Great Way was engraved in the depths of their blood and life imprints. Therefore, after sensing the aura of the Great Way on Feng Zichen, the ferocious beasts would be too scared to move even if Feng Zichen did not attack. However, this mountain range was so big that there might not only be ferocious beasts, there might also be demonic beasts. And demonic beasts could not sense the aura of the Great Way. What was a demonic beast? It was the demon clan that had not transformed. In terms of bloodline, demonic beasts were not as good as ferocious beasts. In terms of physical body, demonic beasts were not as good as ferocious beasts. In terms of strength, demonic beasts were not as good as ferocious beasts. However, demonic beasts had intelligence, while ferocious beasts did not. In this aspect, demonic beasts were much better than ferocious beasts. Perhaps the valley where Feng Zichen was located was too remote. Feng Zichen had walked for about 2 hours, but he did not see any ferocious beasts or demonic beasts. Feng Zichen's stomach was about to growl again. Wild fruits could not fill his stomach. They could only quench his thirst, but not his hunger. After eating the wild fruits for about 2 to 4 hours, he was hungry again. Awesome. The feeling of hunger was indeed uncomfortable. However, soon Feng Zichen did not feel hungry anymore. It was not because he found food, but because his attention was attracted by something else. As he walked, Feng Zichen suddenly realized that the ground under his feet was spewing out wisps of dragon aura from time to time. At first, Feng Zichen thought that it was his illusion. After all, his strength was gone, and his perception had dropped to the freezing point. It was normal to have illusions. But every once in a while, Feng Zichen could feel the signs of the appearance of dragon aura. If it happened once or twice, it could be said that it was an illusion. But this time, It was not an illusion but a fact. In other words, there was indeed dragon aura spewing out from the ground. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen silently operated the Hongmeng Taoist scripture. A small vortex slowly formed beside him, and a wisp of dragon aura that had just spewed out from the ground was sucked into Feng Zichen's body. When the dragon aura entered his body, Feng Zichen immediately noticed the difference. This was indeed dragon aura, and it was an extremely pure dragon aura. Judging from the concentration of this dragon aura, even if its owner was not a Khanate godfiend, he was still a top-level Khanate lifeform, and his strength was close to the level of a Dao Lord. A Khanate Dao Lord was not weak. Even in the 5 continents where the Taoist priests were rampant, he could be considered an expert, let alone in this remote area. He could probably be considered an overlord. However, such a powerful divine dragon had fallen. From the dragon aura that gushed out from the ground, Feng Zichen sensed a faint death aura. From this, he was sure that the divine dragon's condition was too good. He was 80% sure that it had fallen. P.S. This novel has turned into a fantasy level-up genre as it was written. It's really amazing. Chapter 857. Underground, there was a great fortune. However, this had nothing to do with the current Feng Zichen. Even if he knew that there was a dragon corpse at the foot of the mountain, with his current cultivation, he could not dig it out. Right now, the most important thing for Feng Zichen was to fill his stomach. Suppressing the various thoughts in his heart, Feng Zichen continued to walk forward. Then, he heard a rumbling sound in front of him. Looking up, he saw a ferocious beast as tall as a mountain running wildly in the forest. And with its footsteps, the entire earth was shaking and buzzing. At the same time, a fierce and violent aura was emitted from the body of the ferocious beast, causing the beasts in the forest to be terrified. They crawled on the ground and did not dare to move. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the ground stopped trembling, and the ferocious and tyrannical aura disappeared along with it. Well, that ferocious beast had gone far away. It was probably just passing by. At first, Feng Zichen did think so. But soon after, he realized that he was wrong. That ferocious beast was not passing by. It was clearly here to deliver food to him. Not long after that ferocious beast left, a dazed bird suddenly fell from a height of 10,000 meters. It happened to land beside Feng Zichen, making a loud bang. A large amount of smoke and dust filled the air, and it took a long time for it to fade away. Hearing this sound, he knew that this dazed bird had fallen hard. Feng Zichen followed the sound and went forward. He saw that there was a pit several feet in size on the ground. There was a big bird in it about his size. At the moment, the big bird's situation looked very bad. It probably fell hard. Looking at how it struggled in the pit, it could not move at all and flew out of the pit. From this, Feng Zichen concluded that the bird's bones were probably almost broken. This meant that the combat power of this big bird had fallen to the freezing point. The danger was infinitely close to zero. As the saying goes, take your life while you're sick. Now Feng Zichen was in a remote place where he was starving. At this time, a bird in the air took the initiative to come to his door. How could he hesitate? He directly jumped into the pit, mobilized all his strength, and punched the head of this stupid bird one after another, ending its painful life. It seems that my luck is still here, Feng Zichen thought as he dragged the dumb bird back to the valley. If it weren't for his luck, he wouldn't have encountered such a good thing where food fell from the sky. This dumb bird was obviously affected by the momentum of the fierce beast just now and lost its intelligence for a moment. It fell from the sky with broken bones and completely lost its combat power. Feng Zichen took advantage of it. It just so happened that Feng Zichen was hungry, and a seriously injured dumb bird fell from the sky. Such a coincidence, unless it was arranged by someone, could only be described as luck. Otherwise, with the strength of this dumb bird in the late stage of the Hotian realm, if they really fought, Feng Zichen and it was not certain who would eat who. It seemed that in this reincarnation, although Feng Zichen's strength was no longer there, his luck was still there. What did this mean? It meant that if Feng Zichen wanted to recultivate, it might not be as difficult as he thought. As for why there was no supernatural manifestation before, it was obvious that Feng Zichen had just been born, and his luck was not stable yet. That was why he was hungry for a while. Now as his state stabilized, the magic of his luck began to show. With this luck, it is difficult for me to keep a low profile. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen looked up to the sky and sighed. Then he lowered his head and saw that there was a fluctuation of spirit energy in the grass next to him. Stepping forward to take a look, Feng Zichen found 2 ginseng-like plants. He dug them out and found that they were 200-year-old blood ginseng, which was the great supplement that Feng Zichen currently needed. What good luck! Happily putting away the 200-year-old blood ginseng, Feng Zichen dragged the dumb bird's body and continued to walk forward. After that, Feng Zichen did not encounter any more rare medicinal materials and returned to the valley where he was born smoothly. Next, it was time to make a fire and cook. However, before making a fire, he had to deal with the dumb bird's body. Dragging the dumb bird's body to a small stream, Feng Zichen began to wash it. And in the process of washing the bird's body, from the upstream of the stream, a medium-sized pill furnace suddenly floated over. Feng Zichen reached out and scooped it up. Looking around, he found that it was a magic treasure. According to the division of the current cultivation world, it should belong to the level of a magic weapon. In the ancient times, there were only 6 levels of magic treasures, which were acquired magic treasures, acquired spiritual treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate magic treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and innate supreme treasures. And as the cultivation of the cultivators became lower and lower, there were gradually 2 more levels under acquired magic treasures, which were magic weapons and precious treasures. Above precious treasures was spiritual weapons, which corresponded to acquired magic treasures. Above spiritual weapons was immortal weapons, which corresponded to acquired spiritual treasures. Above immortal weapons was divine weapons, which corresponded to acquired supreme treasures. As for innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures, they were collectively known as Taoist weapons. What was a Taoist weapon? It was a Taoist weapon. The pill furnace that Feng Zichen fished out from the river was a magic weapon. Although it was the lowest level of magic treasure, it could be considered to have entered the level of extraordinary. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen was worried about how to deal with the 200-year-old blood ginseng. He couldn't swallow it raw. Now with the pill furnace he could make soup. He put the blood and the dumb bird's meat together to stew. The dumb bird was not small. After removing the feathers and bones, there was about 100 pounds of meat, which was enough for Feng Zichen to eat for a while. Moreover, he didn't know if it was affected by the underground dragon corpse, but there was a trace of dragon blood in the dumb bird's body. It was this trace of dragon blood that made the dumb bird extraordinary, and it ate more nourishment. Then, Feng Zichen began to stew the soup. After eating and drinking, Feng Zichen continued to cultivate. In the valley there was the sound of clapping again. In this way 2 days passed. Feng Zichen had eaten enough of the dumb bird's meat, and was ready to go out to find other food. But before Feng Zichen could leave the valley, a 100-year-old spirit turtle floated down from the upper reaches of the stream. The spirit turtle was as white as jade, and there were mysterious dragon patterns on the turtle shell. It was not big, only about the size of a palm. At first glance, Feng Zichen was sure that it was a dragon turtle that had eaten a lot of nourishment. Immediately, Feng Zichen did not leave the valley. After using the pill furnace to take down the dragon turtle, he ate it as dinner. The next day, not only was the dragon turtle eaten by Feng Zichen, but even the dumb bird's meat was eaten by him. Feng Zichen had no choice but to continue to go out to find food. This time, there was no food that came to him, but Feng Zichen took away 3 bird eggs the size of a human head from a bird's nest on a cliff. The parents of these bird eggs must have had an accident and could not come back. And these 3 bird eggs, without their parents incubating them, had no chance of turning into cubs and could only become eggs. Since that was the case, Feng Zichen reluctantly took them away to fill his stomach. On the way back, Feng Zichen first encountered a spiritual medicine similar to a green onion. Then he picked up an ownerless storage magic tool. He did not know who threw it into the wilderness. There was nothing else in it except for some daily necessities such as salt, oil, and other things. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen guessed what was going on. In the wilderness, other than being greedy, what else could it be? After the ferocious beasts killed people, they were worried that if they took the storage magic tool, their identity would be traced. Therefore, after taking away the valuable things in it, they casually found a place to throw the storage magic tool. Then, after an unknown period of time, it was picked up by Feng Zichen. With the storage magic tool, it saved Feng Zichen a lot of trouble, especially the oil, salt, and other daily necessities in it, which solved a big problem for Feng Zichen. Sigh. The more he lived, the more he went back. In the past, Feng Zichen would not use such a low-end storage magic tool. The big shots had their own space around them. At the very least, they were a great universe themselves. They could put whatever they wanted. And the space was even more boundless. With a sigh, Feng Zichen stuffed the 3 bird eggs and the spiritual medicine that looked like a green onion into the storage magic tool, and continued to walk forward. Not long after, Feng Zichen encountered another opportunity. It was 3 huge black bears, and they were being chased by 3 groups of poisonous bees. Great, the world has really changed. When the black bears stole the honey, they knew how to use strategies. Looking at this situation, Feng Zichen guessed what was going on. The 3 black bears worked together to steal the honey from the beehive. After being discovered, they fled in 3 directions. In this way, the bee swarm was divided into 3 parts, and their strength was greatly reduced. The injuries that the 3 black bears suffered also became lighter. It was too much. The bears knew how to use strategies, but the bee swarm was still stupid. What would the bee swarm do in the future? He was afraid that the fruits of their hard work would be stolen by the black bears. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen felt a burst of heartache. When would the bee swarm be able to stand up? This world was really too oppressive on them, and they were trembling with anger. No, Feng Zichen had to stop the black bears. He could not watch helplessly as the fruits of the bee swarm's hard work were all ruined by them. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen stepped forward, walked to the empty beehive, and cut the honey inside and took it away. Yes, that was it. As long as he took the honey in the beehive, the black bear's plan would be ruined, and they would not harass the bee swarm in the future. As for the main culprit of all this dispute, the honey, let him take it away. This evil, he Feng Zichen would bear it. Praise the Emperor of the Celestial Purple Tenuity North Pole, Taihuang Great Emperor, great mercy and infinite. In a flash a week had passed, and after many days of nourishment, Feng Zichen's cultivation finally reached a critical moment. Pieces of old skin fell off from Feng Zichen's body, revealing the jade-like white skin inside. Under the sunlight, it even revealed a faint purple. Boom. Suddenly, Feng Zichen exerted his strength, and his entire body seemed to expand. Layers of muscles bulged, giving people the beauty of strength. At the same time, mysterious patterns appeared on Feng Zichen's skin one after another. They were mysterious, and a faint pressure filled the air. The appearance of Dao patterns on the skin was a sign that the skin refining stage had reached the limit. In other words, Feng Zichen had completed the skin refining stage. He had established the foundation of cultivating the path of gods and demons, and had begun the next stage of blood extraction cultivation. With a thought, Feng Zichen visualized Hongming Daozhong in his mind. Clang! 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 The Dao bell roared, blooming with endless mystery. At the same time, with the sound of the bell, Feng Zichen's flesh and blood began to tremble, constantly trembling. Feng Zichen was refining his body. He visualized Hongming Daozhong in his sea of consciousness. As the Dao bell trembled, his body trembled as well, and he experienced the changes, thus achieving the goal of refining his flesh and blood. The sound of the bell became more and more urgent, and Feng Zichen's flesh and blood trembled more and more violently. Gradually, strands of heat rose from his limbs and bones, gradually condensing into a pure blood qi. With this, Feng Zichen had officially stepped into the second stage of the acquired realm, the acquired blood tempering realm. The so-called blood tempering was to refine the blood qi from the flesh and blood. With this, the birth of the first blood chi meant that he had stepped into the blood-tempering realm. Next, as long as he refined his blood chi step by step, and when the blood chi filled his body, he would be considered to have completed the blood-tempering realm, and could enter the next stage, the bone-tempering realm. In the blood-tempering realm, if one slowly refined their blood chi, it would take a genius several years to reach the great accomplishment realm. However, this realm could be achieved quickly. As long as one prepared enough spiritual herbs, they could complete the blood-tempering realm in a short time. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, Feng Zichen's body trembled more and more violently. At the same time, more and more blood chi emerged from his body. It was extremely hot, faintly distorting the surrounding void. At this moment, the effect of Feng Zichen swallowing many spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts was manifested. However, just after entering the blood-tempering realm, he had reached the great accomplishment realm of the blood-tempering realm. But that was all. Although Feng Zichen could continue to refine his blood chi, it would consume his life essence. If it was just a loss of lifespan, Feng Zichen didn't care. However, if it hurt his foundation, it would be impossible for him to use his life essence to cultivate. Feng Zichen didn't care about lifespan, but he couldn't ignore his foundation. Now that the blood-tempering realm is complete, I should go out and find some spiritual herbs to speed up the blood-tempering realm, and reach the limit as soon as possible, and enter the bone-tempering realm. After finishing his cultivation, Feng Zichen wiped the sweat off his body and muttered to himself. Then, a huge shadow fell from the sky and landed accurately beside Feng Zichen. It was a huge goat, dozens of feet tall. Its body wasn't covered with fur, but with distinct layers of scales. Its two horns pointed to the sky and showed signs of bifurcating. It was a goat with the blood of the dragon clan, and its blood was abnormally rich. It showed signs of transforming into a dragon. According to Feng Zichen's judgment, its strength was at least at the peak of the Khanate realm. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.